The shape of his damage. By 11 o'clock the exhibition had already applauded one gentleman for nearly falling. The room called it courage. I called it bad engineering in polished leather, because no properly balanced support throws a man forward at the stair edge unless someone has built it to look elegant before witnesses, rather than hold a body upright in use. Mr. Nathaniel Vale, standing beneath the patriotic banners as if the whole ridiculous spectacle had been tailored to his shoulders, saw me looking at the device instead of the hero and understood at once that Hearth and Company had just become inconvenient to his family's charity. Chapter 1. The Fall They Applauded. By 11 o'clock the exhibition had already applauded one gentleman for nearly falling. The room called it courage. I called it bad engineering in polished leather, because no properly balanced support throws a man forward at the stair edge unless someone has built it to look elegant before witnesses, rather than hold a body upright in use. Mr. Nathaniel Vale, standing beneath the patriotic banners as if the whole ridiculous spectacle had been tailored to his shoulders, saw me looking at the device instead of the hero and understood at once that Hearth and Company had just become inconvenient to his family's charity. The hall had been hired for virtue and dressed for profit. That is always the order of things when men of consequence begin saving damaged bodies in public. First comes the language of benevolence, then the subscription lists, then the flowers, the speeches, the polished railings, the reserved chairs, the little clusters of ladies arranged as though pity itself had chosen excellent muslin and a proper chaperone. By the time the injured are brought in, the room is no longer about them all. It is about what other people may be seen feeling in their direction. The Grand National Exhibition for Restored Gentlemen occupied the long assembly rooms off Hanover Square as if they had been built solely to flatter noble distress. Patriotic bunting in deep blue and cream hung between the columns. A row of display plinths showed canes, braces, fitted boots, glutted brigs, arm slings with absurdly expensive buckles, and one silver-headed walking aid so decorative that any man relying upon it deserved immediate death from ridicule rather than from his original injury. A quartet in the far corner had been told to look solemn and unsuccessful enough not to compete with the suffering. Rows of chairs filled the center. Behind them stood the Dunners, the aunts, the cousins, the men who had survived without visible damage and now wished to admire it at controlled distances in others. I had come because Hearth and Company had been invited as tradespeople, not honored. Invited. There is a difference. Honored trades are mentioned on printed cards. Invited trades are expected to stand discreetly at the edge of the room until something breaks or embarrasses a duchess. My aunt had declined. She said she would sooner fit a bishop for dancing pumps than watch damaged officers turned into a civic entertainment before luncheon. So I had come in her place with my notebook, my patience, and one of our best plain bonnets, because men who wish to steal a workshop's ideas often do so more carefully when the woman in attendance looks competent rather than decorative. The gentleman who nearly fell was Major Ellis, though the room knew him by his wound more intimately than by his Christian name. Poor Major Ellis, so brave, the women had been saying since 10, while pretending not to look at the altered line of his right leg beneath the dark pantaloons. He was one of the exhibition's success pieces. Not because he had improved greatly, as far as I could see, because he had improved photogenically for rooms that did not yet have photography and therefore had to make do with candles, distance, and lies. The new patent support strapped under his boot and up the inside of his calf had been designed to disappear under correct cloth and to suggest, in motion, that the wearer merely possessed a more deliberate gait than other men. That was the theory. The truth was visible in 3 places at once to any woman or workman worth half a crown. The heel lift was too high and too narrow. The knee catch took weight too late in descent, and the leather facing along the inner shin had been cut with greater respect for slimness than for flesh. So when Major Ellis reached the demonstration stair, a charming little 3-step platform built in the middle of the room expressly to prove restored mobility before subscribers, I knew he would fail before he knew it himself. There is always one moment. The body knows. The room does not. He placed his good foot first, descended with care, transferred weight at the wrong instant, because the mechanism left him no wiser option, and the new support betrayed him exactly where I had expected, at the lip of the second step, where his balance pitched forward and one hand flew out against the rail with a sound of glove leather snapping under strain. The women gasped. The men rose half from their chairs in admirable uselessness. Then Major Ellis straightened, flushed violently, and completed the descent with the stiff, furious determination of a man who would rather break twice than be seen to need assistance before subscribers. And the room applauded. That was what truly angered me, not the bad device. Bad devices are common. Vanity breeds them daily and society waters them with speeches. No, what angered me was the applause. The way the room translated visible mechanical failure into moral triumph, because courage is cheaper to admire than competence, and far less likely to require any donor to pay for a proper reworking. I had taken out my notebook before the clapping finished. Not because I enjoy being rude in public, only because if one waits until after the speeches, all the evidence has already been trampled into inspiration. I did not look up at once. Men of quality are too used to women answering their names the first time they sound like expectation. I finished the line I was writing. Ellis support. Heel too proud. Catch late. Stair failure disguised by rail. Room idiot enough to cheer. Only then did I turn. Nathaniel Vale stood not 3 feet from me, one hand behind his back, the other at his side, in a coat cut so correctly that half the women in the room would have mistaken self-command for virtue before ever troubling to separate the two. He was taller than I had judged from across the hall and more tired in the mouth than his public posture had suggested. Good. Tired men are often easier to bring toward the truth than comfortable ones. They have less energy for ornament. He wore morning black, not deep mourning. Correct recent black of the sort that tells a room one has had reason for solemnity without giving all one's life to it. Useful for family deaths, committee work, and charitable exhibitions meant to look reverent rather than festive. His gloves were excellent. His linen better. The signet at his finger was old, plain, and expensive enough not to need proving. There was also, though he likely thought it invisible, a slight economy in how he held the left side of himself when standing at rest. Not enough for the room, enough for me. I curtsied because one may dislike aristocratic sons and still know the price of failing to bow at the wrong moment. Mr. Vale. His eyes dropped to my notebook. May I ask, he said, what precisely you are recording with such industry while the room is attempting gratitude? Yes, I said. Mechanical failure. A flicker then, not quite surprise. Better. Recognition of resistance in a voice he had perhaps expected apology. The major did not fall, he said. I replied, because the rail was placed correctly. That is not the same as the support behaving well. His mouth altered by the smallest degree. One side only. It might have been annoyance. It might have been intelligence waking up under management. I had not yet earned the right to decide. Miss Harth, he said, this exhibition is in a delicate stage. Then it ought not include stairs. Somewhere behind him a lady near the center row said, Mr. Vale, shall we proceed to the hand demonstrations? In the bright heroic tone women use when trying not to remember a body's failure too accurately. He did not answer her at once. Still looking at me, he said, you believe the device unsound. I know it. On what evidence? I lifted the notebook slightly. That he struck the rail before the catch settled. That the strapline at the boot throat dragged inward instead of distributing weight. That your brace maker has cut for a leg seen in profile and not for one required to descend. That the leather over the inner shin will abrade after 2 public outings and 1 wet day. And that your room has mistaken prevention of catastrophe for proof of success. By the end of that, he had gone very still. Men of his sort do that when too much truth is offered in too few syllables. They believe stillness conceals reaction. Often it only concentrates it. Your room, he repeated. This exhibition is not mine. No, then you have chosen the wrong place to stand in it. A bad answer, perhaps. A tempting one, certainly. But it was true. He stood too near the banners, too near the demonstration rail, and too much in the line of reverent sight not to belong to the machinery of the thing, whether or not he had built it. He glanced once over his shoulder then, toward the small crowd now reforming around Major Ellis and the chief demonstrator, a man with too much hair oil and not enough shame who was already explaining that new supports always require a little courage from their wearers. I despise that phrase. Bodies require engineering. Only bad salesmen require courage from clients. When Nathaniel Vale looked back at me, his face had changed in some subtle way I could not yet name. More private, perhaps. Lesser my family, he said, has underwritten part of the exhibition. Thier. You see, ownership by another sleeve. His gaze went to the notebook again. And Harth & Company was invited because, to observe, to advise if asked, to lend legitimacy if not. He accepted that without protest. Interesting. You think badly of us, he said. I think accurately of public charity. That sounds expensive. Is. You may pay me later. A lesser man would have smiled then, or frowned, or called the line impertinent. He did none of the three. He only looked at me one measured second longer and said, if Major Ellis's support is unsound, will you say so in full to the man who fitted it? And, to me. No. You have not yet earned the whole of my bluntness. That did it. The mouth changed again, not into humor, into something near irritation given fresh air. Miss Harth, he said, I am doing my best to keep this morning from becoming ridiculous. Too late, I said. You built stairs. He ought to have left me then. The room required him. Major Ellis required saving from further success. A woman on the second row was already speaking too earnestly to his mother. Some man near the plinths had begun praising resilience in a tone which made me wish for an epidemic of laryngitis among patrons. Nathaniel Vale ought to have gone back to his banners. His subscribers, his ladies who admired injured gentlemen in controlled measures, and his family arrangements whatever they were. Instead he said, "Come with me." No, not a request then. A man who had been told yes too long, forgetting that trade has its own spine. I closed the notebook. One brow lifted the slightest degree. "You refuse very quickly. I am in trade. We improve by speed." Aunt would have been proud of that one, or annoyed that I had wasted it before noon. He looked as though he might press. Then, quite unexpectedly, he said, "Very well." Then I asked properly. That altered the ground. I did not show it. "Miss Harth, will you tell me exactly where the support failed before one of my family's donors decides to call it exemplary in print?" Much better. Also more dangerous. Men who learn the middle of an argument are more difficult to dismiss afterward. They keep becoming other things. I tucked the notebook beneath my arm. Alone, his mouth thinned fractionally. "Is that necessary?" He glanced once toward the hall entrance, where two older ladies and one gentleman with subscription fervor were already making their way toward him. "Not entirely alone," he said, "but away from this," I considered, then nodded once. "Lead on." He moved not toward the display tables but through the side passage behind the demonstration platform, where screens had been set to conceal the less noble parts of improvement: straps, fittings, sweat, workmen, and the occasional need for a chair when heroism gave out. Good. At least the room acknowledged somewhere that bodies are maintained by labor rather than speeches. The corridor beyond was narrower, smelled of lamp oil, damp wool, and fresh polish, and held two half-open doors, one leading to the fitting rooms, and the other to the little retiring chamber where tea had been laid for the more delicate subscribers. A boy in livery nearly collided with us, and then flattened himself to the wall at the sight of Nathaniel's coat. Again useful. He opened the fitting room door and stood aside. It was not a grand room, thank God. Only one tall glass, 3 chairs, a worktable, the patent support laid out in duplicate pieces on green baize, and a row of boots polished to look as if gentlemen had never suffered anything more taxing than damp weather in the park. At the far end stood the exhibition's chief mechanical artisan, Mr. Weller, with Major Ellis's boot already in his hand and offense written all over his shoulders. Weller turned when we entered. Ah, there was the man. He had smooth side whiskers, a waistcoat trying too hard, and fingers far too clean for the kind of maker he claimed to be. Not a worker first, then. A designer, perhaps. Or worse, a public inventor who has assistants burn their hands while he discusses advancement with peers over dinner. "Mr. Vale," he said. "I was just explaining to Major Ellis that the little lurch was nothing but unfamiliar confidence in the knee," I said at once. "Then you are a worse layer than engineer." Weller blinked. Nathaniel Vale shut the door behind us. Good. Now we could begin. Major Ellis was seated and furious, which improved him tremendously. Publicly brave men are usually more useful once seated and angry, because they stop performing for ladies and start wanting the thing fixed. He looked up at me. "And who the devil are you?" "Miss Harth. Harth & Co." Major Ellis's expression changed. He had heard the name then. Good. Working houses do not survive on silk alone. They survive because enough men who actually use bodies under strain tell one another which tradespeople lie less. "Harth," he repeated. "Boots." "And other humiliations," I said. That won me the first honest sound in the room, a hard short breath from him that might have been laughter if the support had not lately betrayed his shin. Weller said, "Mr. Vale, I do not understand why a warehouse girl—" "Stop there," I said. He did, more from surprise than obedience. Nathaniel Vale leaned one shoulder against the door and said, with far more coolness than I would have credited him half an hour earlier, "Miss Harth has identified a potential fault before any of us did. I suggest, Weller, that you let her continue and save class for a stronger day." There. Interesting indeed. Weller reddened. Major Ellis's mouth twitched. I pretended not to notice either, because men hate being seen improving under female instruction, and should therefore be given as little witness as decency permits. I crossed to the table. The patent support in pieces looked exactly as I had expected, too neat where strength ought to be ugly, too light in the wrong places, and made by someone in love with profile drawings. "This catch," I said, picking up the knee joint, "is set to flatter standing lines, not descent." Weller said, "That is absurd." "No," I said. "It is expensive." Major Ellis barked a laugh then and covered it by cuffing. "Better man every minute." I went on. "The wearer must trust the good leg to bring the support through its transfer, because the catch engages after the body has already committed. That is why he pitched forward. Not from fear, from timing." I picked up the boot next. "And your heel lift is wrong." Weller folded his arms. "By what authority?" "Gravity." Nathaniel Vale made the smallest sound through his nose, no more than one note of amusement stripped of permission. I did not look at him. That way lay inconvenience. "The lift is too narrow," I said. "You have built for elegance at the side view, not for contact through a wet stair edge or uneven paving." The first thing it does under public dissent is teach a man to save face with the rail, Major Ellis said. I'm the shin. I looked at him then. That was a better question. The leather panel is cut close to the line of the calf and will rub where the leg swells after use. If you wore this to a dinner after a day in town, you would either sit too early or bleed into your stocking, Weller said hotly. This is theatrical. No, I replied. Theatrical is the platform in the hall. There are rooms in which one must be gracious to be heard. This was not one. This was a room full of mechanical vanity and male pain. In such places, the shortest road to usefulness is often insult correctly placed. Major Ellis held out his hand. Take it off me then, Weller said at once. Major, a period of adaptation. I said take it off. I looked at Nathaniel. He gave one brief nod, not command. Permission to proceed where his own authority had not the technical right to begin. So I knelt. Yes, kneeling on an exhibition-fitting room floor in black skirts before noon is exactly the sort of thing a woman in trade must do while titled idiots discuss uplift. It no longer offends me. Much. One does what the body requires and lets society find another smelling salt. The straps had been tightened badly after the near fall. Of course, men always tighten panic into leather. I loosened the calf, adjusted the ankle throat, and slid the support free. Major Ellis hissed once through his teeth. The stocking at the inner shin had already roughened. Not blood yet. Soon. I held up the inside facing so the others could see the pressure line. There. Major Ellis leaned forward. Nathaniel came off the door and looked directly. Weller remained where he was because men of his sort would rather preserve distance from proof than risk being taught by proximity. I said, is one public demonstration and half a day's wear, but Nathaniel's face altered again. There was no applause in it now, only anger. Last. Weller, he said. How many of these have been fitted? Weller hesitated. Too long. My skin went cold. Nathaniel said more sharply. How many? 3 trial gentlemen, 3 confirmed orders, 2 juvenile inquiries. 1 military patron said if subscription carries through. Major Ellis swore, quietly, usefully, with feeling. I rose. The juvenile inquiries are the most dangerous, I said. All 3 men looked at me. Children are where fashionable devices become moral exhibition most cleanly. A damaged officer may be admired into concealment. An invalid child is too often dressed into hope by mothers with more love than knowledge and fathers with more money than patience. Nathaniel said, why? Because a boy required to look improved before visitors will wear pain longer than a man. And because mothers trust Polish gentlemen with patents more readily than they trust a workshop that smells of leather and honest difficulty. That shut the room for a moment. Major Ellis from me to the support in my hands. Can it be mended? I said, but not for public demonstration by Tuesday. Not if you mean to keep skin attached. Weller began at once. That is exaggerated. A few adjustments in line. No, I said. He stopped. I set the support on the table. This can be made to work, I said, but not by someone who thinks profile is dignity. It requires width in the heel, an earlier catch, a kinder inner facing, and less vanity in the calf line. A Major Ellis laughed again, this time openly. Less vanity would ruin half the room. Nathaniel's gaze came briefly to me in a way. Miss Harth, if I asked whether you had put that in writing, would you refuse as quickly as you did my first invitation? I considered, then said, no, I would refuse more politely. That won me at last, a real change in his expression, not a smile, more a slight disturbance in gravity. Dangerous all the same, he said. Then I asked properly again. There it was a second time. A man who revises, how tiresome. Will you write your assessment for me in full, he said, before the donors return to their impressions and the printers to their disasters. I looked Weller, then at Major Ellis, then back at Nathaniel Vale. No, I said. Weller almost smirked. I went on. I will write it for the Major first. He is the body in question. Then, if he chooses, you may have a copy. Major Ellis stared at me one moment, then said, I choose. Good man. Nathaniel inclined his head. As he chooses then. Even better, Weller said. Mr. Vale, surely the exhibition's formal report must not be made contingent on the injured man. I said. How inconvenient. Major Ellis laughed again and this time looked considerably improved by it. Nathaniel, to his credit, did not defend Weller. He only said, Miss Harth, there is one further matter. Of course there was. Your family underwrites this, I said. I had gathered as much. What else? His gaze flickered once to Major Ellis, once to Weller, and then settled back on me with that same new private steadiness I had begun, against my principles, to find more interesting than was safe. My sister, he said, is expected at the subscription dinner 2 nights hence. Her future may become publicly attached to this exhibition before then. There it was. Not only charity, then, family leverage, engagement machinery perhaps, or donor alignment. Or one of those delightful aristocratic arrangements where an unmarried daughter becomes both moral witness and financial bait in the same evening. I closed the Mr. Vale, I said. That sounds less like a further matter and more like the actual one. Major Ellis, not a fool, looked abruptly and pointedly away. Good. Some men do have manners exactly when needed. Nathaniel did not deny it. No, he said only. Then perhaps you see why I require more than a workshop opinion and less than a public scandal before luncheon. I studied him. The careful coat. The tired mouth. The hidden economy at his left side when standing too long. The fact that he had taken Weller to task cleanly enough but had not yet turned and burned the whole exhibition to the floor. A second son, then, and carrying too much of the family's performative usefulness to be free of calculation even when angry. Enormousing. Dangerous, I said. I see why you want the room delayed. His eyes narrowed slightly. And I have not yet decided whether delay in your hands is caution or vanity, Major Ellis murmured. God save him. Weller made a furious sound. Nathaniel Vale looked at me for one long second and then, very quietly, said, if you stay through the next 2 days, perhaps you may. There. Not a plea. Worse. An honest offer of proximity in work. I should have refused immediately. That would have been cleaner. Safer. Bell House does not thrive by entangling itself with aristocratic sons, standing in front of patriotic fraud. It thrives by fitting what may be fitted, charging what may be charged, and leaving family drama to those rich enough to purchase it in quantity. Instead, I said, if I stay, I do not stay as your decorative expert. I had not hoped for decoration. Good. You are in no state to carry it. Major Ellis actually laughed outright at that, and because the room required at least one person with the grace to enjoy the line properly, I allowed him the pleasure. Nathaniel's mouth changed again, that almost smile. No, worse than a smile. A sign of thought enjoying resistance, he said. Then stay as the person in the room most likely to prevent us from applauding another fall. I looked at the support on the table. At Major Ellis's rubbed stocking. At Weller's offended vanity. At the banners outside and the women and subscribers and poor idiotic staircase. And more quietly than before, at Nathaniel Vale. Very well, I said. There. Too soon perhaps. But true, the room altered on the sentence. Major Ellis looked relieved, Weller appalled, and Nathaniel looked, for one brief inconvenient instant, as if the weight on his shoulders had shifted not lighter, but into a shape he thought he might yet carry. I dislike being useful to that expression. I was, unfortunately, beginning to suspect I should be very good at it. Very well, I said. The room altered on the sentence. Major Ellis looked relieved, Weller appalled, and Nathaniel looked, for one brief inconvenient instant, as if the weight on his shoulders had shifted not lighter but into a shape he thought he might yet carry. I dislike being useful to that expression. I was unfortunately beginning to suspect I should be very good at it. Major Ellis said, if Harth is to stay, then for God's sake make use of her before Weller sends another man down the stairs to patriotic ruin. Weller drew himself up. Major, you exaggerate beyond reason. No, said the Major. Beyond comfort. Which is not the same. I liked him considerably better seated and offended than I had standing and applauded. Nathaniel said, Weller, I want every support intended for tomorrow's demonstration brought here. Not only deprive them. All, Weller echoed. All, Nathaniel repeated, with fitting notes. If you possess any that deserve the name. Weller looked from him to me as if hoping one of us might yet remember our proper places and save him the trouble of obeying. Finding no such miracle available, he said stiffly, that will take time. Then begin earlier, I said. His eyes snapped to mine. Major Ellis laughed again and winced for it. Go, Weller. If Miss Harth's tongue does not kill you, the stairs may yet. A Weller left carrying offense like a polished object and closed the door harder than the hinges deserved. Nathaniel waited until the latch had fully caught. Then he said, Major Ellis, how much can be spoken plainly in your hearing? The Major looked down at the abraded inside of his stocking, then at the support on the table. All of it. If my name has been sold this room as proof of restoration, I should like at least the privilege of learning how cheaply. Good man. Nathaniel nodded once. Very well. But he crossed to the green baize table and drew the donor list toward him with 2 fingers. I had not noticed it there before, because men always hide their true scandal under the least romantic object in the room. Not the banners and applause, not the nearly broken body. The list, the names, the money, the arrangement by which virtue becomes infrastructure and then refuses to answer for its own bolts. He did not yet show it to me. Instead he said, Miss Harth, if you mean to remain involved, I must understand whether Major Ellis's support is a singular failure or evidence of a broader defect. A broader defect, I said. You know that already. He looked at me steadily. On what basis? I crossed to the row of display boots by the wall and lifted the nearest one from its stand. 2 elegant black, 2. The outer leather was superb. The balance beneath it a little too proud. The inside heel already wore a faint crescent pressure I would have expected only after a week's use, not 3 exhibition trials. Own this, I said. I lifted a second, then a glove rigged from the adjacent plinth, its fingers posed open in a grotesque little promise of usefulness. Your exhibition has been built by someone who values silhouette over wear pattern, I said. That is not one arrow. It is a philosophy, Major Ellis muttered. The bastard, Nathaniel said. Explain. So I did. Not because I enjoy lecturing gentlemen. I do not. They ask questions as if knowledge were a sofa they might sit in briefly, and then leave for servants to dust. But he had asked properly now, and the room held one injured officer whose body had already paid for Weller's theories. That was enough. The boot line is wrong in the same way as the support, I said. See here. I turned the first boot and put my finger to the inner heel. The pressure begins too narrowly and too high. It teaches a body to look corrected from the side rather than to strike honestly when tired. Fine for a portrait sitting, perhaps. Fatal by dinner. I set it down and lifted the glove, rig instead. This is prettier. Worse. The finger loops force extension at the wrong joint. It would make a gentleman look as if he had regained elegant command of his hand, while teaching the wrist to compensate badly and the palm to cramp under strain. 3 evenings of cards and he will hate his own skin. And Nathaniel took the glove, rig from me. That alone interested me. Most men in his position would have left women's objects to women's hands while pretending the restraint was courtesy rather than ignorance. He did not. He handled the rig carefully, as a man handles something that might already have betrayed him by analogy. Interesting. Major Ellis said. You speak if these things are not merely bad but dishonest. No, I said. They are worse. They are sincere in the wrong direction. Nathaniel's gaze lifted. Meaning, whoever designed them believes the room's reading of the body matters more than the body's own comfort. I reached for the boot again. That belief produces exactly this sort of engineering. A device is made to keep men marriageable from 10 feet away and miserable at 10 steps. The major barked out. Damn right, Nathaniel said quietly. And if I told you the exhibition's chief sponsor has staked a considerable portion of his public standing on the elegance of the designs. I looked at him, then at the donor list still under his hand, then back at him. Then I would say your family has invested in posture. His mouth tightened. Yes. There. More than underwriting then. I said, who is he? And Nathaniel did not answer at once. He had, I saw, reached the border between what a man in his position may say to a woman in trade without feeling he has already surrendered half his household. I have watched that border many times. It is not noble. It is merely expensive. Major Ellis spared him the hesitation. Percival Marr, he said. Patent Peacock. Speaks about national recovery as if he invented amputations himself. Nathaniel shot him a glance which in another room might have been rebuke, and in this one was only fatigue. Marr's firm funds the exhibition halls, the print run, half the dunner dinner. And the other half, I asked. My family, Thier, again, and your sister, I said. That landed harder. Good, Nathaniel said. Augusta's expected at the subscription dinner. Expected by whom? You dislike half my sex on Reef, Miss Harth. No, I said. Only the half that uses daughters as decoration around contracts. Major Ellis laughed outright and then, because he had a better conscience than some sounder men, looked briefly apologetic to Nathaniel for enjoying it. Nathaniel did not smile. He said very evenly, Augusta is not decorative. No woman ever is to the people using her. The room went still, not theatrically, only honestly, which is harder to survive. At last Nathaniel said, Mare has been received by my family. If the exhibition succeeds, several arrangements become simpler. There it was, not engagement named. Better, more cowardly too. I did not let him keep the comfort of abstraction. Then say it plainly, I said. Does your sister mean to marry the patent Peacock? Major Ellis coved into his fist and looked violently interested in the wall. Nathaniel's jaw set. It is being discussed. By whom? By everyone except Augusta at present. That told against the whole family, also in his favor slightly because he knew it. I said, then your exhibition is not only a bad engineering problem. It is a dowry machine. He closed his eyes once. When he opened them again, there was no anger in them. That was more dangerous. Only the wary acceptance of a man discovering his private arithmetic can be done aloud by strangers in fewer syllables than he would choose. Wes, he said. Good. Then we may stop pretending the room exists for gentlemen's recovery. Major Ellis muttered, God save us all. No, I said. Engineering first. This time Nathaniel did smile. Only by half. Only once, enough to alter the whole severity of him and make me wish, for reasons entirely beneath dignity, that the room were colder. He said, Miss Harth, if you are determined to be useful, you might begin by helping me distinguish what may be repaired from what must be publicly abandoned. That was better phrased than anything he had said thus far. Still not safe. I went to the donor list and held out my hand. He gave it to me without question. Also not safe. The names told the usual ugly little story. 2 titled patrons who would never have let a brace touch their own bloodline if it had not been dressed in patriotic language. 1 bishop's cousin. 3 military widows. A sugar man newly wealthy enough to discover national gratitude, Marr's firm. Vale family. 1 private contributor marked only by initials and a heavier hand in the margin beside the prize device entry. Marr's hand. I asked, pointing to the margin note. Nathaniel glanced down. My mother's. Interesting again. What does she know? I asked. That the dinner must not fail. Not what I asked. No, he said. I know. There are men who become stupid when women refuse their evasions. Nathaniel Vale did not. He only became quieter, which I was beginning to think might be the more dangerous trait. At present, he said, my mother knows the exhibition matters to the family's standing, that Mar has proved useful, and that public sympathy is a currency more respectable than direct need, and the devices. She thinks them a technical matter. No woman with proper gloves has ever a device technical if it touched a room correctly, I said. She thinks them optics. Dot the lines. I saw it, Major Ellis said. I should be honored if all of you would stop discussing family optics over my leg as if it were a sermon illustration. Reasonable. I looked at him. Then answer one question plainly. How long have you worn the support? 3 public trials. 2 shorter fittings, 1 dinner. And privately, his face changed. Never. Why? Because I do not wish to be lame in my own sitting room. There. Major Ellis had more honesty in him, seated in pain and half out of patience, than most donors possess standing under chandeliers. I said to Nathaniel, write that down. He did. Not in the list book. In a smaller notebook drawn from his inner pocket, one already carrying a compressed, practical hand. Good. He took notes like a man who expects future use from them and not merely self-protection. 3 public trials, he wrote aloud. 1 dinner. No private use due to discomfort. Major Ellis grimaced. Due to the damned thing biting like a dog. Nathaniel amended the note without comment. I watched his hand a moment too long. The fingers of the left did less than the right. Not dramatically, only by economy. He compensated well. Too well for a man not practiced in it. And when he braced the page with that hand, there was a minute pause in the set of the wrist before the grip settled. Not pain exactly. Memory of it perhaps. Or habit long drilled past speech. Interesting. Again I looked away before the interest became rude. There was a tap at the door, and before Nathaniel could answer, Weller returned with 2 assistants carrying additional supports, boots, and a box of fittings. Of course, men like him hurry best when a titled son has asked twice and an injured officer begun laughing at them. Weller took one look at Major Ellis still seated, at Nathaniel with notebook in hand, and at me standing by the donor list with half the exhibition's bad conscience laid out on green baize, and his displeasure turned almost elegant. Mr. Vale, he said. This is becoming irregular. I said, no, it is becoming supervised. He ignored me, poor Stryle said. Nathaniel set them down. Weller obeyed, though the box protested. One of the assistants, a younger man with better hands and worse coat buttons, kept looking at me and then away as if hoping I might not notice he was the true maker among them. I noticed. Of course I noticed. The man who actually works leather has a different relation to other people's silence than the man who patents it. I said to the assistant, you cut the calf facings. Oh, he looked alarmed. Yes, you did. Weller snapped. My men are not here for interrogation, no, I said. Only for blame, I imagine. Nathaniel stepped between that remark and the next one. Good instant, he said. Can you sort these now? Yes. Shall I? That depends. On what? On whether you mean this room to produce a correct report or a family-saving fiction. Weller actually laughed. Foolish man. Nathaniel did not. He said, a correct report. I believed that he meant it in that moment. What I did not yet know was whether he meant it beyond the room. Those are different questions. They ruin women every day when men forget to distinguish them. So I said, very well. Then Weller stays quiet. The assistant answers when asked. Major Ellis tells the truth even when it embarrasses courage. And you stop trying to make this exhibition salvageable by adjectives. Major Ellis said. Mate, that sounds fair. Weller said. Natrageous. Nathaniel said. Greed there. Faster than expected. Dangerous again. I moved to the new pieces. 1 brace for shoulder support and hand alignment. 2 dress boots with hidden inner lifts. A cane grip with silver cap and weighted core. 1 child's half shoe, which made me so angry I had to put it down again before I said something that would have required immediate repair by clergy. Who approved? I asked. Weller said. Nathaniel said at the same time. My mother. And there was the true exhibition, not the room outside. This? A child's device Polish for donors. I looked at Nathaniel. He had seen it too. I knew by the way his face emptied of every manageable public expression at once. Take that out of the demonstration line, I said. He nodded immediately. Now I added. He turned to one of the assistants. Remove it, Weller said. Mr. Vale, if you begin altering the display on the day of the preview. Nathaniel cut across him. Then perhaps the display should have deserved greater confidence yesterday. That stopped everyone. Even me for 1 useful second. The assistant took the child's shoe and left with it. Good. 1 small mercy before noon. I went through the rest quickly. 2 pieces salvageable if rebuilt entirely at the hinge. 1 boot pair dangerous but improvable under a proper heel base. 1 glove rig copied from a hearth pattern so clumsily that I almost failed to recognize it for insult rather than theft. That one I held up. We're. I asked very quietly, did you get this line? Weller blinked. What line? The palm turned to blankness, of course. Not him then. I turned to the younger assistant. His eyes dropped. There. You have seen this before, I said. He said nothing. Weller snapped. Answer Miss Harth. Interesting. He liked using my name only when he thought it might injure a subordinate for him. The assistant said, it was shown to us. Only on paper. Not from your rooms, I swear it. By whom? He hesitated. Nathaniel said, you will answer. The mayor's clerk. The boy muttered. Said it came from a provincial maker and needed refining for better company. No. Not provincial. Bell House. No, this is Harth. Harth and Company. My own blood got colder in my hands. There are thefts of money, thefts of goods, thefts of patronage. Then there is the theft of working knowledge from a house, in trade by people who think the source too low to matter once the idea has been dressed well enough for subscribers. That kind I do not forgive. I set the glove rig down very carefully. Nathaniel Val, I said. Not Mr. Vale now, not from rudeness. From precision. Some men earn their Christian names first in anger. He noticed. Of course he did. If your family's charity has been stealing hearth patterns through Mars people while dressing children and officers into public damage, then your correct report has just become more expensive. The room held still. Major Ellis looked from him to me with the exquisite caution of a man who knows another person's family has just become the least useful object in the room. Nathaniel said, after one measured breath, then it will be paid. I believed that he meant it. In the fitting room, before noon, with the devices laid open and the donor list under my hand. What I did not yet know, and what mattered far more, was whether he would still mean it tonight when mothers, sisters, and public dinner lines began doing their work on him. So I closed the notebook and said, good, only that. Then, because the room had reached the point where anything softer would become a lie, I added, let us see how much of your exhibition remains standing once the truth is made to try the stairs. Good, I said, only that. Then, because the room had reached the point where anything softer would become a lie, I added, let us see how much of your exhibition remains standing once the truth is made to try the stairs. Doff Major Ellis made a sound through his nose that was either approval or pain made conversational. Weller went a dangerous shade paler beneath his side whiskers. The younger assistant, who had just admitted that Mars people had passed my workshop's line off as provincial salvage fit for refinement, looked as though he wished the child's half-shoe had taken him with it. Nathaniel Vale said, we require another room. Weller began at once. Mr. Vale, this is becoming melodrama, I said. That was in the hall. This is bookkeeping. Major Ellis barked a laugh and then winced again, which improved the argument in my favor. Men in pain are often the only ones who hear plain speech as relief rather than disrespect. Nathaniel looked at the donor list, then at the row of devices, then finally at Weller. Bring the account sheets and the trial books. Weller hesitated. Nathaniel's voice lowered by half a note and became, quite suddenly, not the public sun beneath the banners but the private male authority such men keep in reserve for servants, clerks, and family inferiors when good manners no longer promise sufficient obedience. No, Weller went. That interested me more than I wished. Not because I admire command. I do not. It is merely often unavoidable in men of his sort. No, what interested me was that he had not used the voice until the room demanded it and then spent none of it on me. A small distinction. Still a distinction. Such things are how Bell House survives the rich without having to love them. Major Ellis shifted in the chair and swore at his shin again. If there is another room, Mr. Vale, do choose one farther from the applause. It has made me feel sentimental toward murder. Nathaniel almost smiled. Miss Harth, he said to me, will you come? That stopped him. I went on before he could decide whether to be offended. Not alone, not upstairs into family privacy, and not to any room where my workshop's knowledge may be taken down in a better hand and later called donor property. If you want the truth, we take it with witnesses enough to keep everyone honest and few enough not to make it theater. Major Ellis said, sensibly vicious. Nathaniel looked at me for one moment longer than was comfortable, then inclined his head. Very well. There it was again. That tiresome habit of revision. He sent the younger assistant to fetch the account sheets. He sent the livery boy for another chair. He sent no one at all for his mother, which told me more than if he had spoken her name. Then he took up the donor list and led us not into private family rooms but down the side corridor into the little committee chamber off the rear stair, a square practical room with one long table, too many inkstands, and walls lined in patriotic prints of battles that had doubtless killed men less decorously than the exhibition intended to restore them. Good. A committee room is the nearest thing the rich possess to honesty. A fire had been lit there and then neglected. 2 ledgers lay open by the central candlestick. A silver tray with coffee had been set down for gentlemen who wished to make benevolence look like labor. No women's room touches coffee trays that way. They were arranged not for refreshment, but for the atmosphere of having earned it. Major Ellis lowered himself into the nearest chair with the grimace of a man who would rather sit badly than accept help. I approved. Nathaniel took the chair opposite him. I remained standing until the second chair arrived and then sat only because work done with one's feet aching becomes poetry by mistake, and I dislike poetry where leather and screws are concerned. The younger assistant came back first with the trial book and the narrow accounts register. He kept his eyes on the table and not on any of us. "What is your name?" I asked him. He looked up in alarm, as if no one of quality had thought it mattered and no one in trade had yet asked kindly enough to count as dangerous. "Reeve Mame." "Thomas Reeve, of course. A real maker's name. Half the useful men in England are named Thomas or James and made to disappear behind the gentlemen who patent them." "Mr. Reeve," I said. "When Mr. Marr's clerk showed you the palm-turn pattern, did he say where it came from?" Reeve glanced once toward the door, as if Weller might yet materialize out of indignation and claim him back. "No, ma'am. Only that it came from a lower shop and would require civilizing." I smiled without generous. Nathaniel said, "And did you improve it?" Reeve swallowed. "I altered the outer line. Less bow better the thigh, aid worse to the hand," I said. "What there? No need to beat tradesmen once they have chosen the truth. Better to save one's energy for donors and families." Nathaniel opened the trial book. "Major Ellis." Reeve leaned over and found the page with the quick competence of a man who has spent long enough making things under another name that indexes become a private revenge. The entry was neat, limited, and almost criminally modest. Major Robert Ellis, right leg restoration support, public stair-to-gate exhibition, 3 trial fittings, 1 dinner, public response favorable, further improvement in natural line expected after confidence increases. Confidence, I said. That word should be shot. Nathaniel looked at me, then at the line, then crossed it out, not delicately, with one hard black stroke. "Interesting again," Major Ellis said. "You are becoming more agreeable by the minute, Val." Nathaniel did not answer. He turned the page instead. 3 more gentlemen, 1 arm rig for a colonel who no longer shot, 2 hidden boot lifts, 1 shoulder brace with public carriage note. Then farther on, the line that made me lean in before I meant to. Miss A.V. walking correction consultation deferred pending family discretion. No public display. Possible private commission through M. I looked up at once. Nathaniel had seen it too. The room changed, not outwardly, more cleanly than that. It changed in the line of his mouth, in Major Ellis's sudden decision to become deeply interested in the coffee tray, in Reeve's visible wish not to exist at all. "Miss A.V., I said. Nathaniel said nothing. That was answer enough. "Your sister," I said. "And M." He exhaled once through his nose. "Marr, of course. Of course the patent peacock had his fingers in the daughter's body before he had the ring on her hand." "How old is she?" I asked. 21. "Does she need correction?" "No," he said too quickly. I waited. "So did the room." Then he said, more evenly, "Not in the way you mean. 1 ankle, old weakness after fever. It worsens on stairs and in weather." "No, nothing grave." "Then if one is male and accustomed to family euphemism for women, an ankle that fails on stairs is not nothing. It is marriage arithmetic, dance arithmetic, room arithmetic, season arithmetic. It is the difference between appearing elegant under candlelight and becoming memorable for the wrong pause at the edge of a set," I said. "And Mare offered to improve it." Privily. Before his gaze came to me hard then. "Before any marriage," Major Ellis muttered, "Crust. Quist." I said. "Your mother knows." "She knows he has offered practical assistance," I said. "She knows he has purchased entry through a bodily kindness no family will call a transaction while there is still time to rename it affection." He looked at me with that same still fury as before, only cleaner now because the room contained no women likely to faint prettily and no banners to hide behind. "You are very free with my family." "No," I replied. "Only with structures. Your family keeps standing in them." Reeve stared fixedly at the table grain. "Good boy. He would live longer that way." Nathaniel shut the book. "Not violently. Worse. My sister is not part of this discussion." "Yes, she is." He rose. "That was a mistake. Or perhaps only honest male reflex at last discovering the line and putting its shoulders on before its mind catches up." I rose too. Not to meet height with height. Only to avoid the indignity of being looked down at by a man who had just admitted his sister's body was in Marr's hands and still wished to call that unrelated. Major Ellis said warily, "If the 2 of you mean to quarrel over whether daughters have bodies, do it after someone fixes my damned leg." That improved matters considerably. Nathaniel sat again first. "Good." I sat after a beat. "Better." Then I said more quietly than before, because one may gain more ground by lowering the voice after a man has already displayed the wrong instinct. "Mr. Vale, if your sister's weakness is in Marr's private commission book and his public exhibition is already copying workshop logic badly, then this is not merely family embarrassment or donor foolishness. It is one mechanism." He did not answer immediately. "Then, I know." There was no vanity in it, only anger and something like shame stripped of theater. Interesting again. Annoying too. Major Ellis said, "If Mar has his eye on your sister and his devices on my bones, I would advise you to become uglier with him." Nathaniel's mouth moved by a fraction. "That is useful. Try it," said the major. "You have a respectable face. It could survive correction." The younger assistant nearly smiled and recovered just in time. I said, "We need Mar's private commission list." Nathaniel said at once, "No." Good. Fast answer. Usually the truthful one. "Why?" I asked. "Because I do not have the right to seize private family consultations merely because the public exhibition has failed. Your family and the public exhibition are the same purse tonight. That is not the same thing." "No," I said. "It is worse." There was a tap at the committee room door before he could answer, and Weller entered carrying the accounts register and looking as though all civilization had betrayed him personally. "I have brought the figures," he said stiffly. "Good," I replied. "Now bring your conscience." He ignored me. Poor strategy again. Nathaniel took the register from him and opened it. That book, unlike the trial log, told the truth in money. Fitting Zine charges. Display premiums. Donor rebates disguised as patriotic contribution. And there, in the neatest column of all, a line that made the whole thing finally plain. Mar Instrument Works, exclusive exhibition, writes it 12-month household commission option conditional on donor dinner's success. Not merely money then, a future pipeline. A family tied to a firm. The exhibition as advertisement. The advertisement sweetened by one daughter's expected match and another son's decorated face. I laughed. I could not help it. Not because it was funny. Because disgust sometimes needs sound or it begins to rot the ribs from. Nathaniel looked up. "What?" he said. I replied. "All of it. You have not built a charitable exhibition. You have built a marriage market with braces." Weller said, scandalized. "Madam." Major Ellis shut his eyes and said to the ceiling, "She improves in accuracy every quarter hour." Nathaniel read the line again. Then once more. Color rose very slightly at one cheekbone and nowhere else. That sort of control is not dignity. It is hard labor, and I had already begun to dislike how often I noticed it in him. "At dinner," he said at last. "Mar intends to secure family endorsement and public orders together," I said, "with your sister's body making one side of the argument and yours making the other." That struck properly now. Because he heard in it what I meant and what I did not say. Your hand, your leg, your stillness, your whole excellent composed public self is in this mechanism too. And I am not yet sure whether you know where you stop and it begins. He said too evenly. My body is not at issue. No. There. The other silence. I looked at his left hand. Then at the way he had braced the donor list earlier. Then at the angle at which he set weight on the chair when he had first sat. Not dramatically. Never that. A man like Nathaniel Vale would sooner die than limp in a committee room. But the body always writes its own memorandum somewhere. Not publicly. I said. The room stopped. Major Ellis looked from him to me and then, with commendable discretion, at the coffee tray again. Weller missed it entirely, thank God. Reeve did not. He had maker's eyes and therefore looked instantly miserable. Good boy. He would survive trade if he learned when not to breathe. Nathaniel said nothing. That was answer enough for now. I did not press. Bell House is not in the habit of forcing truth from men's bodies before the men themselves have decided whether honesty is cheaper than performance. It usually is. They still prefer the experiment. So I turned back to the book. Right, I said. Then we proceed on what can be proved before dinner and what must be kept from ruining the wrong people too soon. Weller said sharply. Mr. Vale, surely you do not intend to let this woman direct the exhibition. I intend, said Nathaniel, to let the only competent person in the room identify which devices will harm the users before the subscribers begin praising them. Weller went white at that. Excellent. He was, I decided, not the true villain at all. Only one of those weak, elegant men who mistake polished appropriation for invention and think rooms will protect them because their waistcoats are good. Such men are dangerous enough to ruin bodies and too stupid to build the whole market. Mar then. Slyer. Better placed. Worst, I said. Weller, leave the accounts in the trial pieces. Stay only if you have the strength to hear your own work discussed as physical fact and not donor ornament. He hesitated. Nathaniel said go. Weller went. Reeve remained by instinct until Nathaniel looked at him and said, more kindly, not you, stay. That interested me too. Reeve looked startled, then grateful and cautious all in one breath. Yes, sir. Major Ellis, the support now off and his dignity considerably improved by truth, leaned back in the chair and said, Miss Harth, if you were to sort the devices into those fit to stand tomorrow and those fit only to be burned, how bad would the pile be? I considered. Then larger than the room outside deserves. Nathaniel pushed the notebook toward me. Write it, he said. So I did, not as a report first, as a trade sheet, safe for standing. Safe only for seated display for children, unsafe for stairs. Unsafe after 1 hour's wear, copied from Workshop Logic, requires full rebuild, should never have existed. Major Ellis watched with the expression of a man seeing medicine instead of praise for the first time in days. Reeve, to his credit, began quietly sorting the pieces by my first judgments without being told. Good boy. Hearth and Company would have improved him in 6 months. Nathaniel stood by the table rather than sitting now, his hand flat on the donor list, eyes moving between the triad sheet, the account ledger, and the line naming Mars' household commission option. Not still anymore. Thinking at speed. Family money, public timing, sister body, dinner risk. I could almost hear the columns building in him. At last he said, Miss Hearth, if this is confronted tonight in full, Mar will deny. My mother will be humiliated publicly. The dinner may collapse before we separate the unsafe models from the merely decorative. And Augusta will be made spectacle before I can shield her. There it was. The first honest structure of his difficulty. Not whether. When, not if wrong. How to prevent the wrong from taking his sister first. Better. More human. Also more dangerous, because now I might begin sympathizing with him, and Bell House women do not survive by that habit. I said, and if you delay. His gaze did not leave the paper. Then one more day's exhibition may sell more orders and cost more bodies, and you will think me a coward. No. I said, cowards are simpler. I will think you aristocratic. Majors laughed so hard this time he had to press a hand to his ribs. Nathaniel did not, he said. He only that is not a better verdict. Nope, I agreed. Only a more precise one. The committee room held the line. Then he nodded once, not to concede fully but to acknowledge the cut had landed where deserved. Very well. There it was again. That phrase, far too usable between us. He looked up then, directly at me and said, stay through the day. Help me sort what can be taken off the floor without immediate public war, and what must be confronted before dinner. Then come to the dinner. That surprised Major Ellis enough to make him look almost cheerful. Nathaniel said, you refused before hearing the reason. I know the reason. You want Bell House competence without Bell House public association until the room can bear it. He did not answer. Because yes. Course yes. I said no, but then. Because one must sometimes throw men the better terms and watch whether they know enough to take them. I added. I will not come as hidden trade. I come either as the workshop that can tell your room why it is lying to damage bodies or not at all. Dahi looked at me one long second, then said very quietly. Good. That stopped me more than refusal would have done. He went on. Then come as Hearth and Company. I would rather have the room offended than the wrong people broken. There. Again. That dangerous habit of becoming better exactly where I wished him easier to dismiss. I said nothing. Major Ellis muttered. This grows promising. Disturbing, but promising. I ignored him. Then I set down the pen and said, very well. I stay the day. I come to the dinner. But if any man in your family or Mars attempts to make Hearth and Company look like decorative consultation rather than structural necessity, I shall improve the evening for everyone. Nathaniel's mouth that almost smile again. Believe you, no. Not safe at all. Reeve wisely bent his head over the supports and sorted in silence while the room adjusted itself around the bargain. When at last I rose from the table, the triad sheet was half complete. The child's half shoe had been removed from the day's line. Major Ellis had agreed to sit no further public demonstrations without a rebuilt hinge. And Nathaniel Vale had admitted by sequence, if not yet by full speech, that his family had built a charitable machine out of bad engineering, polite appetite, and one daughter's body. Not a poor morning's work. Outside the committee room, the hall still hummed with admiration and polished speeches. Subscribers praised courage. Ladies adjusted gloves. Mars people no doubt smiled like polished knives at one another and counted their future commissions in units of public feeling. Good. Let them. By dinner they would have a woman from Hearth and Company at the table edge and no further excuse to pretend the stairs were sound. By 6 o'clock the exhibition had been put back together just enough to offend me. That is to say, the most dangerous models had been removed from open display. The child's half shoe had vanished as if it had never existed. Major Ellis had been persuaded into a chair and a plausible headache rather than another staircase. And the donors had been led, by one careful lie after another, toward the idea that technical adjustments were proceeding with patriotic efficiency behind the scenes. Men call that salvage. Women in trade call it the hour at which the real damage begins, because everyone who has nearly been caught turns at once to preserving appearances with twice the energy they ever spent on competence. I left the hall with my notebook full, my temper thinner than it had been at 11, and the ugly certainty that by dinner Mars' side would already be writing a cleaner version of the day in which the devices had been admirably promising, the public deeply moved, and only a few practical refinements suggested by a workshop woman invited for precisely that purpose. No, not if Bell House or rather Hearth and Company could help it. The sky over Hanover Square had gone the dull iron color London reserves for evenings in which money, rain, and morality are all expected to transact before dark. My hired carriage waited where I had left it, and I was halfway to the step when I heard Nathaniel Vale behind me. I turned. He had come out without hat or gloves, which told against his composure more than any flushed speech would have done. Men of his class do not forget such pieces unless the mind is running ahead of the body and resenting the delay. The workshop. Not a full sentence. Good. I had no appetite for polished clauses at the curb. What of it? I need to see it. No, I nearly said so at once. Not because I had no intention of letting him in. On the contrary, Hearth and Company was now central whether I liked it or not. Mars people had copied our lines, the exhibition was using our logic badly. And one dinner later the whole city might decide the practical house in leather had invented the moral crime merely because it had provided the material grammar. Nathaniel needed to see the workshop. More than that, he needed to see what his public rooms were stealing from and misnaming. Still, need and right are not identical things. Men too often discover workshops only after the women in them have become useful to their disasters. So I said, why? The rain began again then. A fine cold mist that polished the paving and darkened the shoulders of his coat before either of us moved. He answered without ornament. Because if I am to stand beside Hearth and Company tonight and tomorrow, I must know what I am standing beside. That was better. Not use. Not consult. Not review. Stand beside. I disliked how much the distinction mattered to me. Very well, I said. Come if you mean to look and not to arrange. His mouth altered very slightly. You think arrangement is my principal vice? No, I said. Only your most hereditary one. That almost made him smile. Almost. Then he put his hat on at last, took the gloves from his pocket rather than his hands, and said, lead on. So we went to Hearth and Company together through the wet London evening, which was not at all how I had expected the day to end when I set out in black bonnet and reasonable temper that morning. The workshop occupied a narrow but stubborn little house off a side street too respectable for pity and too practical for fashion. We had the shop front below, fittings behind, workrooms up 1/2 flight, and our private office and storeroom where other houses would have put a breakfast parlor fit for daughters to be married from. Aunt always said marriages were less reliable than ledgers and should therefore not be given the better room. The front shutters were still open when we arrived. Good. I had sent no message ahead. Let Nathaniel see the house as it breathed under work, not as it posed for a gentleman's inspection. Baines, no, not Baines, that was Bell House. Here it was Emmy. All elbows and memory open before I put my hand to the latch. She took one look at me, then at Nathaniel, then at the hour, and improved instantly into discretion. Emmy. Is Aunt upstairs? In the cutting room, miss. Mrs. Morland is with her. And little Peter Crow's mother has not gone yet because he will not keep the practice shoe on. Excellent. Nothing displays the truth of a workshop so well as a child refusing optimism in leather. Emmy stepped back to let us in. Nathaniel entered and stopped exactly 1 pace beyond the threshold. Good. Rooms such as ours ought to stop men who have spent too much time in committee chambers. It proves the floorboards still possess morals. The front shop was narrow, warm, and entirely itself, not pretty in the decorative sense. Better, useful, shelves of polished boots and plain shoes. 2 cases of buckles. 1 cabinet for gloves and hand straps. A long counter scarred by years of measuring, cutting, and women setting down reticules too full of worry to notice the varnish. Behind that, through the open arch to the fitting space, one might see a row of chairs, the standing mirror, and the worktable where half-finished braces lay in cloth covers rather than on public plinths. The air smelled of leather, lamp smoke, wool dampened by weather, and the sharp ghost of the glue pot from the upper workroom. Nathaniel took it in slowly, not with disgust, not with fascination either, which would have offended me more, only with the kind of exact attention I had begun to distrust less in him than in most men. This is smaller than Mars' rooms, he said. Yes, I replied. We spend on function rather than banners. A voice from the fitting room called. Miss Hearth, if this shoe is to cure my son by argument, I beg you come quickly. He has inherited the worst of his father's opinions. I went through at once. Nathaniel followed 2 steps later and then halted by the doorway when he saw the scene. Mrs. Crow sat in the fitting chair with one hand on the shoulder of a boy of perhaps 8 who stood on the little practice board in stockings and indignation. Peter Crow had the thin, furious face of a child too often praised for patience by adults who meant he should not complain while uncomfortable. 1 foot turned inward more sharply than its fellow. Or practice shoe lay abandoned on the rug. Aunt stood before him with arms folded, her spectacles low on her nose, and the expression of a woman who has fitted bishops, actresses, Lane Harrises, 1 furious viscount, and 2 dozen children, and is not about to be defeated by a boy in his stockings just because City is trying to improve itself in public elsewhere. She said, If you fling my work at the mirror again, I shall fit your mother for dancing shoes and leave you to God. Peter glared. It bites. There, you see, I said quietly to Nathaniel without taking my eyes off the child. That is the only useful sentence in half the exhibition. He said nothing. Good. I knelt before Peter and took up the shoe, not the exhibition sort. Ours. Plain leather. Ugly to the indifferent eye. built to teach the foot a truer strike over time rather than flatter the mother with instant elegance. It had one side stiffened, the inner line softened, and a hidden wedge no one in a drawing room would ever notice because it was not made for drawing rooms. It was made for steps, wet pavement, pew kneeling, and childish refusal. "Where?" I asked Peter. He pointed at the outer ankle. I pressed the lining there and found the answer at once. Too tight after today's weather. His swelling had gone up by half a finger's breadth. "Not the shoe's fault," said Aunt. "The weather's." He was right at noon. Then we alter for rain and not for noon. But Peter looked suspiciously from me to Nathaniel. "Who is he?" "A gentleman," I said. Peter considered Nathaniel's coat, his stillness, and the obvious fact that he had not yet interfered. "Is he useful?" Nathaniel, to his eternal credit, answered before I could. "Uncertain." Peter nodded. "That seems honest." I liked the child at once. Aunt, having looked at Nathaniel only once and judged him entirely by my tone and the lateness of the hour, said, "If he is to stand there looking expensive, he may at least hold the lamp." Nathaniel took the lamp at once. Good man. Interesting again. He held it properly too, not too high, not too near the child's face, and without the fidgeting uncertainty men often develop when asked to become furniture for women's work. I slit the women's work, eased the pressure at the ankle, restitched the inside edge with waxed thread, and slid the shoe back onto Peter's foot. Again. He stepped onto the practice board, took 3 suspicious little steps, then another 4 with greater confidence, and stopped only to announce, "It is less hateful," Aunt said. "Fear. That is nearly love from him." Mrs. Crow laughed for the first time all evening and put a hand to her mouth after, as if she had forgotten herself. The sight of Nathaniel near the lamp had made her straighten at first. Now she looked only tired and relieved. I said to her, 2 days in this, then the second pair by Thursday. Keep him off the long stair after dark." She nods, miss. Then she noticed Nathaniel properly. Women always do eventually. Not because he demanded it. Because men of his class bring their own room with them whether they wish to or not. She looked at his coat, his excellent linen, the signet, the quality of his silence. And for one bad instant I saw the apology forming in her before she even knew what she meant to excuse her son's temper, the workshop smell, the price still unpaid on last month's mugs. Nathaniel saw it too. Again interesting. He set down the lamp and said to Peter, "I nearly fell down a public staircase this morning because a room full of people preferred an elegant failure to a sensible shoe. I should recommend you continue hating with accuracy." Peter looked at him with enormous eyes, then said, "Did everyone laugh?" "No bow," said Nathaniel. Thea applauded. Peter made a face of such perfect disbelief and contempt that Aunt had to turn away under pretense of reaching for the pattern box. Mrs. Crow, to her everlasting credit, laughed again and did not apologize for it this time. There. That was how a gentleman becomes useful in a workshop, not by lowering himself theatrically, but by placing his own absurdity in line with the house and letting the room breathe. When the Crows had gone and Emmy had shut the front on the last of the damp, the workshop settled into its truer evening shape. The shutters were half closed. The front lamp turned lower. Upstairs, the cutting room still glowed, because work never entirely obeys the clock where children, weather, and bad ankles are concerned. Aunt led us up herself. She had not yet asked Nathaniel's name. Deliberate. The cutting room under lamplight looked, I confess, more like my own mind than any other chamber in London. Long tables. Pattern bolas in rows. Hooks of leather, wrapped braces, half-finished boots with chalk marks still at the calf. The drafting shelf where old patterns sat in tied rolls, each one representing some solved difficulty another house would have called fate. On the wall nearest the window hung 3 canes, 1 arm rig, and a pair of modified gloves so old now that no one but me remembered the widower who had first asked for them because his hand shook too much to hold a letter steady before his daughter's. Nathaniel stood at the center of it and looked not grand, not intrusive, only slightly out of scale. "Good," Aunt finally said. "Aunt Nathaniel Vale." She glanced at me. "The banners." "I thought so." She turned back to him. "T. West, thank you." There was no other answer that would have survived her with dignity intact. So he had tea in the cutting room at Hearth and Company while Aunt asked 3 questions of real value and not one of lineage, who had built the exhibition list, who had first brought Mar into the line, and whether his sister was worth saving or merely marriageable. That last one startled him enough that I nearly forgave her for asking it in front of me. At last he said, "She is worth saving." Aunt nodded as if that had been the correct answer on an invoice and then said, "Good, then perhaps your family may yet justify some of its linen." I said, "A note," she replied. "It is evening and I am tired. That is the only hour in which I become truthful enough to be useful." Nathaniel took the blow better than most. Again, dangerously again, he set down the teacup and looked around the workshop more slowly now. Not at the goods on display, at the work in progress, the incomplete things. The boots split open at the seam for re-cutting, the child's pattern beside the officer's glove, The wrap brace marked for church only. The shelf of old returns and rework, where no object looked decorative enough for a subscription haul, and every one of them had saved someone from humiliation in public. So this, he said at last, is what Mar means to mimic. No, I said. This is what he means to strip for parts. Aunt snorted. Mimicry at least respects its model. He looked at the row of returns. And the women. The daughters. The children. The men who are neither poor enough for open relief nor rich enough to order privately from Bond Street every season. I said, they come here. Wes, he said. I see that. No. He saw the room. Not yet the structure. So I showed him. The ledgers came out. Not Bellhouse's morning books this time. Hearth's account and route sheets. One column for paid private commissions. One for stage payments. One very small and tied in blue rather than red. For what Aunt called cases of decency. Those clients who must be kept upright long enough to remain themselves until money or luck or marriage or death sorted the matter properly. I showed him the old return shelf where modified gloves came back after a husband's death because a widow could no longer justify the line item. The little box of children's heel wedges cut down from adult mistakes because the material cost had already been borne and children's feet care nothing for Dunner optics. The bundle of narrow straps rejected by one gentleman because his valet said they looked too medical and later used for a curate's daughter whose shoulder must be held right under black silk or she would visibly tire in church. Nathaniel listened, not with the admiring benevolence I had feared, worse, with anger entering him in layers. At last he said, Mars exhibition puts these same principles into silver buckles and patriotic speeches, and then calls them new. And my family, yes, I said. Your family stands at the banner end and names it public virtue. He went quiet after that. Aunt, who has no interest in preserving men from what their names have done, let the silence stand. Then Nathaniel did something that finally unsettled me. He removed his glove, only the left, slowly enough that it looked like intention and not accident. His hand was handsome still because men are spared many things, but not entirely obedient. 2 fingers a degree stiffer than the others, the palm line tight under the thumb, a faint old thickening at the wrist where use had won against some former damage and not without cost. Not useless, worse, manageable, the most exhausting condition of all. He laid the bare hand on the table between us. Aunt looked at it once and then away, exactly as one should. I did not look away. Which line? He asked me. No title. No evasion, only that. Which line of ours had Mar taken and ruined into exhibition prettiness for men like him? I knew at once. Not from the floor display, I said. From the glove rig second shelf third from the right. An old pattern of Aunt's, built for letter holding and reins, not cards and public elegance. He nodded once. Mine, he said there. The truth at last. Not the whole of him, not by half. Enough, Aunt said quietly. And who fitted you first? He looked at her with a kind of tired respect that had not been there at 6. Not Hearth, a military maker in Brussels after the injury. Then a London man. Then Mars clerk offered improvements by way of exhibition consultation, I said. And you let him. Why? He did not answer immediately then. Because my family required a success cleaner than war. That sat in the room a moment. Aunt reached for the old glove pattern on the shelf without a word and laid it beside his hand. The same line, yes, only coarsened and brightened in Mars' version. Made fit for display and not use. Nathaniel looked at it, then me. I want the correct one, he said. No. There it was. Not merely alliance now. Trust in work. More dangerous than flirting. Far more expensive. I answered with the nearest thing to mercy Bellhouse women ever give. You may have it when you stop calling it improvement and begin calling it adaptation. His eyes held mine. Then very well. That phrase again. I was beginning to think I should either forbid it or become too fond of hearing it. Aunt said, if he is to have the glove, he pays full rate. Of course, he said. Double if he means to wear it to dinner and lie well in it. At that, to my lasting irritation, he laughed. Not much. Enough to change his whole face. I looked away first. Then I gathered the Dunner list, the trial book notes I had copied, and Mars' household commission line, and laid them in order on the worktable between the old glove pattern and Peter Crow's practice shoe. There. That was the board. 1 child, 1 officer, 1 daughter's ankle, 1 son's hand, a family standing, a donor dinner, an exhibition built on theft and posture, a workshop full of actual bodies and no speeches. Nathaniel saw it too. He said very quietly, then we lock it now. Wes, I replied. No, and so we did. Before he left, the terms were plain. Hearth and Company to review every device still intended for display. Nathaniel to bring Augusta privately the next morning before any dinner fitting by Mars people could take place. No public praise for the prized device until my written sheet passed through his hand unchanged, and I would attend the subscription dinner not as hidden trade, not as decorative expert, but as Miss Hearth of Hearth & Co., the workshop woman whose opinion the family had formally retained after the morning's near fall. It was not safety. Nothing in London ever is once money and daughters begin sharing a room. But it was structure, and structure, if well made, will hold longer than applause. When he rose to go, he put the glove back on more carefully than before. Not because of me. Because of the pattern on the table. Because he now knew exactly how much of his own body had already been drafted into Mars machinery, and was perhaps at last tired of lending himself so cheaply to other people's arrangements. At the door he said, "Miss Harth, if the dinner becomes ugly, it will." A pause. Then, with that same dangerous exactness as before, "If it becomes uglier than expected, do not soften it for my mother." No, that was new. I looked at him properly. Not the banners. Not the donor. Not the son in committee black. Only the man standing in a workshop with one damaged hand hidden under a glove he now understood. "I had not planned to," I said. He inclined his head once. "Good." Then he left by the front, and I stood in the cutting room without, the old glove pattern, and the first proper sense I had yet all day that the dinner 2 nights hence would not merely entertain subscribers and injure children. It would sort of family. It would families, I have found, are usually built worse than boots. Chapter 2, Leather Against Polite Lies. By 9 the next morning Harth and Company had already received one curate's daughter with a shoulder she could no longer keep level through the final hem. One gentleman who insisted his cane was only for weather and not for need, and a parcel of returned gloves from a widow too sensible to keep pain a hand no one now expected her to offer in company. That was a proper beginning. Workshops ought to begin with evidence, not speeches. The shutters had been opened at 8, the lamps turned down against the weak gray of the autumn morning, and the front room restored to its usual order, plain boots to the left, finer work to the right, glove rigs and hidden straps in the cabinet, measuring stool by the window, and the old mirror angled so that women might see themselves before they saw our pity. Aunt had gone out to the tannery supplier with orders to bully 2 men and 1 account book before noon. Emmy minded the front. I had the cutting room, the ledgers, and the disagreeable pleasure of waiting to see whether Nathaniel Vale would keep his word with the punctuality of a man who meant work or the elegance of a man who meant apology. He arrived at 9:30. Good. Not early enough to look eager. Not late enough to suggest family interference had already begun. He came by the front again, which I approved more than I meant to. Men who visit workshops by daylight through public doors may yet be taught something beyond secrecy. Emmy took his coat. He had remembered gloves better today. Also good. "Miss Harth," he said when I came down from the upper room. "Mr. Vale." His eyes moved once over the front shop and then to the counter where I had laid out 6 objects in a row before breakfast: a boy's worn practice shoe, a widow's returned glove pair, a gentleman's city boot with the outer heel ground down, a lady's half boot with one side stretched, a cane grip darkened by uneven use, and the old glove pattern he had recognized last night. He said, "That looks ominous." "It is only education." "That is usually ominous." Better, he was learning the proper answers. I took up the widow's gloves first and handed them to him. "Tell me what you see." He looked down at them. Not lazily, not with the broad male glance that takes in color and gives up on the soul of a thing. He actually looked. That mattered. "Black kid," he said. "Well kept, a thumb strain more on the right. Left ring finger a little looser from wear. One seam repaired, returned after use. Better than yesterday." His mouth altered fractionally. That almost smile again, annoying. "And what does the thumb tell you?" I asked. He turned the gloves in his hands. He looked again, then carrying. A pause. Then, prayer book. There, why? The pressure sits too low for constant writing, too high for basket weight, too narrow for household carrying. He touched the darker patch at the inside thumb. A small repeated grit long enough to polish, not hard enough to warp. I nodded once. "A widow. She came here because her husband's death left her with the wrong sort of black, and just enough standing that incorrect gloves would have been more expensive than food. She kept these 6 months and then returned them because no one now expects her hand offered quite so much. I took them back. Rooms teach their own economies." He was quiet a moment. Then, "And she returned them because women understand debt better when it comes in leather than when it comes in kindness." That landed. Good. I set down the gloves and picked up the gentleman's city boot. This one. He took it. The boot was handsome, dark, and thoroughly exhausted in the way only city boots become when a man has walked too much on the wrong confidence. Nathaniel turned it over and saw the outer heel immediately. "Bad cane use," he said. "Left side weakness. Trying not to show it by pushing harder on the good side and pretending the stick is ornamental." He looked at him here because the pretense failed. "No," I said. "He came here because his wife sent him." That almost drew laughter from him. Almost. I set the cane grip beside the boot. Together. He studied them both. The grip was worn darker at the top left where the palm should not have rested if the gentleman used it properly. The ferrule mark on the boot told the rest. "Too much vertical weight," he said. "And too little trust in the leg, or too much pride in the room," I replied. He handed back the boot and this time did smile very briefly, very unwillingly, and enough to alter the severity of his face before discipline took it back. I disliked noticing. I noticed nonetheless. From the front came the bell and Emmy's voice receiving a caller in that dry decent tone of hers that means we are not impressed, but we do take measurements. Good girl. Whoop stairs. He followed me into the cutting room, where the real house lives. Morning light had improved nothing. The long tables held open ledgers, patent boards, half-cut leather, one unfinished shoulder brace, and the city's truer moral record in rows of returned and altered work. A room like that will always teach more than a drawing room if a person has courage enough to let objects accuse him. Nathaniel stood at the center table while I brought down the root ledger, not a grand book, only a narrow volume in brown calf with the dates, door used, item carried, time expected back, and the notes out and I keep when the city pretends bodies are incidental and we know better. He touched the cover once. May I? That answer surprised him slightly. Good. Men who expect resistance often listen better when it does not arrive theatrically. He opened to the previous month and began reading. Private delivery to Brook Street. One glove rig returned by maid, no caller admitted. Half boot cut after assembly collapse on stair. Curate's daughter, church use only, no mother told, full cost. Military customer. Glove line altered for Rians, public use denied. Child's shoe, weather widening required, no extra charge. He looked up after perhaps a minute. This is not a shop ledger. What then? A map of what people will admit only through objects. He read again. And all these, he said, touching the entries without touching the names. Feed Mars exhibition more than his committee rooms do. He was silent a moment longer. Then, show me the stolen lines. I had hoped he would ask that before I had to offer it. Dangerous. I took down 3 pattern rolls and unwrapped them on the table. The first was Aunt's hand, letter glove pattern, narrow-palmed and built for letter writing, reams, and men too proud to call a grip unstable until they had already dropped something important in public. The second was one of our hidden heel builds, not elegant from the outside, but with weight distributed for wet steps and long corridors rather than donor admiration. The third was a shoulder support drafted for a curate's wife who must hold herself correctly through receiving days without seeming braced. That one I had designed myself and never shown outside the workshop. It was the one I least wanted him to see because it was the one most obviously mine. Nathaniel looked from one to the next, then at the copies brought back in his memory from the exhibition room. The glove and the heel, he said at once. And the shoulder line. Not yet on the floor. Give Mar another month and a sentimental bishop's widow. He accepted that too quickly. Better every hour. I pointed to the glove pattern. Notice the thumb turn. He bent over it. More generous than Mars. Because the point is endurance and not shape. The heel. I showed him where the weight should sit. Where Mars' version had narrowed. Where stairs, carriages, and polished assembly floors punish vanity first. He listened exactly as he had in the fitting room, but with less defensiveness in it now. Not because he had ceased to be aristocratic. Because he had begun, at last, to understand that the workshop knew his world materially and his world barely knew the workshop existed except as resource. From the front came another bell and Emmy's voice again, lower now. Then footsteps on the stair. A client. He asked, "Should I go?" "No." "Stay if you are to see what your exhibition has been stealing. It is no use protecting you from the original." The client was Miss Partridge, 23, vicar's daughter, one shoulder lower than the other after a carriage accident 2 winters prior, and engaged to a man whose mother had begun pretending not to notice the asymmetry because that was more economical than pity. She came to us in dove gray walking dress and with that look I know too well, the look of a woman who has spent the last year arranging herself to keep a room from discovering what her body already knows. She stopped short when she saw Nathaniel, not because she knew him well, because his sort of man changes the meaning of any room merely by appearing in it. I said at once, "Miss Partridge, Mr. Vale is here on business related to the exhibition trouble. If you prefer privacy, he leaves." She looked at him again at me. Then to my surprise, "If he is learning, let him stay." "Good woman, Gah." Nathaniel inclined his head. "Miss Partridge." She gave him the faintest bow and turned at once to me. "Better woman still." "The left strap," she said. "It rides up after half an hour in a carriage. And Mrs. Elling says if I keep touching the shoulder in company people will begin seeing it." "Mrs. Elling is a fool," I said. "Sit." Nathaniel did not move closer. "Excellent." I had Miss Partridge remove the outer jacket and stand before the long glass while I checked the line of the shoulder support beneath the dress. She had not lied about the strap. It rode too high after seated travel. The brace itself was sound. The route by which her body had spent the week compensating around an old bruise was not. "Have you been taking the west stair at the rectory?" I asked. Her eyes widened. "How did you know?" "Because the bruising has moved." "Show me." She did. A yellowed patch under the backstrap, not new enough to be from yesterday, not old enough to belong to last month. Stare turn compensation exactly. Nathaniel said very quietly. From one bruise. That one word carried more meaning than if I had lectured for an hour. I adjusted the strap, lowered the line beneath the arm, and changed the anchor point by less than an inch. Miss Partridge put the jacket back on and tried 3 turns of the room. Better immediately. Her relief showed first in her jaw, only then in the shoulders. You see, I said to Nathaniel, not taking my eyes off the girl. Bodies are not solved by public optimism. They are negotiated by inch and habit. Miss Partridge, still watching herself in the glass with dawning gratitude, said, if the exhibition men knew that, they would have no speeches left. Nathaniel, to his credit, answered. Then they would deserve the silence. She looked at him properly after that. Not as a gentleman, a person. Good. She left 15 minutes later with better balance, one warning against West stares, and enough workshop confidence to survive Zelling's opinions until Sunday. When the door shut behind her, Nathaniel said, how many women come like that? Enough. With injuries no room wishes to name. Anne Marr intends to convert that entire hidden need into display. No, I said. He means to convert it into sale. Display is only the ribbon around the handle. He sat then. Not because I offered. Because the room had earned it from him. Good. He took up the shoulder pattern and looked at it a long time. At last he said, when you told me yesterday that mothers trust polished gentlemen with patents more readily than workshops with difficult truths, you were not being unfair. But, no, I said, only employed. His fingers rested lightly on the paper edge. My mother would have done exactly that. I know. You know very much about my family for a woman who met me yesterday. No replied. Ironically, about structures. Your family keeps standing in them. That nearly smiled him again, dangerous creature. Then he said, Augusta comes at 11. I looked at the clock. Nearly so. Alone. With her maid. My mother thinks she is calling on a widow in Berkeley Square before luncheon and then resting. Useful lie. We were both quiet a moment after that. The workshop held its own sounds around us, Emmy in the front, a carriage outside, leather shifting as the damp morning gave way to a drier noon. The faint scrape of Aunt returning below with the tannery account, and I hoped, 2 men properly bruised by her arithmetic. Nathaniel said then, almost as if the sentence had been waiting under his tongue all morning and disliked the exposure. Miss Harth, you knew from one glance yesterday that the exhibition line was unsound. You also knew from once that my left hand is not what the room thinks. There it was. Not a question. Worse. An offering of the fact. Shaped like accusation only to keep his dignity from feeling naked. I answered in kind. Yes. He looked at the pattern, not at me. On the leg. A longer pause. Then, you say such things as if they are no betrayal. They are not. Body speak. I only refuse to call listening intrusive where men prefer to call it impolite. That landed. Good. At what point, he asked. Does such knowledge become cruel? I thought about that. Properly, because Bell House women ask elves such questions more often than men imagine. One may know where a widow's glove frays from prayer, where a gentleman's cane grip darkens from fear rather than weather, where a daughter's shoulder lifts before a dance and drops again only in the carriage home. The knowing is easy. The use of it is the morality, when it is used to sort who deserves kindness, I said at last, or when it is turned into room value, or when a hostess takes what Bell House notices and teaches it downward as placement strategy. He nodded once, said, then so Murr's exhibition is cruel, and my family's use of it. I looked at him. Not the coat. The man with one hand half hidden and one sister about to be entered into the machinery if we did not move quickly enough. Complicit, I said. He accepted that too. Interesting beyond safety now. Aunt came in then with her umbrella, her hat askew, and a bundle of invoices under one arm. She took one look at Nathaniel seated in the cutting room, at the patterns laid open, and at my face. She did not ask what had passed. She never wastes time asking after scenes when ledgers are visible. Good, she said. He has not fled. That saves us half an hour. Nathaniel stood. Aunt ignored the gesture entirely and put the invoices on the far table. The Moreland children's lasts are wrong by a quarter size because their father lies about everyone's feet in the family. Mrs. Green paid at last, which means she expects a new disgrace before Christmas. And the tannery man says if we want better lining by winter he must be paid before the bishop's account clears, which means I shall ruin someone by noon. She turned. Has he been useful? Only teachable, Nathaniel said. I am trying not to deserve that phrasing. Aunt looked him over once. Keep trying. Augusta at 11, yes. He blinked. How did you know Augusta was coming? Aunt snorted. Because no family ever brings a son to the workshop first unless the daughter is the actual crisis. There is no point being shocked by women who have been right longer than you have been alive. So we waited for Augusta Vale in a room full of patterns, half-truths, and one increasingly dangerous mutual respect I had no intention of naming before it had earned itself through at least 2 more structural crises and one properly embarrassing dinner. At 11 exactly the front bell rang. Nathaniel stood. I closed the glove pattern, tied the shoulder support roll, and said, "Good. Let us see whether your family's future can walk the stairs without Mars' hand beneath the hem." At 11 exactly the front bell rang. Nathaniel stood. I closed the glove pattern, tied the shoulder support roll, and said, "Good. Let us see whether your family's future can walk the stairs without Mars' hand beneath the hem." His sister entered the cutting room 3 minutes later, and with less softness than her mother would likely have wished than Mar had any right to expect from Mar. He meant mere woman. He meant to marry into agreement. Augusta Vale was not pretty in the fluttering way that rooms forgive and then use. She had better features than that: a strong mouth, eyes too observant to remain decorative for long, and the sort of still carriage women acquire when they have spent years being told to stand well because they represent not merely themselves but a surname people count in. She wore dove gray morning silk, very neat gloves, and boots made by a competent hand that had been given the wrong instruction. I knew that before she sat down. "Miss Harth," she said. "Miss Vale." She looked around the cutting room with admirable directness, not shock, not false democratic warmth toward trade, simply attention. "Good girl," and had vanished, which also good. She never hovers while young women are deciding whether to tell the truth about their own bodies in front of brothers. Men misunderstand that sort of room enough, without a second older woman in it lending the whole thing maternal weather. Augusta removed one glove finger by finger and set it beside the measuring tape. "Nathaniel informs me," she said, "that your opinion is to be preferred to the exhibitions." "No," I said, "only to its optimism." That earned me the faintest change at one corner of her mouth. "Very well," she said. "Then I should like the optimistic boot condemned as quickly as possible. It is making me hate my own staircase." Nathaniel looked at her. "Augusta." She turned her head. "Do not begin. I have had 2 weeks of being told by mother, by Mar, and by one odious maid that the line is very improving. If improvement means I descend like a ship in ice, I decline it." I liked her immediately. "Sid," said. She sat. I took the left boot first because women who apologize for one side are usually lying about which side matters more. The leather was good, too good. Mars people had not economized on surface. The trouble lay below it. One concealed inner support, elegant enough not to offend a ballroom eye, had forced the ankle into false certainty while leaving the foot itself to negotiate every step like a truce. A room would call that graceful. A body would call it treachery by Wednesday. I asked. 10 days, she said. Her brows rose. She fiked at Nathaniel, then back to me. 7. Better, he said. He's sorry. Is that necessary? Well, if I reply, if women lie about men, they are called kind. If they lie about their own feet, they fall. Augusta gave a brief sound that might have been laughter and might have been pain remembered. "That," she said, "is the most useful sentence I have heard since Michaelmas." I unbuttoned the boot and slid it free. The stocking at the inner ankle had roughened already. Not blood yet. Bruising soon. "Stand," she did. I watched her take 3 steps across the room. There are women who, when injured, become more feminine because society cannot imagine them otherwise. It is a terrible sight. All the softness sharpened into artifice just to keep the room from seeing difficulty, where a marriageable outline ought to stand. Augusta was not that woman. She was trying very hard to walk as if nothing were altered and failing with sufficient discipline that only a room trained in daughters would catch it. She descended weight too quickly on the left and saved herself with the right hip. "There. Stairs," I said. "Carriage step. Long standing before callers. Dancing." She looked away a fraction. "I have not tried since the second fitting." Nathaniel went still beside the pattern table. "Good. Let him hear the cost in the correct order." I crossed to Augusta and touched just above the ankle. Not enough to hurt, only enough to confirm what the gate had already told me. She flinched, very slightly. "Enough. Mars man built the support too proud at the side and too weak beneath," I said. "It is trying to make your ankle look corrected rather than keep you on it," Nathaniel said quietly. "Can it be altered?" That stopped both of them. Then I added, "Not into honesty. It can be disguised, padded, softened, excused, and praised. Those are not the same as altered." Augusta sat again. The relief in her face was infuriating because it meant no one else had spoken to her plainly. Girls of her sort are always being soothed into future discomfort by men who think female bodies ought first to remain socially useful and only after that bearable. I took one of our own plain support boots from the shelf behind me and set it on the table beside Mars' creation. "Difference?" Nathaniel asked. I turned the boots so that he and Augusta could see them both. "This one," I touched, "Mars thinks the room is the client." Then I touched ours. "This one thinks the body is." Augusta leaned. "It is uglier. Also more honest." Nathaniel looked at the 2 boots and said, after a moment, "My mother would choose the first." "Of course," I said. "She has to marry the room before she marries the body." That hit somewhere tender in Augusta because she looked down at her hands very suddenly and very carefully. I did not apologize. One must not apologize for naming the staircase after a woman has already fallen down it in private. Instead, I said, would you like the correct answer or the socially survivable one? Augusta looked up. Those are different. Almost always. She considered only half a breath. The girl again. You require a lower inward support, broader strike at the heel, and permission to be less pretty in motion for 6 weeks while the ankle is taught better habits. Also fewer ballrooms and one decent quarrel with anyone insisting you descend a staircase slowly enough to be admired. Nathaniel actually laughed then, one short helpless sound. Augusta closed her eyes once as if that confirmed some private suspicion she had long entertained about brothers under pressure. And the socially survivable answer, she asked. That you may wear Mars' boot to dinner if you prefer the engagement speculation to happen before the lameness is seen. A silence. Nathaniel said, there is no engagement. Augusta said at the same moment. Mother thinks there may be. There. Good. The room at last had the proper documents. I bent to rebutton the plain boot around her foot and said, excellent. Families are clearest when divided by footwear. Augusta, to her credit, held still while I fitted. The plain boot lacked charm. Good. Charm is rarely what keeps women upright. When she stood again and took the length of the room, the difference was immediate. Not graceful exactly. Better. She looked like a woman choosing ground instead of being flattered into misstep. Nathaniel's on to crust, he said very softly. Augusta turned at the far wall. Yes, she said. How vulgar of the body to prefer smiled. I almost. When she came back, she sat and looked first at the boot then her brother. You knew, she said. No accusation in it. Worse. The line of a woman finally discovering how long the men around her have mistaken management for care. Nathaniel answered honestly enough to survive my respect by half an inch. I knew Mars' line made you look stronger in a room. And I hoped, he said, that it might hold long enough for the dinner to pass before we needed to confront the uglier arrangement beneath it. There it was. The aristocratic instinct in full evening dress even before luncheon. I said nothing. Augusta did. That is a man's hope, she said. I replied, because someone ought. She looked at me. What does that mean? It means it postpones cost by shifting into the body of the woman expected to carry the arrangement gracefully. Nathaniel took that blow without defense. Good. Then Augusta said after a pause, very well. Then the dinner may confront itself. I prefer the plainer boot. That was better than any heroic speech and more ruinous to bad family plans. Nathaniel said, Augusta, she replied, I have had enough of men saying my name as if it were a corridor they might close. I liked her excessively by then. Aunt reappeared at exactly the right moment with 2 fresh cups of tea, and one of her incomprehensible abilities to sense when a room has reached the point at which only hot liquid and other offense can save it from becoming emotional. Good, she said, taking in the boot, Augusta's expression and Nathaniel's. Someone has finally told the truth before the soup course. She handed Augusta tea first. Better woman than Bishop. We settled the practicals quickly after that. Augusta would wear the plain support for all private movement, and for the dinner if she chose courage of the useful kind. Mars' boot would be returned through Nathaniel with no explanatory note. A second pair from us would be ready by tomorrow evening. No one in the family, especially not their mother, would be told the full mechanical details until Augusta had decided whether she meant to use the boot merely to stand better or to fight with. Good. Let daughters keep some property in their own ankles at least. When she left, it was by the front and in our boot. Not Mars. Better still. Let the street read what it liked from her gate. It would at least be reading truth. Nathaniel remained. Of course. A brother who leaves before the actual labor begins is not a useful brother, only a witness in good cloth. The front bell sounded again below and then twice more in quick succession. Emmy's voice rose, then dropped. The workshop was doing what workshops always do under scandal, weather, and need. Continuing. Aunt gathered up the offending boot Mar had sent and held it between finger and thumb as if it might stain by philosophy alone. You are not done, she said to Nathaniel. Good, take the boy's carriage. My carriage. The one from yesterday's rote book. She turned to me. Harbury House first. Yes, the legitimate client whose body had already been worsened by Mars' exhibition line, and whose case would end whatever optimism Nathaniel still hoped might be preserved through dinner novers and family language. Necessary. Unpleasant. My preferred kind of errand when the rich begin lying beautifully. Nathaniel frowned. Harbury. Except in Harbury, I said. Retired into gentility before his body agreed. His mother still thinks good tailoring may settle the matter. Mars supplied him with the exhibition walking frame 6 days ago because he was promised among tomorrow's testimonial lines. I took down the smaller client book. He sent word last night that he could not wear the thing beyond 1 hour without numbness. That was before your staircase nearly turned Major Ellis into civic poetry. Nathaniel said, and you did not tell me this yesterday. No, I replied. You had enough family to swallow first. Aunt said, go. We went. London at noon in late autumn is all wheels, damp stone, and people pretending not to notice one another's need if the boots are polished. Harbury House stood in one of those reduced respectable streets where curtains still try to hold rank even when the brass has given up hope. Not poor. Never that. Merely an old military house with more pride than capital left in the front steps. Harbury's mother received us in a morning parlor that had been dusted 3 times and paid for once. She knew Nathaniel by name and hated that he had come as weakness to weakness before she had time to choose her own phrases. Excellent. Such women often do the best explanatory work once their pride is cut cleanly enough. Captain Harbury himself sat by the fire with one leg stretched, the frame in question beside him, and the exhausted look of a man who has been told too long that one more adjustment will return him to a version of himself the room finds easier to consume. He was perhaps 35, good-looking once, still capable of it in certain lights. Mars sort always choose clients whose damage may be made sentimental without threatening women at table. Miss Harth, he said. How charitable. No, I said. Only annoyed. That earned me the first real expression in the room. Good, his mother stiffened. My son is not an object lesson, no, I said. He is exactly why object lessons ought not be fitted. Nathaniel, beside me, said quietly, Mrs. Harbury, we have come because the exhibition model must be assessed against actual use and not public claims. More was better, more diplomatic, still not soft. She did not like him for it. Good. I would have trusted her less had she done so immediately. Harbury himself said, if by actual use you mean the blasted thing turns my foot dead halfway through the corridor and then asks me to look grateful for the privilege, yes, it may be assessed. He had a real man's disgust then. Much easier to work with than valiant speeches. The frame stood by the hearth, decorative walnut, polished steel, padded cuff, and a mechanism at the knee so proud of its own ingenuity I could have slapped the inventor blind. I made him rise. His mother protested. He ignored her. Good man, he crossed the room once with the frame under him, and I saw the whole crime at once. Not only the numbness, worse. The device forced his balance outward and delayed ankle correction, and the hip had already begun compensating. Another month, and he would not only have a bad frame, but a newly educated limp that would remain after the frame was thrown into the river. Stop, I said. He did. Now turn. He tried. The frame caught late. His mouth whitened. Nathaniel had moved without thinking and then stopped himself a pace too soon. Good. Better he learned that not every useful motion is rescue, and not every body under strain wants a gentleman reaching for it first. Harbury got himself back to the chair and sat. Swit at the lip now though the room was cool. God, he said. That is filth. Wes, his mother said. Mr. Marr told us adaptation requires courage. No, I do hate that phrase. Nathaniel said before I could. Mrs. Harbury, I am beginning to suspect Mr. Marr requires courage chiefly where his engineering has failed to deserve trust. Good. Very good. Harbury gave a short, hard laugh. That is a prettier insult than I expected from your side of the family. Nathaniel's mouth changed. I am under correction. But there, I felt rather than saw Harbury look from to me and reach the right conclusion without yet knowing any of its detail. Men do that sometimes. Much rarer than they imagine. I took the frame's cuff apart on the spot. Not elegantly. No time. The inner padding had been cut too hard. The ankle support too narrow. The knee mechanism built to flatter a straight public line and not to save a man on a wet turn. Exact same sin as Ellis, only dearer in wood. I laid the pieces on the table for Nathaniel to see. Then, because there are truths which must go through the body before they go into a donor's conscience, I pressed the inner cuff to Harbury's shin and asked him where the numbness began. He told me. I marked it. Then I turned to Nathaniel and said, now you may watch what public benevolence feels like after supper. I rolled Harbury's stocking. The pressure marks were clean and brutal. Blood. Not enough. His mother sat down abruptly. Nathaniel went very still, then knelt. Not before me. Before Harbury. No theater in it. Only a man taking the body at last where the device had been making speeches above it. He looked at the marks once, and then no longer at all like the banners. Good, Harbury said, not unkindly. You did not know. Nathaniel's answer came too fast to be rehearsed. Not enough. There. That mattered to me more than if he had chosen a nobler sentence. I said, and now. Look, he rose, lit the frame, then at me. Then at Harbury. Now, he said, it does not go on the floor tomorrow. His mother began. Mr. Vale, if the exhibition drops my son from the demonstration after new, I said. Both of them turned. I went on. Captain Harbury is not to be dropped. He is to be moved. Then Nathaniel looked at me. Go, let him wait. Move how? He asked. From demonstration object to witness. Harbury sat straighter. His mother looked horrified. Excellent. Good mothers ought to be horrified at first when truth is finally offered them without embroidery. I said, if you mean to stop Marr cleanly, you cannot merely remove the frame and call it caution. He will say the line was not yet ready, the client overused it, the weather altered it, the room misunderstood it, anything at all that leaves his future clean. No, Harbury appears tomorrow, not walking in that contraption, speaking over it. Nathaniel did not answer immediately. There was against where a man sees the correct move and also the cost. Publicly, he asked. His mother will hate it, certainly, I said. Which is how you know it has merit. Harbury laughed and then caught himself because the laugh still hurt where the device had overworked his balance all week. My mother hates all useful things until the bishop approves them. Mrs. Harbury did not deny it. Nathaniel went to the window then and stood there in the weak noon light with one hand at his back and one at his side. The famous respectable son of a respectable family learning in quick succession that public charity injures, that his sister's body has been entered into the same market, and that now one legitimate client must be made to speak where donors had hoped for a polished testimonial instead. I watched him long enough to notice the left leg again. Not the damage itself, the economy around it. He had stood too long already today. The weight had shifted a fraction outward and then been pulled back under command. A line learned in pain and maintained in public. Mr. Vale, I said. He turned. You are doing it now. His brows drew together. Doing what? Pretending the room does not write upon you while you decide what may be written upon others. That landed. Harbury, from the chair, looked between us, and then very tactfully at the wrecked frame. Good man, Nathaniel said quietly. This is not the moment. No, I said. It is only the first one in which you have stopped being solely family. A pause. Then he said, more controlled than before but less defensive. I told you yesterday that my hand was not what the room thinks. The leg also. His gaze did not leave mine now. And you think that entitles you to full account? No, I said. I think it means you know exactly what these devices do to the lie of respectable movement still chose to delay. That cut. He accepted it too. Properly, yes, he said. I delay there. No excuse. Only the body of the fact. I might almost have respected him for it had respect not already begun becoming too easy in his direction. Harbury said with great tactlessness and therefore usefulness. If you two are to continue speaking as if truth were a duel, might someone first save me from tomorrow? I turned back to the practicals at once. Safer ground. We set the line then. Harbury would attend tomorrow not as successful restoration but as invited private witness. His frame would not appear on the main plinth. Nathaniel would move him into the small donor conversation before the demonstrations and, if pushed, place him in the room where no sentimental speech could outtalk his shin. His mother would be told only enough that her son would not be publicly paraded like a blessed invalid for Mars subscriptions. It was, in short, an excellent beginning and not nearly enough. On the carriage back, the rain came again. Fine. Persistent. London weather built for rotting good intentions. Nathaniel and I sat opposite one another in silence for 2 streets and 1 turn. Not cold silence. Only the sort that forms after a body has been shown honestly in company and each person is deciding what right the other has newly earned. At last he said, you were correct. That is becoming monotone, he said. Only expensive. There it was again. That dry cadence I was beginning to distrust because it made room in him where I had expected only inheritance and caution. I looked out at the wet glass. About what? About the device. About my sister, about Harbury, about my family's appetite for posture. He folded and unfolded the wet glove once in his hand. And about my own use of delay as if it were neutral. That last one mattered, so I answered it properly. Delay is never neutral, I said. It only decides whose body will carry the weighting. He took that in, then said, after a pause too honest to be decorative, mine already does. No, there, not the whole truth. Enough of it to disturb the air between us. I turned back to him then. His left glove lay in his lap, the hand beneath it quiet. Too quiet. The leg braced under stillness. And suddenly the workshop, the old glove pattern, his family's machinery, Harbury's shin, Augusta's ankle, even Mars' stolen line all sat together in one clear hateful order. He was not merely hiding damage. He had already made accommodation with damage as family utility. That is a more dangerous condition entirely, I said carefully. And were you not telling me? His expression altered. Not anger, shutness. There, at last the door. A great deal, he said, no smile. No evasion dressed as wit. Only fact. I looked at him for one long second, then nodded. Good. Better than a prettier lie. Because rooms are built on what people refuse to say in polished language. And I had no wish to be sentimental enough to think one afternoon, one workshop, and one correctly fitted boot had bought me the whole man. Let him keep one truth back. For now. But as the carriage drew up before Hearth and Company, and the rain ran clean over the steps and the front room lamp shone through the wet glass onto the street, I knew with unpleasant certainty that whatever he had kept was not incidental, and that when it came out, it would not only alter the man. It would alter the terms on which I meant to save exhibition from his family and his family from itself. I knew, as the carriage stopped before Hearth and Company, and the rain laid a thin dark gloss over the street, that whatever Nathaniel had kept back was not incidental. Bell house women and hearth women before them learn the difference early. Some silences are merely masculine vanity put on with the rest of the coat. Some are structural. They sit deeper. They alter how a man stands in a room, what he lets his family make of him, which offers he calls practical, and which humiliations he renames duty. Nathaniel's silence belonged to the second kind. I did not ask again when we stepped down, not because I had ceased to care, because workshops teach patience where bodies are concerned. One may force a confession from a gentleman sooner than a true gait from a badly corrected foot. Both are useless if taken before the structure is ready to bear them. He came in with me by the front, and for the next half hour the house was all ordinary work. Emmy had 3 callers waiting. Aunt was upstairs swearing at a strap line. One old gentleman wanted his cane ferrule re-set because, in his words, it clicked like poverty on good floors. I told him that poverty clicked no matter what one fitted it in and sent him to the bench to wait. Nathaniel stayed in the front room, hat in hand, while I moved through fittings and returns and the little endless salvage by which a trade house remains both solvent and indispensable. Useful for him to see. Men always think women's commercial houses are quiet until they stand in one long enough to learn how much shame, pride, vanity, pain, and arithmetic come through the door under one respectable bonnet. By 2 the rain had thinned to mist. Aunt came down from the cutting room with a packet of invoices under one arm and one of our modified half boots under the other. "You are still here," she said to Nathaniel. "Good, then you may be taken out again. Miss Elling at 3, Barstow's coach yard at 4, and your mother's little reception at 6 if the rich still mean to lie beautifully before dinner." Nathaniel blinked. "My mother's reception." Aunt looked at him over her spectacles. "Do not insult me. Families trying to marry daughters under philanthropic weather always hold a smaller room first to soften the larger one. T. Widow's one military cousin. 3 ladies who praise usefulness in public and count dowries in private. You will be there. Your sister will be there. Mar will be there. The question is only whether Miss Harth goes too." I said go. Nathaniel looked at me not with objection, with calculation already moving. "Yes," he said, "you do." That answered more than the invitation itself, so we set out again. Miss Elling was a dressmaker with a good house in Brook Street and the conscience of a weather vane. She did not make dishonesty. She only fitted it. There is a difference and London runs on it. Her front rooms smelled of pressed silk, damp wool, and expensive women pretending not to have bodies beneath their gowns. She received Nathaniel with deference, me with professional caution, and the day's business with exactly the amount of moral flexibility her account book required. We were shown into the fitting room where 3 half-finished evening gowns stood on forms like women who had died before choosing husbands. Miss Elling smoothed a sleeve and said, "Mr. Vale, your mother sent word that Miss Augusta's dinner gown must be altered for improved ease." "Theer," I said. "What sort of ease?" Her eyes came to me in a way again. "Ordinary ease. No dressmaker uses the word ordinary unless someone richer has tried to make it complicated first." Nathaniel, Miss Elling. She exhaled once through her nose. Mr. Marr suggested a slight lengthening at the left side skirt panel and a greater drape at the ankle. He also recommended a softer fall through the shoulders so that Miss Augusta's line appears less guarded in movement. I could have laughed from sheer contempt. "Appears," I said. Miss Elling's mouth tightened. "Yes." Nathaniel looked at the gown on the nearest form. "He gave these instructions directly." "On what authority?" She gave him the most honest answer available to women in her trade. "On the authority of a gentleman who expects to be obeyed before the ring and celebrated after it." There. Not soft, not false, merely expensive. I moved to the gown and lifted the left hem. Mar's adjustment would do exactly what I had expected, make Augusta's descent look smoother from the front while forcing her to manage more cloth at the weak ankle. Not correction. Camouflage. She would look prettier in pain and less safe on stairs. "Do not make these alterations," I said. Miss Elling looked at Nathaniel. He looked at the hem, then at me, then back to the gown. He said. She nodded once. Fast, relieved perhaps. Dressmakers dislike injuring clients even when they are paid for the privilege. "And if my mother asks," she said, "tell her," said Nathaniel, "that I required the original line." Miss Elling's brows rose the least degree. She understood at once that the family weather had shifted. Good woman. Better worker. As we were leaving, I noticed on the side table a small stack of printed exhibition cards tied in blue silk. Not invitations. Advertisements. The front showed the patriotic emblem. The reverse, beneath the device prizes and the subscription dinner notice, listed future private consultations for ladies and gentlemen of delicate balance, post-traumatic weakness, or elegant restoration needs. On elegant restoration needs there was. Not officers only, not wounded men. Ladies too. Doff wives. Women whose bodies must remain marriageable, staircase safe, dance capable, and pleasingly untroublesome under candlelight. I handed one card to Nathaniel. "This," I said, "is your business model." But he read it once. Then again. His face did not change much. Enough. Mar means to expand from veterans to society families, he said. No, I replied. He means to use veterans to get to society families. Men buy the speeches. Mothers buy the daughters' ankles. He folded the card once and put it in his pocket. No comment. Better. The right anger often enters too cold for speech at first. Barstow's coach yard lay farther west and smelled of varnish rain, horse, and masculine optimism about suspension. If workshops are honest because they cannot afford lies, coach yards are honest because lies crack on wheels too quickly to profit long. Mr. Barstow himself was a thick-necked practical man with grease under the nails and no reverence whatever for title so long as the account was paid before quarter day. He greeted Nathaniel as Sir, and me as Miss Hearth, and that is exactly how one knows a man is serious. We found the carriage in question under the long shed at the back. Not a family coach. One of Mar's demonstration equipages built to show how elegantly an invalid gentleman or, I now saw, an ambitious daughter might enter society without revealing the full cost at the step. The modifications were clever enough to be dangerous. Lower footboard, hidden secondary rail, interior strap placed where a glove hand might find it without looking, and one cursed little spring in the step not for safety, but to soften the impression of hesitation before a watcher's eye. Who ordered this? I asked. Barstow wiped his hand on a rag. Mars people. Then your Mr. Vale's household inquired after similar features last week, Nathaniel said sharply. My household. Barstow shrugged. A maid came. Good bonnet, uncertain temper. Ask what might be done for easier entry for a lady whose ankle was not to look coddled. Augusta course. I stepped onto the footboard, tried the spring, then got down at once. Horrid, I said. Barstow grunted agreement. For roads, yes. For ladies' nerves, no, I said. For women generally. For Nathaniel came nearer. How? The spring teaches delay at the very moment a body needs confidence. I placed one foot again and let the mechanism soften under me. From the pavement, a watcher sees grace, but the body experiences uncertainty. Do it often enough and a woman begins distrusting the step before she reaches it. Barstow looked at me with the solid respect of one workman hearing another tell the truth in the proper noun. That is exactly so. Nathaniel put his hand to the hidden interior strap and understood something all at once I had not yet spoken. This is not for officers, he said. No. I replied. It is for daughters. The rain had stopped entirely by then, and through the open yard gates one could see the late afternoon brightening into that hard, clean London light which makes all hypocrisy sharper instead of gentler. Nathaniel turned back to Barstow. How many? Barstow shrugged again. 2 ordered, 1 delivered when they're finishing. Mar says if the dinner goes well he will want a dozen variants by Christmas for private houses. There, not devices alone then. A whole infrastructure of female concealment dressed as comfort, rotted through exhibition prestige and family endorsement. Miss Augusta Vale with her improved gait at dinner. 1 or 2 admired officers. A charitable speech. Then the city's mothers opening their purses to buy not safety, but a prettier version of difficulty. I looked at Nathaniel and knew he saw the scale now. Good. At last. He asked Barstow for the order book. Barstow handed it over because practical men trust titles only after the title has looked at the mechanism first, and Nathaniel had done that. Better every hour. 1 line for Mar's demonstration carriage. 1 line for private copies. 2 inquiry marks beside female households already known to me by dressmakers' whispers. And lower down, a line that made me go still. Vale House consultation only. Miss A. Movement discretion. I said nothing. Nathaniel saw it, then read it again. His expression remained composed enough for company and wrong enough for me. You did not know, I asked quietly, that I believed. Not because I had begun believing him too easily. Because men lied differently when protecting mothers than when protecting themselves. He closed the book and handed it back to Barstow. No copy is to be built for Vale House. Barstow looked at him, then at me, then at the yard and the sky and whatever private arithmetic coach makers do when rich families begin stepping on their own hems. At the moment, he said carefully, knowing is built. That can remain true if accounts remain civil. I shall keep them civil, said Nathaniel. Good. Another little structural line moved. By 6. As Aunt had predicted, the rich were ready to lie beautifully. Vale House held its little reception in the second drawing room, and with precisely the sort of pressure a family likes to pretend is merely tea. There were flowers enough to imply feeling, not enough to suggest cost. 1 old military colonel. 2 ladies in half mourning. Lady Fenwick, who always comes wherever daughters and money may be smelled in the same room. Mar, of course, in excellent evening black and with the sort of face that would have been handsome had it possessed one private thought in its life. And Augusta, in our boot. Good girl. No one would have noticed from 10 feet away that the line at her left side was less flattering and more honest. Which was precisely the point. Rooms are improved not when they are shocked, but when they fail to get the correct opportunity to admire a lie. Lady Vale received me with the polished civility great women reserve for trades they must publicly acknowledge and privately wish kept in hallways. She wore deep plum, not black, which told me at once that the house's formal mourning had already been converted into useful social shading. Miss Harth, she said, how very practical that you could attend. No. I bowed. Letty Vale. Practicality has been much overworked in your circle this week. Mar heard that. Good. He came to us within 3 minutes, all smooth concern and proprietary warmth toward the family weather. He kissed Augusta's hand, looked at her feet, not directly, but enough, and then to my great satisfaction failed to find the correction he expected in the line. Good man our boot, he said. Miss Harth, I am glad the exhibition has had the benefit of trade expertise. Trade expertise. There, the exact diminution. Not workshop authority. Not mechanical correction. Decorative utility under male sponsorship. I smiled at him because sometimes a woman's teeth should be seen before her knife. And I said, am glad the exhibition has at last had the benefit of engineering. And Nathaniel, from 2 chairs away, did not move. Good. He was listening with his hands today. Mar laughed. False. Useless. Miss Harth, he said. One always hears that workshops believe the room ought to adapt to the body. We in broader public service must sometimes do the reverse. Thier, I said. That is your whole crime in one sentence. The room shifted. Not enough for scandal. Enough for witness. Lady Fenwick looked up from her tea. The colonel ceased polishing his anecdote. Augusta's fingers tightened once on the cup handle. Lady Vale's face did not alter, which meant she had begun to hear risk. Mar said lightly, crime is an extravagant word for charitable design. Not if the design injures. He gave me the smile men use when they believe a woman from trade has become too direct for the room and must now be patted back into scale. Surely, he said, we are not to have a mechanical dispute in my future mother's drawing room. Future mother. There. New engagement announced, perhaps. The house had already begun leaning that way in language. Augusta heard it too. I saw the color change in one cheek and nowhere else. Nathaniel crossed the room then, not fast. Not male savior fast, thank God. Only enough that one knew he had chosen his place and not drifted into it. My mother's drawing room, he said. And the dispute is not mechanical. It is whether your devices mean to serve bodies or reputations. Very good. Mar turned. My dear Vale, you speak as if the two may not often assist one another. There are rooms, I said. Where that sentence would sound merely stupid. Here it is dangerous. A Lady Vale at last intervened, as women like her do when the weather threatens to become public instead of useful. Perceval, she said, all smooth porcelain and controlled nerves. Miss Harth has spent the day in practical inspection. We are all indebted to seriousness. No doubt the dinner tomorrow will give every view its proper proportion. Ah, there it was. Delay. Again. Only wrap now maternal glaze in public room management rather than Nathaniel's private calculus. I looked at her, then at Augusta, then back to Nathaniel. He knew exactly what had just happened. Mother had moved the quarrel one room later in the hope that by then proportion might mean silence. The question was whether he would let it stand. He said, after one measured beat, tomorrow's dinner will have the truth it can bear. No more, no less. Not enough. Not yet. But enough to tell me he knew the room's theft of time for what it was. Mar gave him a long look. You have had an industrious day. And Miss Harth. Nathaniel did not glance at me. Good. Better if the room not see how much had already shifted in workshop hours. Miss Harth remains retained because the day required competence, he said. You may address your objections to me after dinner. Retainer. Retained, not decorative, not useful trade passing through. That Natty Vale heard it. Lady Fenwick heard it. Mar heard it most clearly of all. And Augusta lowered her cup and, in the quietest voice in the room, said Mr. Mar, if the dinner is to celebrate public benevolence toward damaged bodies, perhaps it would be prudent that no one speak for mine without invitation. Not the room stopped. Breathing. Stopped. Good girl. Mar's face changed for the first time that evening. A little too much surprise. A little too little charm left to cover it. Miss Augusta, he said. I should never presume, Wes, she replied. You would. That was almost worth the entire week. Lady Vale turned the color of old ivory and then recovered, because women like her have had practice doing so between one daughter's future and another man's income. Augusta, she said. No, said Nathaniel, only that. But it shifted the whole room, not a scene. Thenner. A family line drawn in public just enough to make retreat impossible and scandal still deniable to the vulgar. Mar smiled again after that, but the line had split. One could see it. And because the room had now given me exactly what I needed, the business model, the female endorsement path, the family tilt, the mother's instinct for delay, the daughter's body as leverage, and the son's still partial resistance, I withdrew before anyone could ask Harth and company to soften the truth into tea. Nathaniel followed me out into the hall. Of course, he said, low enough that the drawing room might still pretend not to have birthed conflict. You were right. That is becoming your evening prayer. No, he said, only the day's evidence. He was too close then for the hall, too aware, too much the man from the workshop, and too little the bannered son from yesterday morning. Not safe. I stepped half a pace back. He noticed. Good. Then he said, tonight. After this, come back to Hearth & Company. I want the books, the devices, the routes, the accounts. All of it compared. There. Part 4. The room he now wanted was not a committee chamber or a drawing room. A workshop. Good. Necessary. Dangerous. I said, and what will I get for another late evening in the company of your family's machinery? He held my gaze. Then, after one breath too honest to be decorative, the truth I did not give you in the carriage, no, there it was, at last, not full, not yet, enough to drag the next hours into sharper line. I inclined my head once, after nodded. Then I went out by the side steps into the wet dark and left him to finish his mother's tea with the patent peacock and the daughter now standing, quite literally, on better terms than the family had intended. At 8 precisely he came back to Hearth & Company, not by accident, not by family drift, not with the elegant lateness men use when they hope a woman's temper will do half their work for them by stewing first. Precisely. Good. That was one point in favor before he had even crossed the threshold. The shop was shut by then. Front shutters in place. Lamps lowered. Emmy gone home. Aunt upstairs in her room with an account book, a shawl, and the expression of a woman who means to let younger fools make their own discoveries so long as they do not set fire to the premises in doing so. I had the cutting room to myself, the ledgers laid open, the copied exhibition card on the table, and every intention of extracting what he had promised before midnight made saints of cowards. He entered carrying no papers. Interesting. A man coming empty-handed to a workshop at night either means confession or stupidity. I had already decided Nathaniel Vale was not stupid. Miss Hearth, he said. Mr. Vale, his eyes went first to the table. Good. Not to me. Better. One route ledger open. One client book. One copy of the exhibition donor sheet. One of Mara's advertising car and child's practice shoe. One returned glove rig. And in the center, because I had chosen to make the point properly visible, the old hearth glove pattern and the altered exhibition version laid side by side like honest work in its better-dressed thief. He took off his gloves slowly this time. Also good. A man who expects to use his hands in a room speaks better in it than one who means only to negotiate with the mouth. You asked for the books, I said. You asked for the truth. One of those answers lies on the table. The other is still in your coat. That landed. He did not smile. Good. Instead, he set the gloves down and crossed to the worktable. Which shall we begin with? The one that cannot run away. The books, then. I inclined my head once, sensibly cowardly. If I were fully cowardly, I would not be here. No, that was true enough to let stand. So I turned the route ledger toward him and put my finger at the week's entries. Harbury House, Miss Partridge, Augusta Vale, private fitting, exhibition inspection, Major Ellis, no public stare. One uncollected return from a widower who still hoped prayer might make his hand improve without leather. Nathaniel read them all. Then read the older weeks too, because he had by now learned that workshops do not confess in dramatic clusters like family scandals. They confess in repetition, children's heel alterations. Widows' gloves returned. Clergy daughters fitted to church and not to pleasure. One retired naval captain needing a dining glove that would let him cut beef before mail company without assistance. A young woman from Islington whose shoulder brace was paid for by an aunt who requested no invoice sent to the father. He looked up. This is larger than I thought. That phrase is becoming expensive too. It should. He rested one hand on the open page. Aunt Mara's made a move from officers into this entire field. No, I said. Not into. Over it. There is a difference. We fit need. He fits shame. That one stayed with him a moment. Then he asked, how long before a workshop line becomes visible in a room? On a woman, 3 steps if the room is trained. 1 staircase if it is not. And on a man, longer. Men are permitted more incompetence before society calls it body instead of temperament. His mouth altered fractionally. That sounds bitter. It is trade. He accepted that as he now accepted most things from me, I happen only correctly. I showed him the client book next. Not names first. Categories. Cateching only. Walking only. Dining use. Cards and correspondence. Carriage entry. Dancing if unavoidable. No stairs after dark. No hill streets in rain. No sympathy visits in new footwear. His fingers moved once over the page and stopped beside that last line. No sympathy visits in new footwear, he said. Because grieving women will lie themselves lame before they let a room see a fresh support. He looked at me. You have a rule for that. I have rules for everything London thinks should be solved by courage. Again, that almost smile. Again, dangerous. He turned another page, then another. At last, he said, Mara's exhibition does not only copy your workshop, it copies your categories. Theer, I said. No, you are beginning to deserve the tea. I poured it because he had earned at least that much, and because the room had gone too quiet for anger alone to keep it upright. He took the cup and stood with it rather than sitting. A mistake. I waited. 2 minutes perhaps. 3. Then I said, no, the coat. He looked up sharply enough that, had he been any other sort of man, I might have enjoyed it more. The truth in it. I clarified. Yes. he said after a moment. I knew what you meant. I was not sure. That is insulting. That is the workshop. He set down the cup, deliberately, then removed his coat. There are moments in a room when dignity becomes not a performance but a joint labor. One does not speak foolishly into them if one can help it. His waistcoat sat well enough while he stood still. Less well when he reached behind to lay the coat over the chair. The left shoulder did not fail. Worse, it compensated. The line tightened through the back and then relaxed too late, which meant the body had taught itself one answer too thoroughly and the clothes had grown civilized around it. I said before I could soften it by instinct. Not the hand first. His eyes came to mine. No. The shoulder, then the hand, then the leg. A pause. Then with more trust than I would have advised in either of us. Show me. I came around the table. Not near enough to blur. Only near enough to work. The waistcoat seam at the left shoulder had been let out once and taken in again by a good family valet trying not to call a body by its proper difficulties. The sleeve hung slightly finer at the cuff than the rest of the coat would have required, which told me the hand beneath had once needed more from the fabric than the room was allowed to know. Raise it, I said. Not fully. He dare. The line caught at the shoulder blade and the hand went quiet before the wrist followed. Not pain then. Pattern. Old enough to be integrated. Still new enough to irritate under strain. I after the hand. No, the shoulder. He looked past me, not at me. Brussels? He said. A fall. From what? A horse. I said. That brought his gaze back. No, he repeated. No cavalry officer in Brussels says a horse unless the truth is uglier or funnier. Which? For one dangerous instant I thought he might laugh. Instead he said, a carriage axle. I blinked once. That is better. It does not feel better. No, I said. Only less heroic. That finally did win me the smallest real change in his mouth. Good. Useful. I touched the shoulder seam through the shirt. Not skin. Not yet. Enough. The compensation had hardened there too. This was not a fresh gentleman's complaint from the season. This was a body long accustomed to behaving as if it had never once had the right to fully heal because rooms, family, and usefulness had all intervened first. Who fitted the first correction? I asked. A military maker. Then another in London. Then Mars people improved the glove and offered to improve the rest, and you let them. Why? This time he answered without delay. Because House was tired of visible convalescence. There. Not family. Not mother. Not abstraction. The house. That one word told me how long he had been carrying it as structure rather than as event. I moved to the hand next. He had already omitted it. Still, men hide differently once the fingers are under the light. Glove off. He removed it. The same hand as yesterday, but now I had leave to look properly. The thickening at the wrist. 2 fingers a degree slower to answer. The palm line tight under the thumb. Not mutilated. Manageable. The cruelest category again. A hand well enough for rooms and badly enough to require strategy every hour. I picked up Aunt's old pattern and Mars' improved copy and laid them beside his hand. The exhibition version forces elegance through extension, I said. Or supports grip first and appearance second. That is what you said yesterday. Yes, now I say it to the owner. He did not flinch. Good man. I touched the base of his thumb with 1 finger. He did flinch then. Barely enough. The pain is there still. Not all day. That was not the question. His mouth tightened. Every day, he said there. The cost in plain language. At last. I stepped back then because one must not keep touching a truth once it has finally been offered honestly. He put the glove back on more slowly than he had removed it. Then, before I asked, he said, the leg was earlier. That surprised me. Not because he was damaged in more than one place. I had known that already. Because he had chosen sequence himself. I said nothing. He went on. Spain. Bad set after fever. Worse after the return. Not dramatic enough for sympathy. Just enough to make stairs long-standing and wet weather tiresome. Which is perhaps why no one in my family learned to treat it as real. No, there it was. The deeper truth from the carriage. Not one hidden injury. A whole body reorganized into family utility because nothing in it had become romantic enough to command permanent permission. I said very carefully, and he knew of the hand, guessed at the leg, offered improvement to both without naming either aloud. He gave one hard little breath. He is very good at making a body feel complicit in its own concealment. Yes, that was the sentence. Better than any anger. Because it named the true theft not merely patterns from workshops, but the moral leverage by which polished men persuade others to call comfort vanity and adaptation shame until both may be sold back to them under better brass. I went to the final item. His expression altered again. Not refusal, preparation. He set the cup aside, loosened the left boot and stepped out of it. Then, with that same exhausted decency that has ruined many women before me, and would no doubt try its hand on me if I let it. This is as far as Bell House honor may go tonight. No, I said. Hearth honor. Do keep your categories in order. The line helped. for both of us. He stood in stockinged feet on the cutting room floor while I watched him take 3 steps, then turn, then step onto the little practice block by the wall where we make children and gentlemen admit the truth about stairs under safer conditions than the stairs themselves provide. There it was. The left side took weight correctly enough on the first step and lied on the second. He did not limp. Worse, he moved like a man who has taught himself precision where other people are allowed clumsiness. A room would call it reserve. A workshop would call it compensation before the rain sets in. I stop, I said. He did. Then, without flourish, said, well, you are not improved by Mar. You are maintained by habit. You have been using the wrong support for too long because it lets family rooms think you are harder than you are. A beat. Then, yes. Good. I went to the shelf and took down a plain brace. Not elegant. Not grotesque either. Designed for hidden steadiness under correct trousers and meant for men who would rather die than be seen grateful to lither. This, I said. He looked at it. Ugly, if publicative, only to God and valets. That nearly smiled him again. Nearly, I held it out. You may try it. No speeches. No false pride about taking a workshop line meant for his exact sin. I fitted it, not kneeling this time, not as in the exhibition room. Here we stood. 2 adults in a cutting room under lamplight with ledgers open, leather on the table, rain drying at the window, and the truth at last arranged in practical order between us. The brace sat lower, broader, less flattering. Good. When he stepped onto the practice block again, the difference was immediate. Not miraculous. Bell House women do not believe in miracles where bodies are concerned, only in better distribution. The second step no longer lied. The turn did not betray him into false stillness. He came down and stood looking at me with the expression of a man who has not yet decided whether to be relieved or furious at having been handled honestly after too many genteel improvements. Didn't he asked, if you must stand long, and will the room see? Wes, I said, it will see a man less decorative by half an inch. That is all. That sounds survivable. It is the beginning of all decent engineering. We were too close then. Nothing foolish had happened. That was almost worse. A room may recover from foolishness. It takes longer to recover from accuracy desired in another person's hands. So I moved first, again, and went back to the table, where the donor sheet, the client ledgers, Augusta's line, the advertisement cards, and Mars copied patterns lay open like the anatomy of a very well-dressed crime. Now, I said, the exhibition's true danger. He came after a second and leaned over the table beside me, not touching, not needing to. Is not merely the bad devices. It is not even the theft. It is repeated public misinstruction. I tapped the demonstration schedule. 1 man nearly falls and is applauded. 1 child is removed too late. 1 daughter is dressed to look easier on a weak ankle. 1 captain is set in a frame that teaches him a worse gait. 1 dinner turns all of that into elegance and national feeling. Then the city copies the wrong lesson. He did not interrupt. Good, I went on. Mar is not selling devices. He is teaching rooms how to misread bodies. That is larger, cheaper to distribute, and harder to kill by mere scandal. Nathaniel straightened very slowly. Yes, he said at last. That word came from much deeper than agreement. From the place in him where his own family's habits, his own body's concealment, and the exhibition's public grammar had at last become one mechanism instead of 3 separate inconveniences. I said, so tomorrow's dinner cannot merely remove a frame or 2. It must damage the lesson. He looked at me then. Not the workshop woman, not the tradesperson, not even the retained expert he had brought in for a day and a dinner. Only me, he asked. There it was. The question that truly mattered. I laid 1 finger on the schedule card for the Donner dinner, then on the exhibition program, then on Harbury's line, Augusta's consultation note, and finally on Mars' future household commission mark. By making function answer performance in the same room, I said. By bringing the wrong bodies together under the right witness. By forcing Mar to stand beside what his devices actually do, not what his speeches claim. And by ensuring that when the room finally sees the truth, it cannot blame the workshop and go back to its pudding. That stayed between us, said very quietly. You have already designed it. No, I replied. Only begun. His mouth chained again. That almost smile. This time I did smile back. Only mistake perhaps. He saw it. Also a mistake. Then from upstairs Aunt dropped something heavy enough to shake the boards, and the room remembered itself properly. Good. Bless her. Nathaniel looked back down at the table. Then we begin with the dinner. And after, the exhibition. And Mar. Wet we let him improve himself into ruin. That one he did laugh at, low and brief and far too human for comfort. Then he sobered again and looked at the brace still set against his leg, the plain useful line of it under correct cloth, and said, there is one more truth. Of course there was. I said nothing. He went on. My mother knows more than I told you, there. Not about the devices perhaps, about the family mechanism. Augusta. Mar. The reason delay had been so tempting. How much? I asked. She knows the dinner is meant to settle matters. She knows Mars devices flatter Augusta's line. She knows the exhibition has been useful to our name. A pause. And she believes, perhaps not wrongly, that if the thing collapses publicly before a replacement structure exists, my sister will pay first. But no, that was not simple maternal vanity then. Worse, real fear twisted into the usual upper-class cowardice of preferring soft injury privately to visible humiliation publicly. I said, then she is not entirely wrong. No, he said. Which is why I did not tell you in the carriage. I wanted one clean villain and did not yet know whether my mother would permit the luxury. That was a better sentence than I wanted from him, which meant I had to answer it honestly. So now, he met my eyes. Now I know the structure is larger and therefore that she must be handled, not merely opposed. Good. No heroic son nonsense then. Better, more difficult. I nodded once. Good. And because there are evenings when even a workshop cannot hold two people bent over the same crime, the same body, the same family, and the same dangerous recognition without requiring some clear line before they go on, I added. That was the correct truth. Ah, he understood at once which truth I meant. Not the hand, the leg, not even the mother. The one from the carriage. The one kept back until the room could bear it. Thank you, he said. No more than that. Also correct. We worked another hour after, setting the first skeleton of tomorrow and the next day. Who must be moved? Who must be witnessed? What must be publicly seen? What must be kept from being turned into a sentimental side note by ladies with perfect cuffs and no engineering in them at all? When at last he left, it was past 10. He put on his coat slowly, the new brace hidden beneath the line of his trousers, the glove on his left hand fitting with slightly less strain, and the Dunner dinner card in his pocket beside Augusta's note. At the door he said, Miss Harth. Yes, if tomorrow I choose the room too early again, you will. That almost drew the smile. Almost, he said, then stop me. I looked at him a long moment. Not because I doubted my willingness. Only because I was beginning to doubt the cost of doing it. I always do, I said. He inclined his head once and went out into the wet London night. I stood a while longer in the cutting room after the door shut, with the ledgers open, Mars' future commission mark staring up from the page, and the workshop still smelling of leather, tea, and the sort of truth that never enters drawing rooms until women force it in by the correct seam. Tomorrow then, the mother, the daughter, the peacock, and a man now standing on better engineering than his family had ever deserved from any house in trade. Good. Let him see what it costs to remain upright when the room stops lying for him. Chapter 3: A House Made Convenient. By 8 o'clock the subscription dinner had seated money according to its moral vanity. That is always the true arrangement, whatever names are written on the cards. The exhibition hall below had been dressed for national feeling all week. The dinner room above was dressed for ownership. Long tables in a hollow square, white candles, silver polished hard enough to make virtue visible in the reflection. Dark greenery arranged low so no one might be denied the pleasure of watching other people's consciences across the flowers. At the head, the donor board. Along the sides titled military men, clergymen, 3 ladies who collect causes in seasons, and the businessmen who pay for patriotic sentiment only if it may be carried home afterward in contracts. The room smelled of beeswax, wet wool, hot food, and the sort of masculine confidence that always precedes an error in public. I had come as Miss Harth of Harth and Company, not hidden, not decorative, not thanked into silence at the edge of another man's project. Nathaniel had kept that bargain, at least in the seating. My card sat not in the servant's sympathy margin and not among the ladies likely to mistake workshop competence for grimy novelty. He had placed me halfway down the right side, near Lady Evers. No, not Evers in this book. I corrected myself inwardly. Too many rooms make one reuse the wrong dead women if one is tired, and beside Mrs. Fenwick, who knew enough London to understand useful scandal without ever having to touch the leather that produced it. Good, dangerous, necessary. Nathaniel sat farther up between the bishop's cousin and a colonel with one admirable eye and 2 deplorable opinions. Augusta sat near her mother and 2 places from Mar, which told me at once the family still hoped the evening might somehow prove both forms at once daughter and contract, public benevolence and private arrangement, truth and comfort. Families always do. That is why workshops remain employed. Mar had dressed for morning respectability and triumphant commerce at the same time. Black evening coat. White linen exactly right. 1 jet pin, which ought to have been tasteful and was only strategic. He looked like the sort of man mothers trust because he speaks softly of bodily inconvenience while pricing it in his head by household tier. I distrust such men before they sit. Lady Vale presided with the composure of a woman who had decided, sometime around noon perhaps, that dinner itself must now perform the labor her son had so rudely refused to leave to the softer rooms. She had spoken to me at arrival with perfect civility and no warmth. Good. Warmth from women like her is usually a form of purchase. Civility may at least be costed honestly. The first course had gone round with no greater violence than a baronet from Surrey insisting on gratitude where engineering would have done far better. The toasts had not yet begun. Good. Toasts are where truth goes to be gilded and then throttled. I had been taking the room's measure rather than the food's when I saw it. Not on a plinth. Worse. In use. Mrs. Fenwick, seated opposite the military colonel, had set down her spoon and reached for the stem of her wineglass with the aid of a little black silk loop fitted around the palm and first finger. A support, so discreet most of the room but it only as fashionable restraint and not as bodily assistance at all. The loop itself had been covered in fine ribbon. The line beneath it, though, was mine. Or rather aunt's and then mine after I had altered it 6 years ago for a gentleman who wished to hold a pen at dinner without appearing instructed by his own hand. Mare had taken the line, narrowed the palm, softened the strap, prettied the visible turn, and sold it upward into feminine evening use. There are angers which feel hot. This one did not. It felt exact. I set down my fork. Nathaniel, from 4 places above and across the candlelight, saw it at once. Not what I had seen. Only that I had seen something. Again, dangerous man. Very nearly useful too. Mrs. Fenwick noticed my stillness and followed my gaze. She looked at her own hand then and smiled faintly. Yes, she murmured under the cover of the next dish being set down. One of Mar's little evening mercies. My thumb has become more conservative than I am. A mercies. No, I said very quietly. May I ask when you were fitted? 3 weeks ago. Why? Because the thing on her hand had been stolen from a workshop line designed for endurance and made into a drawing, room aid delicate enough to flatter her and weak enough to fail by Christmas if used honestly. Because it meant Mar had moved faster into private female trade than even I had thought. Because once ladies at dinner begin wearing your work prettied into secrecy, the city is not far behind. Instead I said, how long may you use it before the base of the thumb begins to protest? Mrs. Fenwick's eyes sharpened at once, not because she mistrusted me. Because women who live long enough among discomfort learn to respect anyone who guesses it's timetable without being invited. You know the line, she said. It bites after cards. Of course it did. I inclined my head once. Then it has been improved for the room and not for the hand. Across the table she stared at me. Then, very slowly, looked down at the little silk loop again with fresh dislike. Interesting, she said. Yes. Quite. Nathaniel's attention had shifted fully now. Mar was speaking to Augusta and one of the older ladies beside her. Lady Vale was listening to the bishop's cousin praise patriotic enterprise in exactly the sort of phrases men use when they mean to approve expenditure without understanding its objects. No one else had yet marked the small thing on Mrs. Fenwick's hand, which made it mine. I said, do not mention it yet. Her brows rose. Yet. Not if you wish the room to hear the sentence in the correct order. Mrs. Fenwick, to my satisfaction, smiled without kindness. Miss Harth, you improve rapidly under scandal. No, I said, only under theft. She accepted that too. Good woman. The second evidence came 5 minutes later. Lady Vale's maid moved behind Augusta's chair to adjust the drape at the left side of her skirt. A small ordinary service act. Nothing. Except that the maid used exactly the compensating lift a hearth fitter would use when a woman's left ankle must not be asked to negotiate too much cloth at the turn. Mar's people had not only taken our support logic, they had begun teaching household maids how to make women's difficultly disappear into dinner line. That was larger. Far larger. The room did not yet know it sat inside a commercial grammar of female concealment. I did. Mar did. Nathaniel was beginning to. Good. Bad. Useful. I watched Augusta as the next course came in. She had chosen our boot. Better girl. She was more upright in it. Less smooth perhaps in the line the room expects from daughters under scrutiny, but safer by half an inch and therefore more herself. Mare noticed too. I knew by the way his gaze dropped once to the hem and then returned to her face with increased softness, the sort of softness men deploy when recalculating. He had expected his boot. He had not got it, which meant he would now try to recover through words. There are men who seduce with admiration. Mar seduced with arrangement. I dislike that kind most. It ruins women for months before they realize they have agreed to anything at all. Nathaniel had gone quieter again. Not the earlier stillness of public discipline. Something sharper, counting perhaps. Cards, positions, objects, lines of speech. Who had seen what? He met my eyes once over the candles and then, very slightly, glanced toward Mrs. Fenwick's hand. There. He had seen the first theft too. I gave the smallest possible inclination of my head. Yes, that one. He looked away immediately and turned back to the colonel at his side just as the man began some dreadful story about cavalry grit and young England. Good. A gentleman who learns to keep his face from confessing before the wrong witnesses may yet become useful to a workshop without having to be made entirely from the bones up. The first speech began after the fish. Of course. The chair of the exhibition board rose, made grateful reference to sacrifice, national feeling, restored usefulness, private benevolence, public duty, and the happy marriage of engineering and moral purpose. I had heard every sentence before in 10 other forms and liked none of them better for repetition. Men love speaking of restoration because it lets them admire damage after it has been dressed properly enough not to trouble the pudding. Then came the bishop's cousin, then the colonel. Then, because no bad evening should be allowed to remain incomplete, Mr. Pike. There he was. Not quite family solicitor in this world perhaps, but near enough in soul that the species was unchanged. Mr. Pike had the narrow shoulders and broadened caution of a man who has spent his adult life turning other people's improprieties into acceptable paper before breakfast. He stood near the head, one hand on the back of the chair, and made a speech in praise of prudence, structure, national gratitude, and the human refinement of adaptation. I nearly choked on the phrase, human refinement. Yes, that was exactly how one sold a hearth pattern back to rich women under ribbon and called the theft social progress. As Pike spoke, a footman went round replenishing wine. When he reached Augusta, Mar rose slightly and took her glass from the servant's hand before the boy could lean too near the left side. He did it with excellent timing, perfect manners, and the sort of quiet bodily management that in another man might have looked attentive. In Merritt looked proprietary. Nathaniel saw that too. The room might still have been saved into a soft lie had nothing further happened. One could imagine it, a dinner of careful phrases, a few private warnings afterward, devices withdrawn slowly, hearth and company paid discreetly, Augusta's situation handled behind better curtains. Nathaniel, I think, had entered the room hoping some version of that might still be had. Then the military colonel asked, loudly enough for half the square table to hear, whether the ladies of England would soon have their own restoration line, now that the gentlemen had been so nobly benefited. That did it, because the room laughed, not cruelly, worse, easily. And Mrs. Fenwick, perhaps from pain, perhaps from intelligence, perhaps because women of her age tire of protecting men from the meanings of their own jokes, lifted her gloved hand and said, "It appears we already have. Only I suspect Miss Harth knows more of it than the board." The whole room shifted. Not much. Enough. Lady Vale's face did not move, which meant trouble had begun. Augusta went still. Mar turned his head very carefully, as if he had been expecting another line of conversation altogether, and found himself, to his temporary inconvenience, in the presence of the real one. Pike smiled in that dreadful narrow way of men who believe a room may still be managed if only the female interruption is turned quickly enough into mild amusement. "Miss Harth," he said, "has been most generously assisting our technical review." "No, that would not do." I said, "Not review. Trige." The word landed in the china. Mar gave a little laugh. "Miss Harth prefers sharper nouns. Only where bodies have had the duller ones too long. Aunt would have approved of that one, or charged me for using it at dinner." The colonel frowned. "Trige. Surely we are not speaking of battlefield urgency over supper." "No," I said, "only of the point at which decorative engineering begins teaching households the wrong lesson fast enough to injure them by Christmas." A silence then. Not total. Rooms never fall silent entirely while servants are moving. Enough. Nathaniel did not interrupt. Good, he let the line stand. Even better. Mrs. Fenwick set down her wineglass and, with admirable cruelty, said, "This little support on my hand, for example. Mar's people sold it to me as elegant assistance. Miss Harth has just informed me it is a room device and not a hand device. There, public now." Mar still smiling. "Interesting. Dangerous. My dear Mrs. Fenwick, all adaptation must begin by becoming socially wearable or no one will use it at all." And there it was. The creed. Not bodies first, adoption first, rooms first. Function later if one can still charge for it after the testimonials. I said, "That sentence is exactly how women end by being injured in Pritchard lines." Pike moved in at once. "Of perhaps," he said. "This may better be handled after dinner, when technical distinctions." "Good girl," said Augusta. All heads turned. She had not spoken loudly. She did not need to. Daughters in rooms such as that carry their own amplification. "No," she said again, setting down her spoon with care enough to count as breeding and force enough to count as intention. "If the room is to joke about ladies' restoration lines while Mr. Mar is fitting them in practice and Miss Harth is being called technical as if she were one more dinner instrument, then I should prefer the distinctions before the pudding," Lady Vale said very softly. "Augusta, there are whole wars in the way certain mothers say their daughters' names." Augusta turned her head. "Mother, Mr. Mar has already altered my gown line, my stare line, and my silence. He is not to have the dessert as well." That one did not merely stop the room. It broke the first skin of it. The colonel blinked. Mrs. Fenwick looked delighted. Pike looked ill in the professional way. Mar's face remained composed because men like him survive first contact with truth by pretending they had arranged the occasion. Nathaniel had gone very still, not because he opposed her, because he knew the cost had now reached the table itself. "Good, let it," Mar said with all the offended gentleness money can buy. "Miss Augusta, I think you mistake practical solicitude for intrusion." "No," I said. "That is your preferred market distinction." The rest of us are beginning to hear better. He turned to me then, full at last. Miss Harth, he said, you have spent one day among our arrangements and speak as if trade had invented moral authority. No, I replied. Trade invented invoices. Moral authority came later, when gentlemen began stealing from workshops and calling it philanthropy. That went all the way through him. Good, Nathaniel rose. Not fast. Again, God, no storming. No public male valor. Only one man in black evening coat standing because the room had reached the point where sitting further would have been a lie. The servants froze by instinct. Lady Vale did not move. Augusta's hand on the table edge tightened once and then relaxed. Pike's eyes went immediately calculating, already writing the next room in his head. Nathaniel said, Mr. Marr, before this proceeds another inch under the wrong language, there are matters requiring clarification. The hinge. The room held on it. Marr remained seated, inter-choice. Surely, he said, clarification may wait until we are not entertaining ladies. There. All of it in one line. The ladies as decoration, the workshop as technical, the daughter as arrangement, the body as later business after the wine. I heard Augusta draw breath. I heard Mrs. Fenwick's little gasp of delighted disgust. I heard my own temper arrive at the curb and decide not to wait for invitation. But I did not speak first. Because this time it mattered what Nathaniel chose, with the whole room watching. And because whatever he said next would tell me not merely how the dinner would proceed, but whether yesterday's workshop honesty had changed anything beyond the cut of his brace and the fit of his glove. He looked at Marr, at Augusta, then at his mother, then, finally, at me, and I knew, even before he opened his mouth, that the room had now reached the precise point where a man may either choose truth badly for women or delay it politely and call the wound prudence. And I knew, even before he opened his mouth, that the room had now reached the precise point where a man may either choose badly for women or delay it politely and call the wound prudence. Nathaniel looked at Marr, then at Augusta, then at his mother, then finally at me, and said, no more devices will be demonstrated publicly until the exhibition board completes a private review of all technical lines, fitting sources, and pattern origins. There? Not truth. Procedure. The room breathed again at once. Of course it did. Rooms love review. Review sounds orderly. Review promises the rich that embarrassment may yet be sorted quietly into compartments where no one need lose dinner. Review is one of the words men use when they mean let us not yet decide who is to bleed for this. Pike moved before the sentence had even properly settled. Yes, he said, relief already smoothing his narrow face. Quite right. We're entirely proper. A private technical review conducted promptly will preserve both the exhibition's dignity and the confidence of those families. There it was. Not bodies, not women, families. Marr leaned back in his chair with a look almost like modest injury. I might have struck him with the soup spoon. Mr. Vale is wise, he said. One does not expose useful national work to misunderstanding merely because certain workshop distinctions have been raised too vigorously over table. Workshop distinctions. No, that would not do either. But before I could open my mouth, Lady Vale spoke for the first time since Esta's excellent destruction of dessert. Wes, she said, in that calm, polished voice which means a woman has just seen her world slip and means to place the furniture across the gap before anyone lower-born notices. A review is precisely what is needed. We are all indebted to Miss Harth for her diligence, of course, but matters touching design provenance, public demonstration, and private family consultations cannot be tried in the middle of dinner as though engineering were scandal. Engineering, scandal. And there it was all at once. The workshop pushed downward into technicality, the family lifted upward into injured dignity. The daughters and clients turned back into the background where they might continue paying in body while the proper people reviewed the ideas over coffee. I said nothing. Not because I had nothing to say, because I wanted the room to hear the exact shape of his choice without my voice softening or sharpening it too soon. Mrs. Fenwick looked from Nathaniel to me with the clear, bright interest of a woman who understands perfectly well when another woman has just been placed in a smaller box for public convenience. Augusta had gone still beside her mother, not in obedience now but in disbelief, so disciplined it almost looked like composure. Marr's left hand relaxed on the tablecloth. One finger. No more. Enough, Nathaniel continued, and with every word the wound became cleaner. Miss Harth's observations will be taken seriously, he said. Harth and Company will provide comparative workshop notes and pattern assessments to the board tomorrow morning. Mr. Marr's lines the public supports, and any overlapping workshop logic will be examined privately. No household name will be attached to speculation tonight. And no client or family will be exposed before distinctions are properly drawn. No client or family, I nearly laughed, because it was Bell House all over again, only in better cloth. No client exposed. Good. Yes, no family exposed. Better for them. No workshop named as authority. Worse. Harth and Company reduced in the room to provider of notes, technical supplier. Evidence basket. The useful woman at table made smaller again so the real structures could be preserved one more course. Mar heard that. Perfect. Of course he did. So prudent, he said. So, I am entirely content to submit my designs to proper review. Miss Harth's trade eye will no doubt prove most enlightening when set beside the larger context of charitable adaptation. A trade eye, not source, not wronged house. Trade eye, something attached to cloth and habit, not structure and claim. Pike nodded at once, eager creature. Exactly. There may be misunderstandings of sequence. Similar lines are common in practical trades. What matters is that the board distinguish inspiration from impropriety without public haste. A there. Inspiration. Not bodily harm, not copied grammar of concealment, only inspiration, the polite upper-class word for taking what poorer houses know and improving it into contract. That was when Mrs. Fenwick saved me from saying something that would have required clergy and perhaps a mop. Inspiration, she said, lifting the little silk support on her hand. How lucky for my thumb. It seems to have been inspired into pain. Good woman. The colonel, who had spent the last 10 minutes looking as if every female sentence made his own chair less safe, grunted into his wine. If a frame throws a man on stairs, I call that more than inspiration. Amar turned to him with exactly the kind of smooth, injured patience I have come to associate with men who build their fortunes by forcing other people's discomfort into gratitude. My dear colonel, any new system requires acclamation. No, I said. All heads turned. I finally looked directly at Nathaniel. He had gone very still now. But it was not the useful stillness from workshops and fitting rooms. This was the colder thing. The thing men do after choosing the public instrument they think least ruinous and then discovering, too late, that the room heard the choice better than they intended. No. I repeat it. Bodies require engineering, rooms require acclamation. You have just chosen the second over the first. Silence. Lady Vale said. Miss Harth? I think Mr. Vale has chosen the only responsible course. Wes, I said, turning to her. Responsible to whom? That landed more widely than I meant it to. Good. Lady Vale's face did not move at all. That was how I knew it had struck. Women like her are never more motionless than when someone lower born has asked the one question they usually arrange the room to keep unnamed. Nathaniel said quietly, Miss Harth. No title in it. Worse. An appeal to shared work inside a room where he had just made me smaller. I looked at him. Not forgiving. Not theatrical. Only exact. He went on, and now because the whole table watched him, every syllable came measured too carefully. If this is done badly tonight, Harbury is exposed before his mother is protected. Augusta is drawn into the wrong discussion under the wrong language. And every client who has ever relied on practical adaptation in private is made available to gossip and imitation by breakfast. True. Entirely true. That was what made it intolerable. Because bad public truth can destroy women faster than lies do. Because he was not wrong in consequence. Only in where had placed the cost. I said, and Harth & Co. His face changed then. Barely. Enough. He knew. Of course he knew. He said, no suspicion attaches to your house. No, that would not do at all. Pike moved instantly, eager to help, which is how one knows a thing is nearly ruinous. Certainly not, he said. Harth & Company has been most useful in bringing technical concerns to light. It would be absurd to imagine the workshop itself implicated merely because some lines appear to have migrated informally through lower trade channels. The knife lower trade channels, not once named by Nathaniel. Worse now because the room could hear it from another mouth while the family line held. The room shifted. Not loudly. Good rooms do not gasp when class is used to wound a woman in public. They merely begin storing the phrase for later. Mrs. Fenwick's eyes sharpened. Augusta looked ready to drop the dessert spoon at Pike's forehead. Mar, damn him, did not smile. He had no need. The work was being done for him. And that was the moment the fracture landed. Not when Nathaniel called for review. Not when Lady Vale named engineering as non-scandal. Not even when Mar turned theft into inspiration. No, here. When Pike made Harth & Company into lower trade channels, and Nathaniel did not cut him off quickly enough to save the room from hearing it. I felt the wound go through me cleanly enough to almost admire its workmanship. Nathaniel said then, sharply, Mr. Pike. Far too late. Pike stopped, startled not by conscience but by timing. He had overstepped before the room had been fully softened, that was all. Men like him never regret the cut, only the witness order. Nathaniel's voice was colder now, better, uselessly better. That phrase is not to be used again. No, it was already in the room. Mrs. Fenwick looked at me, and in that glance I could see exactly what every intelligent woman at table now understood. Harth & Company would be asked tomorrow for notes, patterns, comparisons, perhaps private presence in committee. But tonight, in public memory, it had already been named as trade useful. Technical, suspicious by proximity, not fully of the room. That is how houses are made convenient. Augusta said quietly, Christopher, not brotherly softness. Warning. He heard it. Good, then did the wrong thing better. Harth & Company remains under my direct confidence, he said. Under. There. Again. The rich never know when they are still speaking of women like property until the sentence is already out and breathing. Mar leaned one elbow on the table, easy as prayer. As it should. We all benefit when good practical houses are guided properly through larger philanthropic structures. Mrs. Fenwick laughed outright at that and did not care who heard. Gooded, she said. How tenderly men rename theft at dinner. The colonel said, "Ein pain, a good man, if deplorable elsewhere." Lady Vale set down her wine glass with a precision that would have terrified lesser daughters for years. We are becoming disorderly. No, we are becoming truthful. And she hated the distinction because truth at table does not know how to respect mothers whose sons and daughters are both being used in different currencies. I turned to Nathaniel once more, not because I wanted to, because he had earned the full line. In the fitting room, I said very quietly, though the room still heard because silence had deepened enough to carry teaspoons. You ask for the correct report and not the family-saving fiction. A pause. Then, Wes. This is the family-saving fiction, he flinched. Not outwardly to anyone else perhaps, to me yes. Good. Let him feel it in the correct place, he said, still low. No. It is the least destructive order. There is a difference, I said, between least destructive and least costly to you. And there it was. The one sentence that made the whole table stop pretending it had not become a room about class, daughterhood, trade, and whose body gets used to bear delay. Lady Vale said, Miss Harth, you forget yourself. No, I replied without looking at her. Only the hierarchy. That one should perhaps have stayed in the workshop. Too late, it went all the way through the flowers. Mar sat back. Lady Vale went white only at the temples. Pike looked as if he might die from the impropriety and call it duty in his last breath. Augusta, bless her forever, did not move at all, which was the strongest possible endorsement a daughter may give another woman under maternal artillery. Mrs. Fenwick looked as though Christmas had come early and in excellent black. Nathaniel spoke before Lady Vale could. Not fast enough to save me, fast enough to save the room from becoming unrecoverable. Miss Harth will not be spoken to as though she were a servant under rebuke. There, good. Too late, again. He rose one step in my esteem and remained an entire staircase below where I wanted him. Lady Vale said, she is speaking in my house as if workshops are not to be used as quiet laundering grounds for upper room embarrassment, I said. Now there was no going back. Good, better perhaps. The room had to break properly if it was to be rebuilt at all. Mar stood then, of course. When women make truth too material, men rise to soften it with height. Miss Harth, he said, if your concern is that Harth and Company not be confused with the wider adaptation movement, then let us be generous. Tomorrow's review can formally recognize your house as a consulted trade source whose practical categories inform parts of the exhibition. Though naturally the public principles are larger than any one workshop, I could have killed him, not metaphorically, with the fish knife. Because there it was in full, not only theft excused, but the offer of retrospective credit in exchange for surrender of primacy. Harth and Company folded into the exhibition's benevolence, named safely enough not to sue, too safely to remain clean. At last, too late again, but this time with some speed. Mar, he said. One word only. Cold enough that even Pike shut his mouth. Mare turned. Nathaniel went on. No public or private statement will place Harth and Company beneath your exhibition, beside it as subordinate inspiration, or under any language of consultation implying shared origin. If you attempt it, the room tomorrow will hear Harbury before your first toast. There. That was better. The dinner took it in. Mar's face changed at last. Not composure now. Calculation under threat. Lady Vale closed her eyes once, briefly. Not surrender. Arithmetic. Good. Let them all count. I should have felt some restoration then. I did not. Because the public wound had already happened. Because Harth and Company had already been spoken smaller in the room. Because he had seen it, corrected it, and still not prevented it. There are forms of damage you do not forgive because the later repair is sound. You remember the first placement and go on working anyway because women in trade must. So when Nathaniel looked at me then, expecting perhaps, no, not gratitude, he was not stupid enough for that. Expecting perhaps only that I would recognize the correction, I give him nothing. Not cruelty, only the exact absence of ease. He felt it. Good. The remainder of the course passed in the peculiar shape such evenings take after the room has been cut but not bled out entirely. People resume eating because good furniture demands it. Lady Vale spoke to the bishop's cousin as though national benevolence had not just tried to marry her daughter by way of ankle management. Augusta said almost nothing and thereby made herself morally terrifying to Mar. Mrs. Fenwick asked me under cover of pudding whether Bell House or Harth and Company might examine her hand properly tomorrow, which told me the rich were already beginning to peel away from his prettier lines. Useful. Harsh. Correct. Mar did not speak to me again. Of course not. Men like him prefer to recover women inside rooms where phrases may be adjusted and witnesses reduced. Very likely he would have done so later had the evening ended softer. It did not. The final blow came from an unexpected quarter, the colonel with the deplorable opinions. As the ladies prepared to rise, he set down his spoon and said in the flat voice of a man who has seen enough bad kit to know the smell of it even when laid among silver, "If tomorrow's review finds the supports dangerous, I shall say so publicly. One may admire wounded men without setting them on apparatus built to flatter widows." Horrible phrase. Magnificent intervention. Mare went still. Lady Vale could not oppose the colonel without looking unpatriotic. Pike could not smooth over a military objection without overreaching. Nathaniel saw that too. Good. One more little structure shifted. When the ladies withdrew, Augusta caught my eye once at the doorway. Only once. But in that look there was apology for her house, fury at her mother, contempt for Mar, and a sort of fierce, exhausted gratitude that I had no business accepting, and accepted all the same. Then she was gone. I would have left at once after, sensibly. Instead, Lady Vale requested that I remain. Of course she did. Nathaniel looked at me, not asking, warning perhaps, or only tired. I said, "Very well." There was that phrase again, now fully contaminated. Lady Vale received me in the little withdrawing room off the main hall. Smaller, lower fire. The room women use when they mean to say something unpleasant under gentility and hope the furniture will absorb the stain. She remained standing. "Good, Miss Harth," she said. "You have rendered the evening more difficult than was necessary." "No," I replied. "Only more honest than was comfortable." A flicker. "Ina, my son tells me your house has been of use." "There is a distinction," I said, "between use and theft. We have spent the day working on it." Her face hardened slightly. "Do not be clever with me." "No," I said. "I prefer to be expensive." She had not expected that. Good. Women like her are too used to daughters, maids, and tradespeople all choosing different softer forms of obedience around them. One should disappoint habit occasionally. "It keeps society from rotting entirely," she said. "Whatever Mr. Marr's excesses, he has built a machine that could have secured practical aid for many families." "Oh, dear," I said. "And how many daughters were to be put through it before the machine admitted its price?" Her mouth thinned. "My daughter would have been protected." "No," I replied. "Your daughter would have been managed." That landed harder, because it was the one word no mother of rank bare applied to her own child by another woman in public, or even in a private room if the room still remembers dinner. She said, "You speak as though trade teaches tenderness." "No, trade teaches cost." That held between us a moment. Then, quietly enough that the sentence came out almost stripped of class, "And what do you think family teaches?" I looked at her, really looked, for the first time all evening, at the perfect dress, the excellent control, the woman who had likely spent years turning household weakness into acceptable arrangement, because that is what upper women do when the men are too grand or too absent to perform the ugly arithmetic themselves. I answered honestly, "Which body may carry delay longest?" She did not move. Then, after a moment, "You have judged me quickly." "Wes," I said, but not lightly. The door opened behind me before she could answer. "Nathaniel, of course." "Mother," he said. She did not look away from me. "Your Miss Harth has convictions." "No," I said. "Only ledgers," Nathaniel said more sharply. "Enough. There, the son now. Not the donor, not the workshop listener. The family line drawing itself." Lady Vale finally looked at him then, and for 1 second I saw it cleanly, not merely a mother and son, but two people who had both spent too long converting bodily reality into social timing, and now found themselves judged by the one sort of woman they had hoped only to consult technically. She said, "Tomorrow, Christopher, this review must be handled without vulgarity." And there it was again, vulgarity, by which she meant not pain, not theft, not daughters used through shoes, only visibility. Nathaniel answered, "Tomorrow it will be handled without pretense." Good, better, still late. I left them to the rest. When I reached the street, the night had gone colder. Harth & Co.'s carriage had not been sent. I had come in a hired one and would leave so. Good, better I not arrive home looking like family property lent after pudding. The footman hailed the driver. I stepped up, and before the door shut, Nathaniel came down the front steps. Not hatless now. Good. Let him keep some civilization on him after what had been required. "Miss Harth." I looked out from the carriage. The street lamp caught one side of his face and left the other in shadow. Very suitable. He had spent the evening divided enough. "Yes," he said quietly and with none of the room left on his voice. "I know what I did at table." No apology yet. Just that. I answered just as plainly. A pause. Then, "Tomorrow I will not do it again." No. That was not enough either. So I said, "Tomorrow you may not get the chance. The room will already have how convenient a workshop looks under stress." His face changed. "Good. Let him carry that," he said. "Come to the exhibition floor at 9, before Pike, before Mar, before the board." I watched him for 1 moment, then nodded once. "Do not be late." "I will not." No promise dressed in charm. Good. The carriage moved. I sat back into the dark with the city wet beyond the glass and the whole of the evening lying in my lap like unpaid account. He had chosen delay for family. Again. He had corrected part of it. Again. And the room had still heard Hearth and Company spoken smaller before it heard the truth spoken cleanly enough to matter. That was the fracture. Not dramatic, not romantic, worse, useful. Because if he meant to stand beside the workshop now, he would have to do it under witness where rooms had already begun making convenience out of me. And if he failed again, no. Then Hearth and Company would stop saving his exhibition and begin saving itself. By 8 the next morning, Hearth and Company had already lost 1 order, gained 3 anxious inquiries, and been made respectable enough to blame. That is the usual sequence when a room full of rich people hears a workshop named at dinner and goes home with half the truth under one glove. The front shutters were open. The lamps were up. The measure stool stood where it always stood. The plain boots to the left, the finer work to the right, the glove cabinet shut. The ledgers not yet dragged into anyone else's moral weather. On the surface the house looked exactly as it had the day before. Only the callers had changed. The first note came at 7:30 by messenger from Mrs. Darrant in Upper Brook Street. Her son's new city boots, long promised and badly needed, were no longer required at present because the family thought it more prudent to delay any adaptation work pending clarification of the exhibition matter. A clarification. There was the dinner still sitting in the word like gristle. The second came not in writing but in the body of a woman. Mrs. Pelham arrived in a carriage too good for her nerves, and with her daughter beside her in traveling blue and an expression which told me at once the girl had not been consulted on the visit. Miss Pelham had 1 weak knee after a childhood fever and had been fitted with a hidden support at Hearth and Company for 2 seasons. She walked well in our line and badly in every prettier attempt that had since tried to replace it. Mrs. Pelham did not sit before speaking. "Miss Hearth," she said, "I am sure there is some misunderstanding. But after last night's unpleasantness I thought it best to ask directly whether your house has in any way been supplying the exhibition models under another arrangement at there. Not accusation. Worse. The decent mother's version of it. Her daughter looked at the floorboards and would, I think, have gone gladly through them had they opened. No, I said. Mrs. Pelham drew breath to continue. I lifted a hand once. No. Hearth and Company did not build Mars lines, did not fit the exhibition prize supports, did not authorize the use of our patterns, and did not grant any gentleman permission to turn women's bodies into drawing-room improvements. Miss Pelham looked up at that and very nearly smiled. Mrs. Pelham colored. I did not mean Wes, I said. You did, which is why I am answering the right question and not the polite one. Aunt, who had been at the side table reviewing the previous quarter-strap orders and pretending not to hear, said without looking up, if you mean to withdraw the girl from us because some men at dinner discovered engineering late, do so quickly. We have 2 children and 1 curate after 11. Mrs. Pelham looked appalled. Also useful. No, she said at once. No, certainly not. A Clara walks better in your work than in anything else. There, Aunt replied. Then the body has already settled the matter. One should listen. Miss Pelham did smile then, a little. Enough they stayed. I checked the knee line, changed nothing, and sent them out safer than they came in. But the fact of the call had done its work. Hearth and Company was now a house mother's meant to verify before trusting. That is how the city begins sorting you downward. By 8:30 a 3rd note had arrived from a military widow whose glove rig was due for adjustment. She did not cancel. She only asked, in an excessively careful hand, whether private household fittings remain wholly private. That one I answered myself with 3 words, they remain yours. No signature. None needed. A workshop survives such mornings by continuing to exist in the shape the city has always used, not in the shape its critics suddenly require. Emmy stayed at the front. Aunt took the rear bench. I kept the ledgers open and my temper folded because both were likely to be needed before noon, and at 9, when Nathaniel had asked me to meet him on the exhibition floor before Pike and Marr and the board began their review, I did not go. No. Let him learn something of workshop arithmetic too. A house under suspicion does not stroll off to assist a gentleman's timing while the street is deciding what moral category to put over the door. If he wanted Hearth and Company in the room now, he could come to it and not merely summon it into his. At 9:15 Emmy came up from the front with one shoulder held too stiffly to mean anything good. There's a gentleman, she said. Nathaniel Vale, miss. She handed me the card, no crest, no title, only a name in an uncertain clerk's hand. Isaac Deller, that stopped me. Aunt looked up at once. Which Deller? She asked. The strap cutter, I said. Isaac Deller had worked for us 2 years and left last spring for higher wages in a better room. Or so he had called it. In truth, he had gone because Mars people were paying foolish money for men who could handle leather narrowly enough to make discomfort look expensive. He was clever with cough facings, bad at loyalty, and exactly the sort of useful fool prosperous fraud recruits before turning on the bigger prey. Bring him up, I said. Aunt said, no, I turned. She shut the account book. If Deller has come back, he brings either shame or business. Both can wait by the front counter until a third witness stands with us. No, I said. If he has come back by daylight after leaving for Mar, the shame is already in the street. Better the business be upstairs first. Aunt considered that, then nodded once. Fine. But if he cries, I am throwing him out the back. Isaac Deller entered as men like him always do after choosing the wrong prosperity, too neat in the coat for honest comfort, too poorly at ease in it for real advancement, and carrying his hat not like a gentleman, but like a worker who has not yet learned whether the room means to insult him. He was thinner than in spring. Good, bad arrangements often improve the bones before they kill the conscience. He looked first at me, then at Aunt, then at the ledgers. Not the patters, not the shelves, the ledgers. Interest hearth, he said. Mr. Deller. He flinched almost imperceptibly at the title. Good, let him know I had no intention of forgiving into boyhood. Aunt said, if Mar has sent you to sniff around my books, turn round before I help the stairs at your back. Isaac swallowed. No, Mom, I came 'cause the thing's gone beyond what was promised. They're not regret then. Self-preservation with a little conscience soon in. Useful enough. I did not offer him a chair. What thing? I asked. He took a breath. The exhibition, the private commissions, the women's line, the carriage work, the gown alterations, the hand supports. The women's line, I said. Aunt went still. Yes, that one mattered. Isaac looked between us and understood then that he had not merely brought us news. He had brought the exact shape of it. Wes, he said. Mar calls it the domestic line, not for the floor, for houses. No, that was uglier than the dinner, I said. Explain. He did not begin at the right place, of course. Men who have done wrong rarely do. They begin where they can best excuse themselves and hope the room mistakes the order for honesty. He started with officers, Isaac said. That you know. Public men first. Decorations, speeches, the line of restored use. Then when the subscriptions came in and the board rooms opened, he saw the better market was not in the veterans at all. It was in their households. Sisters, daughters, mothers with stairs to manage, small weaknesses to hide, hands that would not hold, backs that tired at receiving, feet that needed help but not notice. Aunt spoke before I could. And where did he get his women's lines? Isaac looked at the floor. There again, I said. P. raised his head. P. Where? I repeated, did he get them? He licked his lower lip once. From everywhere he could. From dressmakers' adjustments, from coach yards, from old army makers, from two widows' workshops in the East End, from hearth patterns copied by sight, and from cast-offs bought through clerks who said no one would know the source once the line had been civilized. Civilized. There was that charming word again. It ought to be beaten to death with one of our heavier lasts, Aunt said. And what exactly did you sell them? Isaac's face changed then. Less defensive. More ashamed. Good. We had reached the correct seam at last. Not the ledgers, he said quickly. Never the ledgers. I almost laughed from fury. As if the books were the only morality in the house. What then? I asked. He looked at the table and not at me. The old cut samples. Rejects, discarded glove turns. The narrow stair notes. The carriage entry sketches from the dress boot line. The shoulder drape adjustment for ladies who must not look braced in evening cloth. He drew breath. And the movement book. Aunt said a word I shall not repeat in front of bishops or children. No, not the movement book. It had not been a formal ledger. Only my own working notebook of observations from fittings where the room mattered as much as the object. Which side a woman favored before sitting. How a gentleman accepted a glass when hiding wrist weakness. Where daughters looked before stairs. Which mothers adjusted hymns instead of admitting ankles. I kept it because workshops must know not only the body but the room's habits around it if the thing is to be worn without social injury. A tool. A trade instrument. Mine. One asked. Isaac's voice had gone smaller. January. That was before the exhibition even properly opened. The whole machine, then, had been planned on workshop intelligence from the start. Not merely copied after success, built to rise on it. I said very quietly, how much of the book? Only excerpts. Phrases, not names. No names! Of course. That is what always lets men like Mar sleep. No names, only women's methods of surviving rooms stripped from them and made into commercial grammar. Aunt sat down at last because fury is heavy and she is not 20. Isaac went on because once bad men begin confessing they generally prefer the floor not drop out before they have spent the whole of their guilt. He sorted it. He said. Not as you do, not by body need, by market. Public gentleman line, private gentleman line, domestic line, carriage line, evening aid, dinner aid, church aid. Things to be seen, things to be hidden. Things ladies would buy if another lady had already been seen using them. There. The mechanism. No battlefield categories. No mourners. A commercial ladder. I said, and hearth. His eyes came to mine then, and for the first time he gave me the part that mattered most. If the review goes wrong, he said. They mean to say Hearth and Company was one of several practical origin houses whose rough workshop lines were taken up too broadly by philanthropic enthusiasm. That way Mar admits no theft, only for admiration. The board gets reform, the families keep distance, and the vulgarity sticks to trade, where people already expect bodies and business to mix. Aunt shut her eyes once. Not from weakness, from accuracy again. Our house made convenient, not accused exactly worse, absorbed into the explanation. The rich love that kind of solution. No villain. No real thief. Only broad enthusiasm, technical borrowing, unfortunate zeal, lower trade channels, and one workshop broad enough to wear the smell afterward. I asked, who said this? Ezek hesitated. I did not raise my voice. Not necessary. Who? Mar first. Pike after dinner. Weller agreed. They said if Mr. Vale held the review private, the whole matter could be civilized by Monday. A civilized by Monday. I nearly admired the phrase for its filth. Aunt did laugh then, one short hard sound. There, she said. The gentleman saves the family and the broker saves the board and the workshop saves everyone's pride by being broad enough to blame. Isaac said. I did not know they meant to make Hearth the source. No, I said. You only sold them the language. Men like you never know what source means until a woman points at the chimney and asks whose house is burning. He took that without protest. Good, I asked the next question at once because pain may wait. Structure should not. What is moving this morning? Isaac looked up sharply. That was better. He knew the answer might yet buy him back from total uselessness. The review papers. The private order list. 2 altered hand pieces removed from the exhibition floor before Pike sees the copied lines too clearly. 1 carriage pattern sent out to Mrs. Halbrook in Mayfair. And Weller means to fetch comparison notes from 3 workhouses and 2 shops, not to prove theft, but to muddy origin. Yes, exactly. If enough shops are named, no one house may claim primacy and all trade becomes suspect by category, I said. And the movement notes. Isaac swallowed. Mar keeps them in the red folio in his private office by the lower committee room. Locked. Aunt leaned forward. You have seen it. Yes, ma'am. Can you fetch it? He shook his head. Not now. Not after last night. They are all watching. Useful answer. Honest perhaps. I went to the window. The street below looked as it always did at mid-morning. 1 cart, 2 ladies, a wet dog. 1 man carrying pheasants as if all London had not just shifted its weight over the work of houses like mine. Nothing in it suggested that by luncheon Hearth and Company might be made simultaneously indispensable and disreputable through a phrase in a committee room. Behind me, Aunt said. F. Val means to come. He's late. There it was. 9 o'clock had long since gone. Note, no carriage, no footman with apology. Nothing. Good, let the hurt stay plain. I turned back. To Isaac! I said. When now? He answered more cleanly than I expected. Because last night I heard Mar say Miss Augusta's line would carry the room if the workshop woman turned troublesome. And because I saw the child's list. Aunt went cold. What child? Isaac looked at her, then me. 3 girls, 2 boys. All private houses, stairwork, handwork, 1 spinal aid for evening carriage. Mar means to announce after the exhibition that domestic adaptation has been refined enough for household comfort and ladies' nerves. He wants mothers before Christmas. No. That was larger again. Always larger. The exhibition not as endpoint then, but as proof of concept. Officers as public virtue, daughters as private profit, children as future lock. And the whole thing built in part on Hearth's notes about how bodies survive rooms. I said, write it. All of it. Isaac blinked. Names, phrases, who said what, which lines came from where, what you sold, what Reeve altered, what Weller knew, what Mar called the domestic line, and what Pike intends to call us by Monday. You write until your hand gives out. Then you continue with the other. Aunt pushed paper toward him. Good woman. He sat at once and began. No more chair withheld then. Once a confession becomes documentation, a room need not keep punishing the body that carries it. The paper will do better. By 10:30 the workshop had fallen into that terrible productive silence, which means too many useful things are being done at once and none of them pleasant. Emmy kept the front. Aunt moved the vulnerable client books into the back cabinet. I pulled every pattern Mar might plausibly call common trade inspiration and laid them in date order on the long table. Isaac wrote, The rain began again because London likes to provide weather when respectability is under revision. And still Nathaniel did not come. There, no need now to soften it with circumstance. He had chosen family, review, or delay again. Perhaps all 3. Perhaps he meant to arrive later with a better phrase. Workshops do not run on later. At 11:15 a messenger finally came. Not Nathaniel's house footman, worse. One of Pike's clerks. He brought a folded note under respectable seal requesting that Hearth and Company present comparative patterns, selected technical books, and any relevant consultation materials to the private review committee at 1 o'clock from formal clarification and harmonization of origin concerns. A harmonization. Aunt read the note over my shoulder and said, I am going to kill a solicitor with a boot last. Bah. No, I thought. Not yet. Too quick. I took the note to the fire and held it there until the seal browned and the corners curled. Not dramatic, merely practical. Emmy, coming in with a parcel line from the front, stopped at the door. "Miss, we do not go," I said noted once. No." Isaac looked up from the paper, white as flour. I went on. "They want the patterns out of the house, the books under their hands, and the origin made broad enough to blur into trade. No, if Nathaniel Vale means alliance, he comes here. If he means review, he may do it with my table under his elbows and not his mother's silver." That settled the room. Not peace, structure, but enough. I spent the next half hour preparing not for their committee but for war. Copies of our dates. Separate list of client categories without names. Written distinctions between our functional lines and Mars public adaptations. Harbury's injury notes. Augusta's fitting observations without identity attached. Mrs. Fenwick's glove defect timing. The advertisement card coach order. The Kozak statement, half finished and growing uglier by the page. At noon, when the church bell struck the quarter, Nathaniel finally came. Alone. No pake. No clerk. No mother's card. No board papers under his arm. Only himself in black morning coat, rein at the shoulders, and looking less like a family son than I had yet seen him. Glate. But good. He came into the cutting room, took in Isaac at the side table, the burnt edge of Pike's note in the grate, the patterns spread an accusation across my workbench, and my face. Then he said without preface I was wrong at dinner. There. No explanation first. No room management. No family weather. Only the fact. But useful. I folded my arms. "Wes," I said. He accepted that too. Better. Then his eyes went to Isaac's papers, and the room, which had spent the morning being made convenient for everyone else, at last turned toward the proper violence. Then he said, without preface, "I was wrong at dinner. There. No explanation first, no room, no family weather. Only the fact. Useful. Not enough, but useful." I folded my arms. "Yes," I said. He accepted that too. Better. Then his eyes went to Isaac's papers, and the room, which had spent the morning being made convenient for everyone else, at last turned toward the proper violence. Nathaniel looked from Isaac to me. "He came here. What has he said?" I did not answer at once. Not because I wished to make theater of it. Workshops have no leisure for theater where structure will do. But men like Nathaniel must sometimes be made to feel the room before they are handed the pages. If one gives them paper too quickly, they begin in reading mode and not in consequence. I preferred him in consequence. So I said, "Enough." His jaw tightened. "Miss Harth." "No," I replied. "You had dinner? You had your review. You had Pike's clerk with a sealed request for my books, my patterns, and my house's working knowledge to be carried into your mother's committee room under the word harmonization." I took one step toward him. "Now you may have enough." Aunt at the side table made no sound at all. That meant approval. Isaac had gone white again, but that was not my concern for the moment. Emmy had retreated by instinct to the stair landing where she could hear everything and still be plausibly carrying thread if asked. "Good girl," Nathaniel said, more quietly. "The clerk came before I knew. That is not a defense." "No, it is not meant to be. There. Better." He was learning that some facts must be laid down without trying to make a cushion of them. I picked up Pike's note from the ashtray, the edges browned and curled where I had held it to the fire, and handed it to him. He read the surviving lines, then read them again. His face did not change much. "Enough. Thee sent this under my house seal," he said. "At 1. "And you burned it," Aunt said. "The seal. Not the insult. We have not the fuel for miracles." That nearly smiled him and did not. This was not the hour for that. He laid the note down very carefully and looked at Isaac. "You stayed." Isaac shifted in the chair. "Not out of loyalty, certain new," said Aunt. "Out of fear, which is far more productive." Isaac swallowed. Westmo Nathaniel crossed to the table and held out his hand toward the pages Isaac had written. He did not reach for them blindly. He waited. Better. I let him wait half a breath and then gave them to him. Again, not theater. Measurement. He read standing. "Good. There are documents one ought not sit for." I watched his face more than the paper while he took it in. Mars domestic line. The private order structure. The use of workshop categories not for fitting but for market segmentation. The coach yard entries. The movement book, excerpts lifted from my notes. The plan to turn Hearth and Company into one of several ractical origin houses whose lower trade intelligence had been taken up too broadly by philanthropic enthusiasm. The line about civilizing the matter by Monday. The women's line, the children's line, the dinner aid, the church aid, the carriage aid. All of it. He reached the paragraph naming Augusta and went still. Not the public stillness. The worst one. The one that happens when a man sees his sister written in another person's commercial vocabulary. Then he kept reading. Good. He reached the end. Then turned back 3 pages and read one section again. The workshop woman, he said at last, voice very flat, will either be folded into the exhibition as consulted origin or left broad enough to absorb vulgarity if she refuses terms. "Wes," I said. "That is Mars phrasing. And Pike's weather. said Aunt. Nathaniel lifted his eyes from the paper. Not at me first, to Aunt. That interested me, because it meant he had finally understood that this room contained not merely one offended woman in trade, but a house. A system, a continuity older than his week of revelations and less impressed by his face. Aunt met the look and said, "You came alone. Good. That buys you perhaps 3 minutes before I start resenting your coat again." He did not smile. "Mrs. Harth," he said, "I need copies of this." "No," I said. He turned back to me. The mistake had been his once already. Let him feel how it sounded from my side when structure took the shape of request. He said nothing. "Good," I went on. "No paper leaves this house until terms change. You asked last night for the books, the rotes, the patterns, the accounts, the true board beneath the decorated one. You have them now under this roof and under mine. If you need copies, they are made here. If you need review, it happens here. If you need my house again made convenient to your mother's sense of order, there is the street." That landed properly. Aunt looked almost pleased. Isaac looked as though he wished the street might open and swallow him for economy. Nathaniel took one measured breath and then said, "Yes, no wounded male reason, just yes. Better. Still not enough." He set Isaac's pages down and crossed to the long table where the patterns lay. His hand hovered once over the old glove line and the altered exhibition copy, then over the carriage entry sketch, then over the shoulder pattern, then finally over the little list I had made that morning: safe for standing, safe only for seated display, unsafe for children, unsafe for stairs, unsafe after 1 hour's wear, copied from workshop logic, requires full rebuild, should never have existed. He read that too, then said without turning, "At dinner I thought if I could keep the room from tearing open around Augusta and Harbury and the true clients for one more night, I might still separate exposure from injury." I said nothing. Because yes, that had been his logic. Because yes, part of it had even been decent. And because the damage had happened all the same. He turned then. "And instead," he said, "I give maritime, pike language and the room permission to hear Hearth and Company as trade first and truth later." There, the full sentence at last. Useful. Painfully useful. I nodded once. Yes, no comfort in it. He accepted that too. Then he said the most important thing of all. "I will not do it again," Aunt said. "You may not get the chance. We are already one step beyond your review." "Good woman." Nathaniel looked at her. "Then tell me we're not her," I said. Me." He turned back. I could feel the whole room align around the next part. Good, necessary. So I gave it to him cleanly. "My house is no longer merely at risk of being blamed," I said. "It is at risk of being made foundational in the wrong story. If Pike gets a review room full of patterns and comparative notes and broad trade categories, by Monday he has language enough to say Hearth and Company informed the exhibition, Mar overreached, and everyone is terribly sorry that practical origin houses sometimes lack proper boundaries once gentlemen grow enthusiastic." I took up Isaac's statement and tapped the line naming civilizing by Monday. "No, you do not get to rescue your family and your board by making my house the rough quarry from which they all happened, innocently, to build." He listened with his hands at his sides. "Good. Your review," I said. Dead. A pause. Then Mar's dinner strategy. Dead. Pike's harmonization. Dead. Your mother's hope that all this may still be made decent by sequence. That one took longer. At last, also death there. Again, better. Aunt muttered. Ate last. Someone in the bloodline has located the corpse. Isaac made a noise that might have been a laugh in another house and fear in ours. It served either way. Nathaniel looked at the papers again, then at me. "What remains?" That was the correct question. At last, I went to the board shelf and took down the exhibition program, the Donner dinner card, Harbury's notes, Augusta's fitting line, Mrs. Fenwick's hand support timing, the Barstow coach entry, and Mar's advertisement card for elegant restoration needs. I laid them in a row beside Isaac's confession and the copied Hearth patterns. "There," I said. "What remains?" He stepped closer. "Not into the work." "Better Mar's review room?" he asked. "No. Too easy. He is prepared for paper. He will win in paper for 3 days and call that virtue." "The board?" "No, same reason." "The dinner damage? Already spent." He nodded once. "Good." I pointed to the exhibition program. "Tomorrow's live demonstration remains." His eyes moved to it at once. "And if we stop it?" he asked. "No," I said. "That is your old instinct. Stop the room, salve the room, delay the room. All of it still leaves Mar's lesson alive. No, we use it." Aunt leaned back against the cabinet and folded her arms. "No, we are becoming interesting. At last." I went on. "Mar is selling a grammar, not devices. Not only devices, a whole way of reading bodies, officers as noble restoration, daughters as graceful correction, ladies' hands as elegant assistance, carriage steps softened into secrecy, gowns cut to flatter weakness instead of support it. If you merely cancel the demonstration, he becomes thwarted, misunderstood, and probably richer by next season. If you let the demonstration proceed under our terms, function answers performance in public, and the grammar dies in its own sentence." Nathaniel said, "Under our terms." Meaning Harbury appears not as testimonial, but as invited witness. Augusta does not sit sweetly in your mother's line. She arrives in the plain hearth support and takes the stairs without Mar's help. Mrs. Fenwick uses the little silk support until it begins to fail in the exact way we expect and then names it. The child's line is forced into view before Mar can launch it through private mothers. And I stopped. He waited. Of course, he had earned enough by now to wait properly. I said. We're the correct brace and the correct glove, not Mar's improved line. Ours. The room sees the difference, whether it knows it or not. Then when Mare begins speaking of elegant adaptation, you do not let him hold the abstraction. You make the body answer him. The room went very quiet then. Aunt said nothing. Interesting in itself. Isaac stopped writing entirely. Nathaniel did not move. Then, my own body. That is what you ask. No! I said. It is what the structure asks. I am merely old enough in trade to hear it clearly. He looked at the table a long time. At Augusta's line, Harbury's line, Mrs. Fenwick, the children's list, the carriage, the copied glove, the domestic line, the women's line, the workshop made broad enough to blame. Then if I do that, my mother will understand at once what I am overturning. She may never forgive it. Mar will fight. The board may split. The Dunners. He stopped. Then very quietly, and hearth. There, again. I answered just as quietly. If it works, Hearth and Company ceases to be a convenient origin story and becomes what it should have been from the first. The house that knows the difference between adaptation and display. If it fails, my house loses anyway. So I prefer the method in which Mare loses something first. That got out at last. One short, satted sound through her nose. Nathaniel nodded once. Not agreement yet. Only recognition of the board. Harbury will come, he asked. If you ask him honestly. Anne Fenwick. She will come if there is enough wickedness in it and sufficient chance to wound a phrase in public. That almost smiled him. Good, a little life in the room helps. And Augusta. That one I answered more carefully. She must choose. Not you. Not your mother. Not me. If she comes in our boot and lets the room see she refuses Mar's line even before the first speech, the lesson begins breaking before you speak a word. He took that in. Then, the children. Can they be protected? There is no demonstration if the children remain on the program. Aunt said from the cabinet. Write that first before any of you get sentimental. Good woman. But Nathaniel turned to her. Mrs. Hearth, will you let me write from here? She looked at him over her spectacles. On my table. With my ink. Without removing a page, as she considered. Then very well, if you blot I shall know it is hereditary. At my table, with Aunt's ink, under my roof. Good. Late. But good. He wrote 3 notes first. One to Harbury. One to Augusta. One to Hale, Mr. Hale in this world, the cleric with the sensible rooms and no sentimental respect for donor weather. He had need to move the vulnerable mothers and children out of Mar's private reach before the exhibition could be forced into truth. Nathaniel wrote quickly, not elegantly. Better. Elegance is usually just fear dressed for company. Then he stopped before the 4th. What, I asked. My mother. No note will do. No, I said. You must speak. He looked up at me then, and there was, for the first time since the carriage, no shield in it all. Not son. Not donor, not gentleman. Only a tired man with a body too long arranged for other people's ease and a family finally becoming too expensive to carry by silence. She will say I have chosen trade over blood. I answered him plainly because it would have insulted us both not to. And you. I will say you have chosen the right house to stand in while your blood learns to speak honestly. That landed hard enough that he looked down at once. Good. Let him feel some of it in private before he spends it in public. He wrote the mother note last and sealed it without flourish. Good. No great soundly rhetoric. No appeal to sentiment. Better. Those things only give women like Lady Vale softer tools to manage with. When he had finished, Anne took the sealed notes, read none of them, and rang for Emmy. Harbury first, she said. Hale second. Miss Augusta through the back maid and no one with ribbons. Lady Vale last, because if that house is to quarrel let it at least do so after the useful people have moved. Emmy went. The room held for a moment after she left. Then Isaac, still at the side table with his pages, said in a very small voice. What about me? Aunt looked at him as if remembering the upholstery had spoken. I said, what about you? Thee will know I talked. He swallow. I cannot go back. No, I said. Cannot. Aunt shut the ledger beside her. There is a room over the cutting loft if he is desperate enough to tolerate dust and honest work. Isaac stared. Do not look grateful, she added. You will only spoil the line. He nearly laughed and did not. Good. If he was to stay, he would learn the rules. Nathaniel said, he may need protecting if Mar becomes frightened. I turned to him. I repeated. He met my eyes and understood instantly why the word had gone wrong. Not removed, he said. Not managed. Only kept from being frightened into silence before tomorrow. Better, yes. I said. He stays. Isaac looked between us as if uncertain which of the 2 women in the room had truly just decided his future. correctly uncertain. By 1:30 the first replies came. Harbury would come, if only to see the peacock plucked in civil company. Good man. Hale would receive the mothers quietly and had already sent word to 2 of them that the children's private consultation list was not to be trusted. Excellent man. Augusta's reply came shortest of all, and in her own hand. I prefer the plainer boot and the uglier truth. Use me accordingly. Good girl. Lady Vale did not reply. Of course, women like her never answer on paper when silence may yet be repurposed as control. Nathaniel read Augusta's line once and handed it to me without comment. I took it, folded it, and put it under the pattern weight at the center of the table. Not because it was sentimental. Because it belonged there. Daughter, body, structure, witness. At 2 Pike finally came. Not because he had been invited. Because men like Pike always arrive when a room has become too organized without them. Emmy brought him up by the front and with a face so neutral that I rewarded her internally with an entire future and perhaps a better shawl by Christmas. Pike entered the cutting room, saw Nathaniel at my table, Aunt by the cabinet, Isaac at the side desk, the patterns laid out in accusation, and me not one step removed from any of it. His whole body registered the disaster at magnificent. My lord, he said. Nathaniel did not rise. Also magnificent. Mr. Pike, he said. You were not expected. Pike's eyes flicked once to the ledgers. I had understood the review to be at 1. Yes, said Nathaniel. It is. The Pike waited for the location to soften itself. It did not. Here, of course, he said, in the workshop. That one word stripped a year off the man's professional health. A good. I see, Pike said. I said, you do not, but remain. Education may yet take. Aunt cuffed suspiciously over the account book. Pike ignored me. Poor strategy, and by now almost affectionate in its predictability. My lord, he said. Mara and the board are assembled. Lady Vale is. I know where my mother is, said Nathaniel. Anne Mar may wait. A Pike's mouth tightened. There are matters of reputation. Yes, said Nathaniel. Which is why the review is now here with the origin house, the comparative patterns, the copied lines, the witness statement, and the people whose bodies your harmonization was meant to smooth out of the narrative. Pike actually blinked. There. Worth everything, he said. My lord. If this is about Miss Harth's understandable trade sensitivity. No, I said. It is about your attempt to turn theft into enthusiasm and trade into vulgarity broad enough to absorb it. But Pike turned toward me at last. Miss Harth, no one intended any slur upon your house, Aunt said. Then learn faster. You have spent 20 years in language and still bruise like a stable lad. Nathaniel took up Isaac's first pages and handed them to Pike. Not gently. Eat, he said. Pike did. Not all. Enough. The color changed at one temple. Then he looked up midway through and said, This is unverified, Isaac said from the side desk. I verified it with my own hands for 9 months. Sir. Pike looked at him and saw, perhaps for the first time in his very ordered life, that workshops are full of men and women beneath notice until the moment their memory becomes more expensive than a solicitor's phrase. Good. Nathaniel set you. Doc Pike did. Then, when he finished, this cannot possibly be handled on the floor tomorrow? No. Exactly wrong. I said, then it must. He turned to me. Miss Harth, public exposure of this kind would destroy confidence in every legitimate adaptation house in London. The theater, I said. No, you almost sound human. He bristled. I am making a serious point. Wes, I replied. So am I. If you keep this in committee, Mars survives as broad philanthropy gone a little untidy. Harth becomes one of several rough origin trades. The women keep paying. The children enter by Christmas. No, the lesson must die publicly because the lesson is what is being sold. Pike looked to Nathaniel for sanity. Poor man. He found instead a son who had finally stopped trying to make the room kinder than it was. Nathaniel said, Miss Harth is right, in front of Pike Eric. Under my roof. At my table. Pike said, My lord, your mother will not permit. No, said Nathaniel. My mother will not like it. That is different. Aunt shut her book with satisfaction. That was the moment I knew the alliance had been rebuilt, not restored. Never that better. Rebuilt on cleaner terms, with the fracture still visible in the wood and therefore less likely to snap under the first weight put on it. So I pulled the exhibition program toward the center and said, Very well. Listen, they did. All of them. Even Pike, because once a man's language has failed publicly in a workshop and the workshop still permits him the chair, he learns faster if he is not entirely hopeless. I let out the order. At the morning exhibition, the child consultations quietly withdrawn by Hale's intervention before the floor opens. Harbury present not as testimonial but as invited military witness with the failed frame and the marks still visible if required. Mrs. Fenwick seated where her hand may be seen but not paraded, and primed to name the pain at the correct moment. Augusta entering not in Mars' improved boot, not softened by gown tricks, but in Harth's support, taking the demonstration stare before the room if necessary, and without help from anyone who means to own the gesture afterward. The copied glove line shown beside Aunt's original only when Mars speaks of broader public principles. The carriage entry order book ready from Barstow. Isaac available only if required and never before. And Nathaniel there I stopped. He weighed in. Properly now. You, I said, do not call for review. You do not promise reform. You do not ask the room for patience while the family sorts its conscience. You let Mayor make the first abstract claim. Then you break it with bodies, not speeches, Pike said faintly. This is monstrous, said Ount. Monstrous was the dinner. Nathaniel looked at program, at Harbury's line, at Augusta's note under the paperweight, at Pike, at Isaac, at me. Then he said very quietly, Wes, this time the word held, no drift, no family-saving fiction, no convenient review room waiting beneath it. Good man, at last. And because the room had finally earned one honest future step, I leaned over the table, put my finger on the first printed hour of the exhibition program, and said, then tomorrow we stop letting Mar teach London how to read a damaged body. Chapter 4, The Correct Way to Stand. By 8 the next morning Hearth and Company had become, for one excellent hour, a sorting house against spectacle. Not for profit, not for sentiment, simply because someone had to stand between Mar's idea of usefulness and the mothers, children, widows, daughters, and men who were about to be fed into it, if the day ran on his rails. The front room opened as usual. That mattered. Emmy polished the counter. Aunt set out the plain boots and the finer work in their proper cases. The shutters stood back from the windows exactly as on any other morning. London must never be given the satisfaction of thinking a workshop has shut itself in guilt merely because gentlemen and dunners have finally discovered the house exists. What changed was the route behind the shop. The side passage was in constant motion. Mr. Hale had begun his little clerical rescue work before 7, and with a speed I admired more than most sermons. Notes had gone to the mothers on Mar's private list, to Harbury, to Mrs. Fenwick, and to 3 houses whose names Hearth and Company had never touched directly but had heard enough of through dressmakers, maids, and coachmen to understand what sort of women Mar had begun circling. The wording was simple, exact, and blessedly free of charitable sugar. If a family had received any invitation touching elegant restoration, private domestic adaptation, or child consultations before the exhibition's second day, they were not to attend by the front, not to bring children into public rooms, and not to trust any staircase or carriage adjustment ordered through Mar's people until seen by a competent house first. That was the sort of note rich people call impertinent until it saves a daughter's ankle. Then they call it providence and send no bill. The first to arrive by the side door was Mrs. Halbrook at 8:30 with her youngest girl, a pale child in dark green pelisse whose back had been the subject of one of Mar's private comfort consultations. The mother came in stiff with rank shame and irritation at being forced into a workshop passage instead of receiving clarity through a gentleman's card. I let her keep all 3. Women are easier to save if one does not ask them to become likable first. Aunt took the child upstairs herself. No speeches. No soothing. Only the practical sentence women in our house have lived by for years. Let me see where the day hurts you most. The child, after one frightened glance at her mother and one at me, answered honestly enough to earn my loyalty forever. In the carriage, she said. And after church, there. Real balde. No philanthropic poetry. The second was Mrs. Fenwick, cheerful as an executioner and wearing Mar's little silk hand support expressly, so it might fail on schedule where the right women could watch. She held it up before even removing her bonnet. It bites before coffee now, she said. Are we pleased? Very, I replied. She settled into the fitting chair and let me strip the ribbon cover back from the support's base. The leather beneath had already begun to harden at the wrong seam. Exactly as expected. Good. One ought not rely on fraud to behave generously when exposed. It never does. Nathaniel came through the side door while I was rebuttoning the inner strap to show her, more clearly than any dining room sentence had done, where Mar's improvement had turned a hand, support into a little instrument of fashionable punishment. He looked tired. Good. Not because I enjoy male discomfort. Only because men who have slept well after choosing difficult truths are usually about to fail them by noon. He had not slept well. Better. He carried no board papers, no mother's note, no solicitor, and no pretense left that today could be handled through a committee room. Excellent. Mrs. Fenwick, he said. She gave him one glance and said, You have come in useful form at last, Mr. Val. That was kinder than I would have been. He accepted it properly. No smile, no defense, only a brief nod before turning to me. Harbury is on his way. Hale has the mothers. The children have all been diverted from the floor except one household not yet reached. Pike is furious. Mar thinks the board still meets at 10. Good, I said. Let him. He came closer to the chair, and because this was a workshop and not a dining room, he looked directly at Mrs. Fenwick's hand, at the seam, at the place where the thumb had begun to pay for elegance in private. May I? He asked. She handed him the little thing at once. Good woman. She knew by now that if men are ever to stop calling pain refinement, they must sometimes be made to hold its mechanism with their own fingers. He turned it over once, then again, and said, very flatly, he narrowed the base to make it disappear. Wes, I said. And in doing so made your dinner joke and tendon strain by Christmas, Mrs. Fenwick said. A festive thought. I shall wear it with emeralds and fury. Also good. He gave the support back and looked at me with that same exactness as in the cutting room the night before. Not romance. Not apology. Only work stripped of excuses. The boardroom is prepared for review at 10, he said. I know. You still mean to let Mar wait in it, he exhaled once. Good. There was that word again. I disliked how much less I hated hearing it now. Mrs. Fenwick looked between us and said, if the two of you have finished agreeing in a language other people are not invited to speak, might someone tell me where I am to be seated when I won Mr. Mar's commercial principles? Useful woman. I laid out the plan again. Not because she needed all of it, because people do better under pressure when the shape is repeated plainly before they step into witness. She would sit not near the front, where Mar could preempt her with speeches about feminine fragility, nor too far back, where only servants might observe her hand fail. She would be placed where older ladies, two donorous wives, and Augusta's line of sight all crossed. She would use the support exactly as instructed until the first speech in praise of elegant assistance. Then she would not faint, not wince, not create melodrama. She would simply say that Mr. Mar's line teaches a lady to hold her wine better for 10 minutes and a teaspoon worse thereafter. Mrs. Fenwick nodded. Excellent. Men hate specificity in women's pain. It makes virtue impossible. Nathaniel almost smiled. Almost. Then the front bell rang, followed by Emmy's quick step on the passage boards. Captain Harbury, she called. And his mother. Good. Of all the day's visible pieces, Harbury mattered most to Nathaniel and most dangerously to his old instincts. Officers make men foolish with protection. One sees a brother or a version of oneself and suddenly longs to soften the room for him by postponing the room entirely. That, in another context, might have made a man tender. In this one it would make him disastrous. So I watched Nathaniel carefully when Harbury came in. The captain looked worse than yesterday. Also better. Worse because he had not slept much and the marks from Mar's frame sat ugly and yellowing still beneath the skin. Better because he no longer had the contraption near him and the room knew it. He walked with the old ugly honesty of a man who had decided not to be applauded for nearly falling again. His mother remained nervous enough to sharpen silver by proximity. Miss Harth, she said, I have agreed to this madness only because Mr. Hale and Mr. Vale both swore no one means to turn my son into a lesson. No, I said. Only into a witness. She looked at me as if deciding whether those two words were cousins or enemies. Harbury, behind her, said, Mother, if they make me a lesson, I shall choose the one myself. Good, good man. He came into the cutting room. Nathaniel did not rush to him. Better man. He only asked, how is the leg? Harbury gave him a look, still attached, which is more than I can say for your exhibition if all goes well. Very good man. We stripped the false frame entirely there on the work table and laid out the parts beside the hearth lines they had corrupted. Harbury let me uncover the pressure marks again because, as he said, no use becoming modest at the point one's shin may finally do some public good. His mother sat down hard when she saw the yellowing line beneath the cuff. Better to have her shocked in a workshop than sentimental in a gallery. Nathaniel looked at the marks only once this time and did not look away too quickly after. Better. The body seen honestly ought not be treated like indecent reading. Will you show it if required? He asked Harbury. His mother made a noise. He ignored her with a grace I admired. Only if required, he added. Do not mean to exhibit my own leg merely because Mar has made a trade in them. Exactly right, I said, and if he speaks in abstractions first. Harbury's mouth hardened. Then I shall answer him in skin. There. The correct public instrument. No review room in the world can do half so much as one man who stops allowing his body to be translated by richer fools. By 10 the side passage had seen 6 households, 2 mothers, 1 curate's niece, 1 widow, 1 angry baronet's daughter with a collapsing instep, and Augusta. She came not through the front, and not with her mother's maid, but with the older woman who had been her nursery nurse and now wore respectable bozine, and looked at the world had once mislaid a child under care and never quite recovered from the offense. I liked her on sight. Augusta wore our boot again. Better girl. Not the dinner gown today. A plain dark walking dress with enough line to satisfy breeding, enough freedom to satisfy an actual staircase. She looked tired too. Better. Women who have decided something against their family's weather rarely sleep elegantly the night before. Nathaniel, when he saw her, did not move at once. Again good. Let daughters keep the dignity of entering a room under their own power once in a while. She came straight to the table where Harbury's frame lay disemboweled and where Aunt had placed the copied hearth glove, beside Mar's improved versions, for arranging specimens for a little domestic museum of theft. Well, Augusta said, taking it in all at once. If Mother chooses to faint later, I hope she does it farther from the china than yesterday. Harbury laughed. His mother looked scandalized. Mrs. Fenwick looked enchanted. Aunt did not look up from the list she was rewriting because she has always believed daughters improve when permitted one honest line before noon. Nathaniel said, "Augusta." She turned to him. "No. If you mean to become brotherly, save it for when the room is looking. I have had enough private mail management to last the quarter, bah." I nearly smiled. Nearly. He accepted that too. Better every hour. She came to me instead and placed on the table not only Mar's boot but a sealed note. "From Mother," she said. I did not open it. I thought Miss Harth ought to see the handwriting before anyone speaks of duty. Interesting. I broke the seal, Lady Vale's hand. Even. Controlled. Infuriatingly expensive in its restraint. "Augusta, if you mean to make yourself conspicuous today, do not mistake vulgar opposition for moral independence. Mr. Marr has erred in method perhaps, but not in wishing to preserve women from unnecessary public difficulty. You will attend at 1 and be guided. There the whole disease in 6 lines. Not women preserved from harm, women preserved from public difficulty. Bodies, stairs, pain, marriage, line, daughters, all of it folded beneath the room's embarrassment and renamed care. I handed the note to Augusta without comment. She read it and then, to my satisfaction, laughed once. Not prettily, like a woman finding the exact seam by which her family has been trying to wear her. "Well," she said, "that settles it." Nathaniel held out his hand for the paper. She gave it to him. He read it, and for the first time all morning anger reached the surface of him without bothering to look disciplined first. Good. Not because anger is always useful. Because sons brought up to organize their mothers' social weather sometimes require one unarranged gust before they stop calling the storm prudence. He folded the notes exactly once and said, "You will not attend at 1. Augusta's eyes narrowed. "Do not start," he said. "Listen. You will not attend at 1 because the board room is a dead room and Mother does not yet know it." That surprised all of us except perhaps Aunt, who believes men are best when speaking the right sentence too late. Augusta studied him a moment, then nodded once. "Good. There. Brother and sister were said in 1 line. Useful." The room grew fuller then, not in people alone, in pressure. Harbury, his mother, Mrs. Fenwick, Augusta, Nathaniel, one crying curate's niece who had discovered at last that Mar's people had been about to put her into a dinner support before the bishop's wife and call it relief. Hale came and went through the side passage like an overworked angel with poor shoes. Emmy kept the front room plain, profitable, and morally impenetrable. Isaac, from his desk under the loft, kept writing the final pages of his statement and twice stopped only because shame cramped his hand harder than labor ever had. By 11, the workshop no longer felt like a business surviving scandal. It felt like a lawful rebellion with tea. Good. Aunt called it better. At 11:30, Nathaniel received the final message from the exhibition floor. Thomas brought it, rain-specked and excellent. "Mara has opened the board room at 10 anyway," he said. Paik went in well or two. 3 donors waiting. They think Mr. Vale means to join them there before luncheon, Nathaniel said. And the floor, being set for 1 o'clock opening. The children's line has been removed from public cards but not from the private list. Mar's clerk has sent again to the Halbrooks. Still moving then. Good. Better to catch a machine in motion than in apology. I said, "You answer now." And Nathaniel looked at me. "Not for permission. For a line." "Good," I said. "Not to the board. To the floor." He understood at once. Excellent. We moved then from sorting house to campaign room. Harbury would arrive at 12:40, 5 by side entrance, and remain in the lower retiring room until called. Mrs. Fenwick would enter with the early ladies and take the second tier near the demonstration line. Augusta would come with me and not with the family carriage. Better. Let the room see at once that she was not walking in under Mar's hand. Hale would keep the mothers and children out of the lower gallery and into the receiving parlor until we knew which way the room had turned. Aunt would remain at hearth in company with the statements, the original patterns, the copied versions, and the list of domestic line households safe under her hand where no gentleman might yet harmonize them into enthusiasm. Nathaniel would go first to the exhibition floor, not the board room, and force the room to become physical before Mar could make it paper. There it was. The public realignment from the outline. The son choosing workshop evidence over donor comfort. Not after the room had broken, but before it was allowed to arrange itself again. He set out just before noon. At the side door he paused. The whole cutting room watched him. Harbury from the chair, Augusta by the worktable. Mrs. Fenwick with her gloved hand and half a smile sharp enough to cut ribbon. Aunt by the cabinet. Me nearest the passage because if one must send a man back into his own machinery, one ought at least stand where he can still hear the truth through the wheels, he said, to the room and to me without prettiness in either. At 1 no board review. No private clarification. The floor opens only under hearth terms. Better than good. Not promise. Not hope. Instruction under new authority. I said, "And if Mar speaks first," his mouth changed fractionally, "then he does so over the wrong bodies." At last, he went out. The door shut. The workshop held its breath for half a beat, and then returned to movement with 10 times the speed and half the fear. I looked at the clock. Then at Augusta, then at Harbury, then at the little silk support in Mrs. Fenwick's hand and the copied glove line on the table and the old hearth pattern beneath it. Very well, I said. Now we go and teach London the difference between standing and being arranged. At 1 o'clock the exhibition floor opened under a lie already splitting at the seams. That, I have found, is the best possible condition in which to confront a room, not after it has fully broken, when everyone is merely loud, not before it has begun to crack, when politeness still has too much strength in the hinges. No, one wants the precise moment when the thing looks whole to the foolish and unstable to the trained eye. Then every ordinary movement becomes revelation. Augusta and I entered by the side gallery and not by the main stair. Good. Let Lady Vale's room look about for its daughter, and not find her where daughters usually hang, half displayed and half managed, while the men below congratulate one another on benevolence. We came through the narrower route used for instrument cases, private callers, and the sort of women the house still wished to imagine practical rather than central. Mrs. Fenwick had gone in 10 minutes before by the front with one excellent bonnet and the little silk support hidden beneath her glove like a loaded remark. Harbury waited below in the retiring room with Hale and one chair too small for his temper. Aunt had stayed at hearth and company with the patterns, the books, and the domestic line names under lock. Isiac remained with her and his conscience, which was where he belonged until called. The gallery looked exactly as it had yesterday and entirely different. Once you know a mechanism, it becomes impossible to return to admiring the paint. The patriotic bunting now read not as feeling but as drapery over theft. The row of devices along the wall no longer looked progressive, only ambitious. The little demonstration stair in the center of the floor, God save me, I still hated it, had acquired overnight the moral quality of a trap. Even the chairs had gone mean on me. Too carefully placed, too excellent for witness, too confident that the bodies meant to occupy them would accept the lesson already built into the room. Nathaniel stood near the demonstration platform before the room properly filled. Good. Not at the board table upstairs. Not in the review chamber with Pike, Weller, and their papers arranged for harmonization. On the floor, among the devices, where a son in black morning coat might still be mistaken by strangers for the face of his family's charitable order and therefore, with luck, later use the mistake properly against itself. He addressed plainly today, sensibly. No sign of the brace. Better. Not because I wished it hidden. Because revelation works best when one begins from the room's own confident misreading and only then forces the correction. His left glove was ours, not Mars. That mattered to me more than it ought to have, and precisely because of that I did not let my eyes rest on it longer than necessary. He saw us at once. Also good. Again dangerous. But useful first. He came not to Augusta but to me. Correct. The room must see sequence today and not merely blood. Men always think their sisters come first in scandal because sisters feel nearer at hand. In public structures, the woman with the wrong house under her name is usually paying the older price. Miss Harth, he said. Mr. Vale. His gaze dropped once to Augusta's left foot. The line held. Good boot, good girl. Then back to me. Mar altered the order. Of course he had. How? The boardroom remained open until 12:30 with no one in it but Pike, and one dunner too timid to leave. Mar dismissed it before luncheon and announced an informal demonstration first opening. He means to keep the room moving too fast for structure. Yes, very clever. Bad men often discover motion as soon as scrutiny begins threatening their nouns. Keep the room moving. Keep women seated. Keep speeches brief and devices visible. Never let anyone hold one point long enough to compare it to a body. Weller, I asked. On the floor. He sweats through his lies faster in public. A flicker at Nathaniel's mouth. Not quite a smile. Better. Recognition. Augusta said, low enough for us only. Mother is here. We're. I asked, upper row. Left of the bishop's wife. She has chosen mourning violet and an injured virtue. That would do nicely. I looked up at the seating tiers. Lady Vale sat exactly as described. Dark plum violet silk. Excellent profile. No collapse visible from the previous evening's fracture. And the full still authority of a woman who has decided that if her family's weather means to be theatrical, she will at least ensure the furniture behaves. Mar stood half turned toward the donor row, speaking already to one of the military patrons. Pike hovered by the central table with the face of a man trying not to look as though his papers had been stolen by daylight from his own future. Better and better. Mrs. Fenwick sat where we had planned, gloved. Good. Lady Hale. No, not Hale. Again I corrected the wrong names before they bred nonsense in me. One of the bishop's cousins sat near enough to see. So did two donor wives and one older widow whose spine alone told me she had survived too many men's kind arrangements to admire another. Excellent. What has Mar put on first? I asked. Now Nathaniel's gaze shifted to the plinths. Hand supports. Perfect. Not because I like beginning with women's pain. Because the little silk loop on Mrs. Fenwick's hand could fail without melodrama and with enough dignity to make the room betray itself in interpretation before anyone thought to accuse of theater. Then we begin there. I said. He nodded once. Not even that. He had grown efficient in assent at last. Good. He moved off toward the central platform. Augusta went not to her mother's row but to the second tier on the right, exactly where a daughter-declining arrangement ought to sit visible, mannerly, and just far enough from family to become a problem in the room's reading. Excellent girl. I took the side Azel, where a workshop woman may stand a little too near the devices and be called practical until the second she becomes dangerous. The opening remarks were brief, too brief, which told me Mar had indeed chosen speed over structure. He spoke first, of course. Men like him only surrender the first voice when they have already bought the second and third. My friends, he said, hands lightly clasped, voice pitched in that charitable register which always makes me want to check the silverware. We are grateful to welcome you not merely to an exhibition of mechanical advancement, but to a demonstration of what thoughtful design, national feeling, and domestic sympathy may accomplish together. But domestic sympathy. There. Straight into the women's line then. Good. Let him walk himself there without any help from me. He went on. We have learned over this past season that restoration is not solely a military concern. Every household knows small difficulties of balance, of grip, of carriage, of graceful confidence in motion. It is our hope that what began as patriotic service may mature into wider comforts for many English families. No, I looked not at Mar, but at the room. That was where the real evidence lived. The Donner wives leaned in. One mother on the upper row straightened. The older widow near Mrs. Fenwick went flat in the mouth. Augusta did not move at all. Lady Vale's hand tightened once on the fan and released. Mrs. Fenwick's gloved fingers shifted around the stem of her glass exactly 1 degree too often. There. The room heard what he meant. Good. Mar gestured to the first display tray. We begin with certain refinements in manual assistance designed to permit both gentlemen and ladies the continued ease of social and domestic use without awkward apparatus. Refinements. Permit. Ease. Without awkward apparatus. Every word a knife with the blade hidden in ribbon. Weller stepped forward with the little velvet tray carrying 3 supports, the gentleman's glove, rig, the ribbon silk loop for ladies, and 1 wider grip aid meant for writing or prayer books and 2 decorative by half to survive either honestly. He picked up the silk loop first. Good. Mrs. Fenwick lifted her hand at exactly the right moment, as if merely adjusting the glove. Even better, Weller began. This modest line, adapted from broader rehabilitation principles. Nuff, I said, not loudly. It cut the phrase because the room was already holding itself in readiness from the dinner. Heads turned. Mar did not yet. Weller did because he is weaker. I stepped into the side of the demonstration line and said, not adapted. Narrowed. Weller froze. Mar smiled. How industrious of Hearth and Company to join us on the floor. Again the attempt to drape me back into usefulness without danger. I said, Wes, it seemed unwise to leave women's hands to gentlemen who call pain refinement. That traveled. Good. The older widow near Mrs. Fenwick lowered her lorgnette. One Donner wife looked sharply at the little loop. Pike began moving toward us and then thought better of it when Nathaniel, from the center, did not. Better still, Mar said. Surely no one imagines this slight assistance painful. Mrs. Fenwick answered before I could. By cards, she said, holding up the hand now plainly enough that even the upper row might see the loop. Kid has become bite rather than assistance. Miss Hearth tells me the base was narrowed for disappearance and not for use. As I am old enough to dislike being improved at by gentlemen, I am inclined to believe her. The room stirred. Again, not with noise, with reading. Weller made the mistake of reaching to take the support from her hand. She drew it back at once. Good woman. Never surrender the object before the room has heard the body. Mar said, still smooth. Mrs. Fenwick, all innovations require a period of habituation. No, I said. Bad lines do. This time more people laughed. Dangerous, useful. The kind of public sound that makes a mechanism tremble because it cannot decide whether it has been admired or wounded. Nathaniel stepped in then. Not to save. Better. To name. The line in question, he said, is one of several under immediate comparison against workshop originals this morning. No statement of broad domestic success should be made from it until that comparison has been completed. There, review. Not delay. A cut to Mar's claim, and in the room's hearand. Mar's smile thinned. Mr. Vale, if we halt every public principle until the workshop particulars are settled, we sacrifice the larger good to technical fuss. I saw Augusta's head lift at technical fuss. Good. Daughters hear contempt for skilled women with better ears than men imagine. Nathaniel said. Not if the larger good is being claimed through the wrong hand. Beautiful, small, exact, cold. The room took it. Weller tried to move on to the gentleman's line. I stopped that too by simply lifting Aunt's original glove pattern from the little side case I had brought in under black cloth. Not drama. Preparation. The sight of plain brown paper and working leather among velvet and silver did more damage than if I had shouted. This, I said, holding up the original, is the line from which your elegant support was civilized. There. The word returned to him. Better that way. Mar's face altered by 1 degree. Enough, Miss Hearth, he said. You mistake resemblance for ownership. Practical houses often arrive independently at similar thumb turns. I asked. Palm distribution. The exact base tension for a hand that must hold a pen reins, or a wineglass without looking instructed. Those are not weather, Mr. Mar. They are work, the older widow actually said. Hear, hear. Under her breath. Bless her bones forever. Pike at last moved forward, the fool. Perhaps these comparative matters are best reserved. No, said Augusta again. Beautiful girl. Everyone looked. She had risen now in the second row, one hand on the chair back, our boot plain under the hem because she had made no effort to hide the line. Better. Let the room learn the shape of honesty in daughters too. No bah, she repeated. If the domestic line is to be publicly claimed this morning, then the women daughters for whom it is claimed must hear whether they are being comforted or fitted for rooms. Dear. The whole board shifted. Lady Vale did not stand. Interesting. She held to the chair, also interesting. A mother deciding, perhaps, that if she rose too soon she would look like the exact machinery her daughter had just named. Mar said very softly, Miss Augusta, this is not the place. No, she said. The place was apparently my ankle at dinner. Mrs. Fenwick laughed outright. Pike closed his eyes once. Weller looked doomed. Nathaniel did not move at all, which told me he had finally understood that family help is most useful when it does not rush to interrupt the daughters just as she begins telling the room what men have been doing with her body in its name. At last, Mar tried another route, of course. All assistance must move through grace if it is to be accepted, he said. Ladies will not wear apparatus that advertises struggle. And there it was. The creed again, room first, body after. If ever, I said, then teach the room better. That one reached farther, because it exposed the real cowardice in every donor and mother there. Not merely Mar's profit, but their willingness to let daughters, widows, and injured men pay in flesh for society's bad eyesight. Lady Vale stood then, not suddenly, worse, with full control. My friends, she said, and every woman in the room knew at once by tone alone that she meant to gather the weather and fold it smaller. We are plainly in one of those regrettable moments when useful progress has outrun proper sequence. Mr. Vale, Miss Hearth, and Mr. Mar will no doubt complete their technical distinctions in due course. In the meantime, I think no further family names should be attached to isolated discomforts before broader benefit is weighed. No, there it was again, isolated discomforts. I might have admired the phrase had I not wanted to break it over my knee. And Nathaniel heard it too. Not because of me now, because the mother had made the same move in the daylight that he had made at dinner in black cloth and good conscience. She had merely done it better. Good. Let him feel the kinship where it belongs. He said very clearly, no. The room stopped. Lady Vale looked at him. Not mother to son, structure to breach. He went on. No broader benefit is to be weighed over an injured hand, a daughter's ankle, a child's back, or a soldier's leg as if bodies were counters in sequence. That is the grammar we are ending today. There. Not the son. Not the donor. Not the review room. The man who had finally stopped trying to save the room before it had heard the right nouns. It went all through the floor. Lady Vale's face changed by almost nothing, which meant she had understood perfectly. Mar did not let it land uncontested. Then let us be practical, he said, smiling that same murderous smile. If Mr. Vale means to sacrifice an entire national design effort because one lady's hand support rubs and his sister prefers a more robust boot, perhaps he would do us the honor of showing what the workshop alternative truly looks like when brought into public motion. No. Ah, beautiful in its filth. Not retreat then. Challenge. Make the workshop demonstrate. Make it carry the burden of proof in movement. Make Nathaniel choose whether to stand bodily beside it before the donors and mothers. If he refused, Mar regained abstraction. If he accepted badly, the room could still say the whole thing was unpleasantly technical and beneath ladies. Perfectly putrid. Exactly the right next move. I felt rather than saw Nathaniel go still. Good, let him see the trap. Mar spread one hand toward the little stair. We have heard much of function over elegance. Very well. Let us see function stand. Ah, there. The room now balanced on one step, one daughter, one gentleman, one support, and the whole rotten question of whether better engineering may survive public witness better than prettier lies. I looked at the stair, then at Augusta, then at Nathaniel, then at Harbury, who had just appeared at the far side entrance under Hale's eye and with the broken frame case in his hand like a coffin for bad benevolence. Very good. The body had arrived. The room was ready. The body had arrived. The room was ready. Harbury came in by the far side entrance with Hale one pace behind him and the broken frame case in his hand like a respectable coffin. He had chosen plain black, not military display, which improved everything at once. Mars' whole machine depended upon the room reading damaged men as polished symbols before it ever admitted they had opinions. Harbury looked like a man who had come to dispute a bill. Good. Very good. The gallery saw him thattered. Not because every woman there knew his name, because they knew the type. Decorated enough to be useful, not decorated enough to be untouchable. The exact sort of gentleman Mar had been dressing into Proof for a week and hoping no one would ask whether Proof limped home afterward. Mar's hand remained outstretched toward the stair. He had made the challenge and could not now withdraw it without admitting what it was worth. Very well, he said, all silk and poison. Let the workshop alternative stand. No, not yet. I stepped in before the room could mistake the moment for spectacle and did the one thing men always forget to do when they want bodies to prove theory. I set the order, not the stair first, I said. Mar's smile sharpened. Miss Harth, I was under the impression you preferred function to drama. I do, which is why we begin with the hand. Mrs. Fenwick, bless her black little soul, lifted the gloved hand at once. At last, I was beginning to feel decorative. Laughter moved through the room and then died quickly because the room did not yet know whether it had laughed with the rich widow or at itself. Good. I crossed to her, took the silk-covered support, and stripped the ribbon back before the whole front half of the gallery could pretend not to understand that there was lither and labor under the prettiness after all. Then I held up Aunt's original glove beside Mar's improved line. This, I said, raising the plain hearth pattern, was cut to let a hand hold a pen, reins, prayer book, or glass without teaching the wrist a worse habit. This, I lifted Mars, was narrowed to disappear. It asks the room to be pleased first and the thumb to survive second, Mrs. Fenwick said. The thumb declines. There. The first laugh this time came from the older widow near her, not from the men. Better. Women's laughter under witness is harder to recover from, Mars said. One lady's discomfort cannot invalidate broader no, said Mrs. Fenwick. But one lady's hand may introduce the subject. Excellent woman. I passed the plain hearth line to her. She did. The difference showed before she spoke. The fingers settled more honestly. The thumb no longer fought the stem. She lifted the wineglass the room had not yet taken away from her place at the side chair and held it with greater steadiness and less strain than before. The bishop's cousin leaned forward. One donor wife lowered her lorgnette. Lady Vale did not move at all. Mrs. Fenwick said after one measured turn of the wrist. Well, I should rather prefer not to be civilized further. That one hit Mar cleanly. Good. Then I turned to Augusta. Not because I wished to use her. Because she had already chosen the room and because daughters, once they have done that, must not be managed back into silence by those claiming to protect them. Miss Vale, I said. The stare. No one breathed. Augusta looked once at Nathaniel, not for permission, only for witness. He gave none. Better man. At last he knew that the room must see a daughter choose her own weight without brotherly framing around it. She crossed the floor in our boot. No dramatic lint. No miraculous correction either. Better. The room saw exactly what I had hoped it would. A woman moving a fraction less elegantly and a great deal more securely than the fashionable line had promised her. She reached the little stair, placed one hand on the rail because that is what sensible women do and fools call weakness, and went up and down once. No flutter, no softened hesitation, no ornamental dependence on a gentleman's offered hand. Only movement. There are rooms that will applaud anything. This one did not. Better watched. That is where its danger lay, and now, at last, where ours did too. Mar said smoothly, a robust line may certainly prove useful for some ladies, though naturally one cannot expect every family to prefer such visibility. No, said Augusta, turning on the last step and looking straight at him. One expects gentlemen to prefer that women fall prettily rather than stand honestly. The family is often slower to choose. There. Lady Vale closed her fan, only that, more eloquent than if she had dropped it. The room had now heard the hand and seen the daughter. Good. Enough softness stripped away the third piece could no longer be misunderstood as isolated female fuss. I looked toward Harbury. Hale brought him forward not as nurse, not as guardian, only as a man accompanying another man whose patience with the room had ended earlier than the room deserved. Harbury carried the broken frame case to the central table, set it down, opened it, and laid out the polished ruin for all to see. Mar said, too quickly. Captain Harbury was not scheduled until I could be praised without speaking. Harbury asked. Yes, I gathered as much. Very good man. He turned to the room. Mr. Mar's frame taught me 2 things in 6 days. First, how to numb the lower leg while looking courageously improved. Second, how much charity the English can endure so long as it is polished and not tested on a wet turn. And the military colonel in the front row made a hard approving sound. Good. Men like him are never more useful than when another soldier has shamed their abstractions first. I stepped to Harbury's side and lifted the frame's inner cuff so the room could see where the pressure had cut its false benevolence into shape. No skin displayed, no indecency. Enough, the object itself accused. Too narrow at the ankle, I said. Too proud at the side, too late in its catch. It teaches a bad gait before it fails. A mare spread one hand. Every new line requires acclimation. No, Harbury answered before I could. Then acclimate on your own letiful. The colonel laughed outright. One Dunner wife did not laugh at all. Better. She was now deciding whether any coach ordered through Mars line was to be trusted with her youngest daughter. That was the real battlefield, not the speeches. Their afterlives in mothers. Pike made his move then. Of course he did. He came in from the side with 2 papers in hand and the face of a man determined to turn disaster into procedure before the room learned it had morals. He said, if the evidence is now before us, perhaps the most prudent course is to suspend public comment and transfer this matter into formal review with all affected parties. No, I said. He ignored me, poor strategy to the end. Nathaniel did not. Mr. Pike, he said, voice carrying cleanly now over the whole floor. You will put those papers away. Pike stopped. The room heard that too. Good, he said. Ah, my lord, I have drafted the board's provisional review terms and a statement preserving the exhibition from premature. No. This time Nathaniel's voice cut. At last. Not son. Not Dunner. Not family weather. Authority with the right noun under it. He went on. There will be no review statement, no harmonized origin, no broad philanthropic misunderstanding, and no language whatever that places Hearth and Company beneath this exhibition as rough trade inspiration. That road is closed. There, in the Omarpin, before the donors, before his mother. The room shifted again, more sharply now. People sat straighter. The older widow smiled without showing teeth. Mrs. Fenwick looked almost moved, which for her is as near sainthood as the body permits. Mar's composure finally split at the edge. Mr. Vale, he said, you are making a category mistake under pressure. Workshops contribute to public progress. They do not define its moral shape. Nathaniel turned to him slowly. No, he said. They define whether it works. And then, before Mar could recover, he did the one thing I had not been sure he would. He removed the left glove, not with thank God, only with clarity. The room saw the hand. Not maimed, not theatrical. Worse for public sentiment and better for truth. A hand that had been made manageable enough for rooms and costly enough for the man wearing it to accept too much polite concealment in exchange for being left undisturbed by pity. He laid Mar's improved glove line on the central table, then Aunt's original beside it, then his bare hand on the plain hearth pattern itself. My family, he said, and now the room had him whole whether it deserved him or not. Us benefited from the exact cowardice Miss Hearth has named. We preferred manageable appearances to declared need. We allowed adaptation to be softened, hidden, and rewarded until men like Mr. Marr could sell that softening back to us as benevolence. My sister's ankle, Captain Harbury's leg, Mrs. Fenwick's hand, and my own use of these lines all belonged to the same structure. Hearth and Company did not build the fraud. It built the honest work the fraud was forced to copy. There. The room had the sentence it needed. Not merely Mar bad. Not merely workshop wronged. The family in it. The body in it. The structure in it. And because he had gone that far, I knew at once what the room required next, not another speech, but proof of sequence completed. So I said, before anyone else could turn the thing back into noble confession, the stare. Nathaniel looked at me, then nodded once. Good. He put on our glove again, fastened it, and without flourish stepped to the little demonstration stair. The room had watched one officer nearly fall there and applauded him for surviving a bad device. Now it watched the patron son the family stand on it in a workshop brace and glove built not to flatter him but to carry him. He took the first step. Then the second. Then turned cleanly and came down. No miracle. No theater. Only better engineering and less lying. The room understood that far more than any speech. Women especially. One could feel it in the mothers. The donor wives were not looking at Nathaniel's face at all. They were looking at the line of movement, the confidence without the false smoothness, the lack of decorative correction. And they were doing the arithmetic that truly matters in such houses. Can my child use this without becoming a story? Can my daughter stand in this? Can my husband walk on that footboard? Can my hand write the invitation after supper and not cramp before the signature? That was when Mare lost the mothers. He knew it too. So he made the final error. He turned not on me, not on Nathaniel, but on Lady Vale. My lady, he said. Surely do not mean to let your son turn one practical dispute into an assault on every useful arrangement this family has supported. No, never use a mother when the daughter is still standing. Augusta answered first. Useful arrangement, she said. You fitted my body before you had my leave, altered my gown before you had my trust, and expected my family to call the line affection because it looked quieter than a fight. That is not arrangement. It is trespass with excellent linen. There. Girls should be allowed one perfect sentence before marriage ruins them. Lady Vale stood then. At last. The whole room watched. I do not think she had meant to stand. I think the word trespass had done what daughters' visible anger often does to mothers of rank, made inaction look more self-exposing than intervention. She looked first at Augusta, then at Nathaniel, then at the room, then, briefly, at me. What she saw in me I cannot say, only that whatever it was did not flatter her. When she spoke, the room leaned. "Mr. Marr," she said, "whatever support my family has lent this enterprise did not extend to the private schooling of my daughter's gait, dress, or prospects without her consent. That distinction should have been obvious to a gentleman. It appears not to have been. There. Not confession, not repentance. Better, withdrawal of social shelter." Marr went white around the mouth. Pike looked down at his useless review papers and for one splendid instant, like a man who had brought a penknife to surgery. Nathaniel did not look at his mother. Wise. There would be time later for family weather. This was still the room. The room, having now heard the hand, seen the daughter, witnessed the leg, and watched the mother remove the last respectable cover from Mar's house of cards, finally did what it had wanted to do all morning and not dared. It chose. Not with noise. Good rooms never do. With alignment. Mrs. Fenwick crossed the line first by removing the silk-covered support from her glove entirely and setting it on Mar's tray as if returning a flawed bonnet. The older widow followed by asking, quite audibly, whether her nephew's coach order through Mar ought now to be cancelled before someone's niece was shaken lame in Pretty Springs. One donor wife drew back from the display as if the metal had gone dirty. The colonel moved to Harbury's side. The bishop's cousin asked Hale, not Pike, whether the mothers and children had been safely diverted. Hale said yes. Excellent man. And because the room had now become witness instead of market, I saw the last structural chance and took it. "Mr. Pike," I said. He startled. "Good. You have your papers," he said stiffly. "Yes. Then you may write the first useful sentence of your week." He looked at me as if choosing among several species of offense and failing to find one equal to the task. Nathaniel spared him. "Write this," he said. "The exhibition's public demonstrations are suspended pending immediate withdrawal of all non-verified domestic and rehabilitative lines. Hearth and Company is retained independently to examine, separate, and redesign only those supports fit for lawful use. Private household consultations initiated through Mar's office are void. The children's line is terminated. Captain Harbury's testimony, Mrs. Fenwick's hand support defect, and my family's own entanglement are entered as structural evidence, not as irregular exceptions. Doth there a public reversal turned into paper before Pike could civilize it into weather," he wrote. Of course he wrote. Men like Pike will always write once the room has chosen. They only hate arriving second to the morality. Mar made one final effort. "This is madness," he said. "You are killing an entire national design effort because a workshop woman cannot bear improvement that did not come from her own house." No. I had been waiting for that one. I stepped forward until I stood directly between him and the little stair where he had first wanted the room to see graceful proof. "Mr. Marr," I said, "I can bear improvement perfectly well. What I cannot bear is theft that teaches women, children, and injured men to injure themselves more elegantly so donors may feel larger in the gallery. The national effort survives. Your market does not," the older widow said. "Very good." Into the silence after. Mrs. Fenwick murmured, "Exquisitely done." And Mar looked around him and saw it all at once of the mother's gone, the daughter lost, the son withdrawn, the mother cold. The officer against him, the widow laughing, the workshop not beneath the room but defining it, Pike writing the wrong sentence. And every object on the plinth now looking less like progress than evidence. He did not confess. Men like him never do. He only said with tremendous dignity and no future in it, "Then I see I am no longer wanted here." Lady Vale replied before anyone else could. "No, that was all. Enough." He left by the side aisle and not the center. "Very right. Let the room remember the line." The air changed after he went. Not lighter. Clearer. That is a better feeling and rarer. Nathaniel turned to me across the broken demonstration floor, the wicked little stair, the false supports, the mother's absent children, the donor row, and the table where Aunt's plain glove pattern now lay more authoritative than all the board's printed cards. He did not speak. He did not need to. The room was no longer his family's, nor Mar's, nor even mine. It belonged for one brief expensive hour to the truth of how a body ought to be allowed to stand. The room was no longer his family's, nor Mar's, nor even mine. For one brief expensive hour, to the truth of how a body ought to be allowed to stand. That was enough. One must never ask a room for more than it can bear in a single day. If one does, truth becomes theater and the rich begin admiring their own ruin instead of repairing it. So I moved at once. "Mr. Peck," I said before anyone could recover into a speech, "you have paper. I'll use it." He looked as if he would rather have had apoplexy. "Good." Nathaniel spared him nothing. "You will draft 3 notices." Pike's jaw tightened. "No, will said Nathaniel. "While the room still remembers what bodies looked like before you civilized them." That one I nearly admired. Nearly. The central demonstration table was cleared of its polished rubbish and turned, under my hand and his, into a working surface. Mar's tray shoved aside. The little stair left where it was like a witness under oath. Harbury's broken frame laid open at one corner. Aunt's plain glove pattern beside the copied line at the other. Mrs. Fenwick's faulty support between them. Silk peeled back, the fraud visible in its seam. Pike sat. Not willingly. Better. Willing men are too often vain of the action. Unwilling ones at least know they are late. Hale came forward. Lady Vale remained standing. Augusta descended from the upper row and came not to her mother but to the table. Excellent girl. Harbury stayed where he was, one hand on the back of the chair, looking like the sort of military truth no committee ever invites until forced. Mrs. Fenwick did not sit at all. She leaned on her cane and watched with the expression of a widow who has at last found a public use for her impatience. Nathaniel said, First Notice said, the public demonstrations are suspended immediately. No statement of temporary review, no language of misunderstanding, no broad praise of the exhibition's intentions. State only that certain lines are unsafe, certain lines are unverified, and no household or military use is to proceed under Mar's direction, a Pike wrote. I watched the words form. Good heart, better than his usual weather. Second, Nathaniel said. All private domestic consultations initiated through Mar's office, the exhibition board, or any affiliated household instruction are void. All existing orders for ladies, children's dinner, or church adaptation through Mar's line are suspended pending direct refitting. By whom? Pike asked. There, the old instinct still clinging to him. Broadness, blur, an empty category where a workshop should have stood. Nathaniel answered before I could by Hearth & Co. A simple, public, no shelter under me, under my authority or a review under consultation. Only the house itself. Good. I looked at him once. Nothing more. He felt it. Good. Pike wrote again. Third, Nathaniel said. A separate account is to be opened immediately for lawful adaptation and practical support, independent of Mar's firm, independent of dun or spectacle, and independent of any expectation that gratitude or marriageability may stand in place of engineering. That one changed the room. Not because of the sentence alone, because people heard the account in it, openly, at last. No secret packets, no softened household kindness, no daughters corrected under the table and thanked above it, no workshop asked to carry social shame as part of its rate. Lady Vale spoke then. Not to stop him, to choose the cost. The first quarter, she said, will be borne by my house. The room turned. Augusta looked at her mother fully for the first time since the floor had broken. There was no softness in the look, but there was recognition which is rarer and more useful. Lady Vale went on, and because she was still herself, the tone remained cool enough to chill tea. Not as charity, not as compensation for private embarrassment. As the correction owed when a family's name has sat too comfortably over structures it never examined closely enough. There. That was as near to repentance as women like her ever likely to come in public. Better perhaps, because it came dressed as accounting and not as tears. Mrs. Fenwick said, I should like my name in the account as well. If I am to be injured by refinement, I insist on paying for its replacement in better leather. Harbury said, aid mine. The colonel from the front row barked, and mine. Then the bishop's cousin, who had spent the whole morning being slower than grace required and faster than most men deserve, said, the church rooms may be used quietly for the mothers, but no sermons will be attached to the use. Hale inclined his head. Good. One donor wife added her name. Then another. Not because they had become noble all at once. Because mothers think faster than boards once daughters and children are truly in the sentence. Good. Let virtue be dragged in by the ankle if it arrives at all. Pike wrote it all. His hand shook only once, when he reached the clause requiring that no marriage negotiation, household recommendation, or charitable patronage be implied through adaptation fittings, demonstrations, or assisted actions. He looked up at Nathaniel. Sir, that is very broad, said Nathaniel. That is because the sin was a beautiful, small, cold, accurate. Mar, who had remained by the side easel like a badly disposed portrait refusing to admit the wall had rejected him, said at last, You cannot possibly mean to give a workshop this authority. No one answered at once. That was better than shouting. Then I said, No. They mean to stop pretending it was ever yours. His mouth hardened. Miss Hearth, you mistake resentment for structure. No, I replied. I mistake your face for a future I no longer have to fit around. That nearly finished him. Almost. The final cut came from Augusta. Mr. Marr, she said, standing with one hand on the central table beside Aunt's plain glove pattern and Harbury's broken frame. If you mean to protest further, do so without using my body, my gait, my dress, my mother's nerves, or my brother's public usefulness as premises. You have traded on all four long enough. There. A daughter's sentence. Always fatal if correctly timed. Lady Vale did not intervene. Interesting again. Marr looked around him and, for the second time that day, saw the room had ceased to provide shelter. Not because everyone in it had become moral, because the structure now ran against him and no longer through him. Very well, he said. No confession, no apology, only retreat in good cloth, said Lady Vale. He went. Not hurriedly, Worse for him. Measured retreat is the last dignity of men who have lost the room and still hope to keep the mirror. Once he had gone, the air changed. Clearer. Harsher. Far more useful. The notices were finished within the quarter hour. Nathaniel signed first. Lady Vale second. Hale third. Harbury and Mrs. Fenwick witnessed. I signed only the line that mattered Hearth and Company to examine separate redesign and fit all loftic and rehabilitative lines under independent authority. Independent. That word sat better in ink than most love decorations do in speech. Good. Then came the mothers, of course, not all at once. One does not survive London by stampeding toward truth. They came in the proper pattern, 2 donor wives first, under the pretext of inquiring after the account. Mrs. Halbrook with her child under Hale's arm, the curate's niece, and her aunt. One military widow who wanted to know whether her son's instep could still be saved without his being made into a Christmas lesson by strangers. 3 women who had never spoken to me before, and now looked at the plinths with the particular horror of people discovering they had very nearly purchased social ruin in polished fittings. I answered them all the same way. Not here, I said. Not in this room. Hearth and Company tomorrow. Side entrance if you prefer. Front if you do not. The body comes before the witness now. That line went through the room like a cleaner draft than flowers ever provide. Good. By 3 o'clock the exhibition had ceased to be a market and become a scene of salvage. The banners looked tired. The little stare had acquired the moral quality of a bad joke repeated too long. Pike took his notices downstairs and posted them under protest and perfect penmanship. Hale moved the children. Harbury sat with the colonel and talked not of courage but of straps, turns, and badmakers. Mrs. Fenwick informed 2 ladies precisely where the silk support failed and enjoyed every syllable of their horror. Augusta refused her mother's carriage and left instead in ours, which I admired almost as much as I disapproved for future comfort. Lady Vale did not stop her. Interesting. Very interesting. And Nathaniel stayed on the floor until the last necessary body had moved through it. Good man. At last. He did not hover over me. Better. He did not speak to donors as if translating my house into something the room might find less inconvenient. Better still. He answered 3 questions directly, refused 2 invitations to soften the notices, and sent Pike away from the mothers twice. I might almost have forgiven him dinner. Almost. By 5, when the hall had emptied enough that the servants no longer needed to pretend the flowers were part of a successful day, he found me by the side plinth where the copy glove line had been wrapped away and Aunt's original lay in plain paper beside the suspension notices. He said, "It is done." "No," I replied. But that brought the almost smile again. Dangerous creature. "Yes," he said, "it has begun." There was silence after that. Not awkward, worse. The sort that belongs to 2 people who have spent a week fitting themselves around structure and have at last removed enough of it to hear one another without the boards creaking first. He said, after a moment, "Mother has agreed to receive no further private consultations through household channels. Hale will manage the church rooms. The first account draft is already with Pike. Mar's household commission option is void." Good. "And Augusta has chosen not to marry him." I looked at him. That was not surprise, only relief arranged into shape. "Good," I said again. "She says as she is to be corrected by marriage at all. She prefers a man less interested in engineering her staircase." That one I did smile at. A little, he saw it. Also dangerous. We went back to Hearth and Company together at dusk, and with fewer witnesses than the exhibition had given us, but more truth than most carriages ought to carry. No one spoke much on the drive. The day had already taken enough language from us. When a room has finally been forced to see bodies properly, the silence after is often less burden than rest. Aunt had the back parlor lamp lit when we arrived. Of course she did. Also the account book open. Of course. She looked up when we came in, took in our faces, the hour, the absence of disaster in our limbs, and said, "Well." I laid Pike's final copy on the table. She then read the line about Hearth & Co.'s independent authority again, then the funded account. Then the clause forbidding adaptation from being tied to marriage negotiation, household patronage, or social introduction. At last she said, "These will irritate everyone useful." Good. She signed where required without a tremor and then looked at Nathaniel. "And you?" Yes, he asked. "If you mean to continue coming into this house after today, you will do it by the front, by daylight, and with your own name. I will not have gratitude slithering round the back like a damp footman." He took that exactly as it deserved to be taken. "Wes, Mom, also," she said, "if you ever try again to save us by making the workshop smaller in a room, I shall have Emmy throw your hat in the gutter." He bowed his head slightly. "That seems fair." "No," I said. "It seems lenient." That one Aunt liked. Good. She left us after that, taking the signed copy and the evening's account draft with her, because older women understand when a room has one more sentence to give and should not be forced to give it before a witness too wise for it. So there we were at last, not in a drawing room, not under banners, not a committee table, only in the back parlor of Hearth & Co., With the day's law on paper, rain beginning again at the windows, and the smell of leather and lamp smoke putting all rich house flowers to shame, he stood by the work table. I stood by the hearth. No one spoke at once. Then he said, "I have one more paper." Of course he did. Men always do, even the useful ones. I held out my hand. He did not give it to me immediately. Instead he said, "Read it if you wish, burn it if you prefer, but not before you hear the sentence underneath it." That interested me enough to say nothing. He took the folded paper from his inner pocket and placed it on the table between us. Not under his hand. Not pressed upon me, only there. I crossed to it and opened it. Not a proposal. Good. Not a settlement disguised as one either. Better. It was a simple legal addendum drafted under Pike's hand and signed under Nathaniel's seal alone. No present or future personal attachment between Mr. Nathaniel Vale and Miss Celia Hearth shall confer any right over Hearth & Co., its rooms, records, accounts, patterns, or authority unless separately and expressly granted by Miss Hearth in writing. I read it twice, then a third time. When I looked up, he had not moved. Good, he said. I discovered this week that men like me are taught too early to think youthfulness gives us a route into women's structures. I have no intention of repeating the lesson in another coat. There. No poetry, no rescue, no gratitude. Only the right structure placed before the right feeling. Dangerous in the extreme. I folded the paper once carefully and set it down. That is a very exact sort of courtship, I said. He answered just as exactly. I thought anything vaguer might deserve your contempt. It probably would. There was the almost smile again. This time it stayed. Only a little. Enough, he went on. I am not asking you to be saved, placed, softened, absorbed, or made respectable through my family. I believe the week has proved your house manages those questions better than mine. I am asking whether, now that the account is lawful and the workshop stands under its own name, you might allow me to call properly and with intention. No man had any right to learn so much in 6 days. I ought to have found it unbearable worse. I found it exact, I said, because if I did not keep some trade discipline in the room, I might become one of those women who mistake being understood for being dissolved. You remain late. You were wrong at dinner. You took too long to stop pick. You will probably do some other infuriating thing before Christmas. I assume so. That one I nearly laughed at. Nearly. He saw that too. Good. I picked up the addendum again and folded into the ledger. Not because paper proves feeling, because it proves thought, often rarer. Then I said, "You may call." He did not move. Not because he had not heard. Because he had. I went on. By daylight, with no flowers that smell of apology and no speeches that make my house sound picturesque. And if you ever again begin a sentence with the words "under my authority in relation to Hearth & Co., I shall charge you double before refusing it." Now he did laugh. Low. Tired. Very human. Good. That sounds better in the house than I should like to admit. I accept the terms, he said. There will be more. I expected as much. Good. We stood a moment then with the rain at the panes and the paper between us, and the whole ugly week settling finally into something less like battle and more like structure honestly paid for. Then, because I was still a woman and not merely a ledger, and because the room had been exact enough to earn one softness that did not lie, I stepped closer. Not far. Enough. He did not reach first. Better man. I put my hand, my own, no ribbon, no civilized improvement, no prettier support than skin, against his chest and said, "One more condition. Wes, when you come next, bring the glove. I mean to recut the thumb properly." His face changed, with something quieter, deeper, more dangerous. "Wes," he said. Then he bent and kissed me. Not like a rescuer, not like a patron, not like a man who thinks the workshop should be grateful for his notice. Only like a man who had finally learned the difference between arrangement and standing and meant, God help him, to come back and keep learning. When he left, it was indeed by the front. Good. The rain had eased. The street lamp caught his shoulder once as he went down the step, and for one absurd instant I thought how much less decorative he looked now that he stood correctly. Better. Almost handsome in the honest line of it. I shut the door myself. Then I went back to the table, opened the account book to the new page, and wrote under Aunt's neat heading, "Practical Motion Account First Day." Below it I own-handed, and with more satisfaction than any woman should perhaps take from 6 words workshop authority publicly affirmed. That was the lawful part. Then beneath it, because houses may keep more than one truth if they are built well enough to bear it, I wrote a second line: "No Dunner, mother, solicitor, or patent peacock was ever meant to see. Mr. Nathaniel Vale to call Thursday at 11. I sanded the page, closed the book, and blew out the lamp. Outside, London would no doubt go on misreading bodies for generations yet. Inside, at least, we had improved one line.